broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Play Seat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Waving cars through pit lane, or weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Past the 2/3 mark of the 2024 Logitech Pro Invitational Championship, and that brings us also to the midway point of the Logitech True Force Endurance Cup. It's time for the 2024 Sandown 500. I made my debut here on commentary at this round last year, and I enjoyed every single minute of it. It went all the way down to the wire. It had strategy, it had drama, it had a little bit of everything, and of course, the retro liveries, because we always have a ton of fun when we come to Sandown. Ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Rankin back behind the microphone once again for round number 9 of the Logitech Pro Invitational Championship, and alongside of me is going to be Mr. Stephen Sandman Clark again. I bang my hands together, I smile, and I look forward to this round every single year because it's got history, it's got that little bit of retro flavour, and that's up your alley, Sandman.
Absolutely. Good to have you back. Thanks, Scotty. Yeah, I love Sandown. For me, it's the traditional lead up to Bathurst. I don't care by the time I get to 60, 80 or 100. For me, it's always going to be the Sandown 500, then the Bathurst 1000. To have 161 laps around here, like you touched on, the retro paint schemes. There's been a couple of teams that have delved into that cookie pot as well, so we're going to see some of them throughout the night. But absolutely love the Sandown 500. I know sometimes Sandown can be a little bit funny sometimes with racing, and it can get a little bit strung out, but it's just a tradition. It's the tradition of that build up to the Bathurst 1000 is for me, and absolutely love this track.
Yeah, it's tricky to overtake, I think, is the biggest key to it. There's a lot of different attributes. There's a lot of 90-degree corners where you've really got to get the car pointed, shot, and planted nice and early. Look after those tyres. And the shortest lap time that we're going to see on the season as well, about 1 minute and 5 seconds in quali trim. It's going to be 1 minute and 6, 1 minute and 7 in terms of race trim as well. Look at all the drama that we had back at Watkins Glen when we went to the other second shortest racing lap of the season. It just triggered a few extra bits and pieces. Lap traffic will come into the equation here, 161 laps, as will driver pairings, driver changes, which we saw from Interlagos last round as well. But that also brings in the co-driver aspect of it, and we always talk about this in terms of V8 supercars in the real world. You've got to have yourself a qualified co-driver. But in the sim racing world, they're more than just a co-driver. They're a spotter, they're a mental preparation person. Sometimes they just get you back into that rhythm when you're starting to fade, starting to ail a little bit.
Yeah, and just as important as it is in the real world, it is for us too, because you need that driver to be just as good or be about there or thereabouts with you as a driver, because they've got to share that workload. And so much can happen throughout these races. You know, we see it time in and time out with our own, I guess, version of 20-cent parts breaking. You know, sometimes people have connection issues. They might have hardware issues. You know, these longer races are the things that can really throw a spanner in the works. So you can do all the prep in the world and do all the laps here in the world, but nothing will get you prepared for race day more than just having some seat time and making sure that you've got a co-driver that's going to do the absolute best that him or her can do.
And can I just say, Sandman, it's a pleasure to have you along for the ride as my co-driver. What car number are you picking? How many laps do you think we'll get through? 3?
Oh.
3 and bucket?
Mate, for me, and I've already heard Jay say it, and I didn't say it because he said it, it's number 31 for me. That's my number. When I raced at TTR, that was my number 31. But I don't know how we'd go, but I'd like to give it a crack one day.
Mate, no, not going to happen. Me in the supercar? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Sandown in the heart of Victoria, one of the few tracks that I've actually had the opportunity to visit in the real world as well. And I tell you what, there is nothing quite like hearing the echoes of Porsche Cayman GT4 as it runs off of turn 4 and down the back straight, echoes off the hills. Unfortunately for the residents around it, echoes a little bit off their houses as well, but that's okay. We're here for car culture. We're here for celebrating those sorts of bits and pieces. Something we'll get through right throughout the night is that celebration of car culture. Retro Rounds really allows us to show that passion for it. 13 corners here tonight, 3.1 kilometers, clockwise racing direction, 2 big chutes. Looks flat on that track map, and when you think about a horse racing track, you do think flat, but it is not flat, Sam.
Yeah, from 5 up to 6, 7, you see that undulation there. And I'll tell you what, if you draw a racetrack on a piece of paper and you look at that and think, man, that's got to be one of the easiest tracks you'll ever get round. It's far from it. It's very fast up through 6, 7. We're using a lot of the chicanes through turns 2, 3 and 4, and especially through 11 and 12 and onto the front straight. You know, it's important to carry those speeds on those long straightaways, and it's far from easy, even though it looks it on paper.
Yeah, and that's really racing. I wonder what people think of when they look at Portimao on a piece of paper and then they go and then lift it up and all of a sudden get the resolution up and over everything. But there's curbs as well is another one of those rises and falls around this track. There could be some potential for some damage to creep into these cars, smashing curbs. Think about, was it Van Gisbergen's wheel getting stuck in the guard how many years ago? That was a recent one off the top of our memory, and that ended his day from a race-winning position. It can happen. You've talked about 20-cent parts. At this point, I think I'm going to have to get you a 20-cent part, 20-cent coin 3D printed and sent your way because you mentioned it so often. But we are just shy of 500 kilometers. We are 250 meters shy of 500 kilometers. Still okay to call it a Sandown 500. Minimum driver requirements. You must complete 54 laps. That is the least amount of laps that your co-driver must fulfill tonight for those who have got a co-driver that's swappable in and out. Big part about that, if you've got a pace differential, yeah, you're going to want to leave your main driver in for a lot longer. Fatigue level, that pushes them through their maximum consecutive lap number. We're going to be talking about this at length here tonight. 80 laps is the maximum window. What that does for us is that final pit stop, the earliest you can put your main driver in, lap 82 and get them home. Lap 83 if you're being a little bit conservative and just want to make sure you check all your boxes. And getting an update from race control as well. Dylan O'Shea has had issues with getting out of karting requirements in real life as well. So he is actually going to be forced to have his co-driver do qualifying and start that car without Dylan O'Shea in the session. So little things that happen, but think of it the other side of the coin here, Sandman. Well, if it wasn't an endurance race, he'd effectively be out of the round. So there is a little bit of a win in that.
Absolutely, that's huge because, like you said, you'd be sitting on the sidelines and you'd be grabbing the popcorn and watching the race from afar. So, thankfully, he's got a driver that can jump in, and that again plays the role of having an important teammate. Because if something like this happens, you want to have that confidence in that driver to be able to qualify the thing. So that's where they're at.
Let's talk a little bit about the championship points that are on that board, because Dylan Rudd was so close to losing this championship margin. That has seesawed all the way back. Think about Sebring in the back of your minds, and Dylan Rudd was starting to force his way through and lead the championship in these early phases. And then we sort of said mid-season, nah, he's been hunted down. He probably hasn't got enough margin here. He's really got to find something. Last round, he did find something. He's back out to the point, and there's some margin left there on the table. And the thing is, when the cookie starts to crumble at the tail end of the race, somebody's going to rise. Need I remind you that one of the drivers that's now on the Lobs team was Luke Rosella, won this race last year. That was an underdog that won the race. Could it happen again?
Absolutely. Well, that's the best thing about endurance racing, isn't it? These races are so long that anything can happen. And you think about the variables. This will be the last time that we have the Sandown 500 as a guaranteed dry race. Next season, we're going to be having weather. We're going to be the possibility of a brand new car. So, these teams need to enjoy what they've got at the moment, because can you imagine what we're going to have, next year when weather could be playing a part around here? That will be crucial.
Oh, Victorian weather. Don't add that into the storm. Next thing you know, they're going to be scanning the Tasmanian circuit that we've just come off of, and we're going to get a little bit of Tasmanian cold weather. That's just really going to spice everything up as well down at Symmons Plains. What does it look like in the server at the moment? It is August the 30th. Sim racing conditions, we're starting early in the morning, about 11 a.m. a touch before. Relative humidity, that's not a chance of rain, by the way, on the right-hand side. That's just humidity. Line through that one. 46% humidity is a bit lowy, and coming from the northwest as well, that does offer some opportunity for the car to wiggle around, particularly on the run down to Dandenong Road. 26 degrees Celsius on I believe that's the track temperature, 19 degrees Celsius and the air temperature, partly cloudy as well, which Melbourne weather, that seems about on board. I think they've simulated that one.
Yeah, for the moment. Can you imagine what these teams are going to have to deal with come next year, though? But thankfully, we've got 12 months to worry about that. But we were speaking about retro liveries. Check this one. Absolutely brilliant by Brady Myers and the TTR team. I am absolutely in love with this one. Bit of a diehard old HRT man myself. So when I see those colours on track, I'm in love.
I'm pulling faces at Sandman in the background. You guys can't see them, but get me out of that. I was actually listening to podcasts of Brock Feeney and Will Brown actually talking about this week, and they were asked if you got the option, regardless of the old Vodafone years, they really love to race those. So there's a fair few drivers up and down the field that have some of those. Green-Eyed Monster, that always checks the boxes for me. That was such an iconic car from the period where I was most interested in national racing as well. Have you got a standout, Sandman, that you were hoping to see, or this is it?
No, I do, and it's on track. And our trusty director, we were looking at the car earlier, the 888 car, and there it is on screen, just passing the 36. So that's my favourite car, is the 888 car, which is just in front of this one. You can see it on camera there. The red, white and blue of the HRT colours is a massive favourite of mine. So that, for me, is probably my absolute favourite.
I want to take an opportunity to recognise all the race fans that are joining us for the Sandown 500 as we're getting to the latter stages of practice at this point in time. Your opportunity, if you're out there on social media, ladies and gentlemen, right around the YouTube, we're over on Facebook as well. If you're over joining us from the Speed Cafe, let us know what is your favourite all-time livery. Is it a Dick Johnson True Blue livery? I was doing some research back on those ones, looking at those old cars. I've already said there's the Green-Eyed Monster. You know, my least favourite livery in the late 90s, but it's now become one that I really, really love, was the old Castrol Perkins liveries. I love those things.
Man. For me, I put this on a Castrol social page, that will never be beat for me in my eyes. That distinctive colour scheme that Larry Perkins ran, for me, was the absolute top. And then the favourite thing for me is like, or on a NASCAR that Brad Jones ran back in the old days here in Australia, and it looked absolutely awesome on a Chevy Lumina.
Already seeing some original GRM Valvoline liveries. Hit me with the Marlboro liveries. Mark Larkin Marta 10, that was a very pretty livery. I have really, really good recollections of one of the last few races around Oran Park of seeing Mark Larkin do well in that livery as well. That was a pretty car to see in its heyday. back before he started talking into shocks. Worked out very well for him.
And look at this, different colours for the Logitech G car as well, with the yellow and blue. Looks terrific. So good to see that Ethan Grigault has taken on that paint scheme for this race.
I've got some background on that livery for you as well. That livery, by the way, the ERT Maverick livery it was originally coined, was the very first livery on iRacing to feature officially licensed sponsorship from Red Bull, officially licensed logo. It's one sponsorship.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure on the details behind that, but Brenton O'Brien from Evolution Racing Team was passing me the details about that one. You'll also get to see a little bit of Bo Albert's very first Evolution Racing Team livery tonight. He is running the throwback of all sim racing throwbacks because we've been around for 10 years now. So we get to do our own little throwbacks and little stories and bits and pieces. Sam, you've been around for 10 years, and I'm also seeing that there's some support in the chats as well for Sandman liveries, the Repsol livery you used to run.
Oh, who was that? That is an old shout out.
I'm seeing that one from Ben Anthony Davis. So you have fans that go back to your racing days. That's how you know you've been around long enough. Ben,
you're a legend. I love that Repsol livery. Yeah, I think I need to dig through some of my old archived liveries, but yeah, I did love that Repsol one. It's actually cool that someone actually remembered that. That's a long time ago.
But that's the thing. It's about car culture. What we're doing here tonight is celebrating all of our abilities to drive car culture. I've just been through a traumatic series of events. I've had car culture guys that I've connected through the sim that I'm now in the town that I'm now living in, reach out, connect with me. You know, it's that bond that you form through the internet as well. And there are so many different leagues and everything that goes on. It's all about car culture. It's all about racing culture. Then there's all this professional level stuff that we're getting to, but we could not do what any of us do, what any of the drivers do without the car culture. It's so critical to that and so critical to supporting each other's mateship. So thank you very much for everyone that's tuning in and certainly giving us delivery ideas over in the chat. Definitely appreciate that because that adds to the flavor of Sandown's all about getting everyone talking about cars, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's more than just making a pretty race car. There's people that have paint schemes that have got a lot of meaning to them, whether it's loved ones, you know, lost family members, you know, whether they work for a business and they put that on the side of the car. So there's so many things that reign true in paint schemes, but yeah, it is nice to go and take a little trip down memory lane with some of those paint jobs.
Just enjoy it and enjoy those moments of the first time you saw racing action, whatever it was. Everyone's got a moment. Right, qualifying now in effect. And this is the first set of flying laps. I believe we're going to be in two group qualifying here tonight with the shorter lap time. Same rules in effect tonight as were in effect all the way back at Watkins Glen. There'll be two groups based upon championship position. We'll keep an eye on the Andre Heimgartner driven car. So it looks like Heimgartner has been elected to be the qualifying driver for driving with Macaulay Jones here tonight. And good to see those two drivers in the sim alongside of each other. Massive toe down the back straight. So crucial for that lap time in terms of qualifying. And the laps, oh, he's missed the turn-in point at the crest of the hill. Carries it across the curb. I think that might be okay. Might have missed the incident point as he carries it across the hill down at turn 6 on the run down to 7, 8, 9. And that might have been Dylan O'Shea out in the weeds that's going to sidestep. But the thing about Sandown, everyone's done a ton of laps at Sandown. It's same as Phillip Island, same as Bathurst. Everyone's done 1,020,000 laps around here. Qualifying is so close together and short lap times as well.
Absolutely. And we talked about the nature of the racetrack where, you know, it's tricky. There's not a lot to it, but being that that's the case, that it makes the times incredibly close throughout the field. So regardless of who you are or what you've got underneath you, the times are going to be there or thereabouts. So the pressure's on for all these guys, regardless of whether you're in Group 1 or 2. But yeah, it's funny how a racetrack can look so easy on paper, but then to actually, you know, bounce off those curbs like we know our Aussie V8 supercars can do, it's about getting it all together and making sure you make the most of these laps.
Righto, so first round of qualifying comes in. Zach Rattray White, we talked at length about him throughout the season, about how he's adapting to the car. I actually got to shake hands and meet him, was that last weekend? Was it last weekend? 2 weeks ago. Down in Melbourne. Actually, there's been a little bit of an accident on the way into pit lane as everyone checks up to try and get in and around the cone. But there's a few drivers who attempted to qualify for the FIA Motorsports Games, and that prize ended up being won by series veteran Jake Burton. Marcelo Rivera was also there, and those two got to meet eye to eye for the first time since, do you remember Road America?
Absolutely.
So that was an interesting night. Well, Marcelo Rivera got to finally repay the favour and at least get Jake Burton a race win, even though he's cost him 2 this year. Jake was happy with winning the 1 and the trip to Valencia. Rattray White to the top of the charts. Job Stewart as well. Good to see him back and in form as well. Do you remember 3rd place from Watkins Glen? He was extremely ecstatic with that result. Josh Anderson in the retro liveried HRT car. Delaney runs to the line out of the final corner now for... I believe that's the Tom Freeman entry partnered car, as everyone else is on the scramble out of the pit lane again.
The beauty of that, lucky he was finishing that lap and not starting a new one, because do you imagine that he comes around and he's faced with all that traffic? That would have been awful.
Yeah, Andre Heimgartner now setting himself up to start a flying lap, get the run out, uses all of the track on the way out of the last corner, every last meter to build some momentum. Gee, I wonder if he's driven some NASCAR. That's a little NASCAR trick, that one, that I've used many a time on the run down at turn number 1. All of the road, all the way up to the grass, carry it in, get to the curb, don't want to touch the curb, bounce over that curb, there's lap time to be lost with a little bit of understeer, snap to oversteer if you're not careful as well, through the curbs, bounce it across at 2 and 3, then you've got to be out and use all the road down at 4, across the curb, down at the apex, set it up, make sure you roll it onto the rear bar, onto those rear tyres, get the power down. You need to take a break, Sandman. Time for a few sips of Coke down the back street?
Yeah, you can just breathe for a little bit as you prepare yourself for this hard braking right-hander, because you know you want to try and carry as much speed as you can. He's going to come up on a little bit of traffic, so that'll throw him just a little bit. Got out of the way nicely, though. Still a little bit distracting, but he's managed to get through there. You touched on how important it is to get through there. Last time we were looking at him, he sort of made a meal of it and headed straight to pit lane, but thankfully he's got through there so far.
Yeah, and experienced operator at the works as well. Relax, reset, and go again is the big key for this one. This time in the around, 1 lap on the tyres, he gets to shelve them. He'll get a new set at the end of the qualifying run. How's it going to be for Heimgartner? Only 14th fastest at the tail end of the field thus far. Brady Baldwin has a reasonable first lap as well, and keeping our eyes on Hayden Sell. This is pressure, because this car crossed the line 2nd last year before a post-race penalty for a safety car procedure infringement robbed Dylan O'Shea of what would be his best result in the series to date. Could he bring about a repeat? And wouldn't it just be the coming of age drive? He did it last year, but there was just one little black mark against his name.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it, to see, you know, obviously when you get caught up in those late race penalties and it takes a result, you've worked so hard throughout the night to get the result and for it to disappear. So it'd really be cool to see him get the reward and, yeah, hopefully get a little bit of redemption for last year.
How about Marcelo Rivera now puts his stamp of authority down on things, goes to the top of the timing sheets. Who's going to be able to respond in behind him? And it looks like no one really making huge improvements. Forzen El Nabi, another driver that's been sort of in and around the series for a while and took a little bit of a back seat, now steps back into things full-time this year, really steps forward once again. Again, another driver that drove supremely well at Sebring, just to have it all come unstuck at the end. He's still from Forzen, you've seen him over a number of years, right? Absolutely got the talent to be up front. This year, he just hasn't made it stick. He's had a lot of opportunity. He just can't make it stick thus far.
Isn't it funny how sim racing, or I guess real world racing, can do that to you as well? You know, you can find yourself in a little bit of a rut. You know that things really haven't changed. You haven't lost your knack, but just sometimes things aren't going great and, you know, everything isn't gelling. So he's definitely got the pace on board to get the job. Oh, look at the inch. Oh, my goodness. There was massive drama coming into the pit lane. I don't know if that was a late call, lock of the brakes, but, man, that could have been huge.
Could have been huge, and could that be a marker of what things will look like on the pit lane entry later on tonight? Will they be a little bit more conservative? Well, with a race car, they might be. With a qualifying car, you've at least got a repair sitting there in the pit lane. You can request a fresh car and go once again. Right, we're starting to get towards the tail end of the session as the first of the OG gear replays. Robbie Gibbs, the head car of the chain, was leading the championship after a race victory back at Sebring. All the way, man, that feels so long ago now, doesn't it? And it was him all on his own and then everyone else trying to...
Looked like the Aston Martin safety car at Monza. That was doing a world of hurt. So thankfully he got off better than the Aston Martin did. But yeah, that you know, if you're going to do it at that part of the quali where you're right at pit lane, but you don't want to do it in the race.
Oh no, yeah, I've seen those videos and Haven't we all seen somebody in sim racing trim do that as well? I've nearly done it in a safety car, by the way, so it's...
To their credit, I think it was a monumental brake failure. I haven't heard any more.
It did look like that, yeah.
Because the tyres weren't locked up. Anyway, that could have been a lot worse than it was, so thankfully everyone got away unscathed.
Right, Group 1 into the dying stages of the session for these guys now. And it's going to be about setup, it's going to be about track timing, and everyone's starting to push on a little bit because they recognise time is sort of running out to start this flying lap. Everyone's sort of wanting to pick where they get to go, and you want to be in a big pack, and I believe that was Brady Baldwin. We're just sorry, no, my apologies. It's a 777 machine of Dylan Pereira. There is gangbusters, so it has gone on. And I think, was that Rattray White that made contact?
We can't go through right into there. It doesn't matter whether we're on an out lap or what it is. It's never going to end well, and that's exactly what we saw.
My word. All right. Well, it's all kicked off in terms of qualifying. This is the first Sandown. Actually, this is the second ever race with a new damage model in an endurance race for this series as well. So Interlagos was the first, and we're going to get a replay to show us exactly what happens. That looks like Brian Borg, Marcelo Rivera, and Rattray White. Rattray White sticks to the nose. That's a late move from Borg to move to the left.
Yeah, that's never on, regardless of whether it's an out lap or a cool down lap or whatever. There's not enough room. It narrows up so much through there. So thankfully they all got away with it. Oh, and there's drama there on the exit of that turn as well. There was a car off to the side. I don't know if they were just trying to get out of the way, but yeah, not what you want to see in the dying stages of qualifying, because if you tear these cars up, you've got to head back to pit lane and repair what damage you can and have a go again. So, and as you said, it's time crucial now because they know that this session is slowly getting away from them.
I think the big thing is, think about these curbs and bouncing over them. Do you all of a sudden take a little bit less risk in the race? We'll be talking about that in the near future. Dylan Pereira is still trying to set a lap time in the 777 machine at this point in time. It's not working his way. We'll be driving off alongside of Marko Talijancic. Interesting to note, though, that Tali's sidestepped the qualifying for this one. He's actually going to let Pereira do the qualifying run. Whether or not that's just a mark from Tali, he just says, yeah, mate, jump in, have a go, lodge yourself, see how you go. Or what the story is behind the wheel. As for this car, how about Andrew Dyson? I know you've had a few stoushes around a few left-hand turning circuits with this man.
Yes, I need to do it again too. I'm starting to miss the old NASCAR style racing. It's really good fun. But yeah, and you can see just how aggressive he is on those curbs. You touched on whether they stay on the curbs or whether they don't. You've really got to attack them because there's time there to be made. So if you tell a driver that there's time to be made bouncing off the curbs, they'll do it till they can get it right. So, and being such a long race too, you know, in qualifying, they're going to be very aggressive. There'll be times throughout the race where they'll probably stay away from them and they won't sort of hassle them too much. But when it gets to the business end of it, they're really going to be hassling them, I think.
Righto, business end of qualifying now. I believe we're going to have about 2 minutes left on this session now to start that last flying lap. And for Andrew Dyson, the sector time's looking reasonable as he comes now down to the penultimate corner. He'll tip it into the left-hander. He'll line it up and across the curbs, and he'll light it up and across the curbs as he cuts his way into pit lane as well. And isn't that just the way that these things drive around this place as well?
That's it. Doesn't matter if they're new and old tyres. They do. These things can be a little bit of a beast to drive, but, you know, hey, that's part of the skill about being in this series is doing the absolute best you can, and that's what these guys are doing. They're getting ready for this last run because they know that regardless of where they are on the totem pole at this stage, it's going to change massively because the next group of cars are about to come out, and that will push them down, you would imagine, a little bit down the board.
Well, interesting to note, fastest lap time actually from the practice session was a 1:05.549 by the 088 machine of James Scott and Anton De Pasquale. So they set the timing sheets alight. It was only 51 thousandths of a second back to teammates in the 990, which is Dylan Rudd and Shani Lutsu in second place. That was just from practice. I tell you what, Zach Rattray White did a phenomenal job in practice at a 5.668. I think what's actually happened since then, though, is the track temps have actually come up a little bit. So this actually could be representative in terms of this may shake the order up. So even though Group 2 may be coming our way in the near future, some of these times might be good enough. 1:05.710 from Marcelo Rivera still sets the way. It's going to be an 8.25 from Rattray White, and the 12 machine. Matthew Bowler's managed to plonk the number 12 on the second row of the grid as it currently stands. Joe Stewart, I wonder if he thinks there might just be a little bit more time out there. Anderson, what is he going to be able to carry out of this HRT a liveried car to the second last corner. Look at the curve they're mounting. Look at the curve they're climbing over. Out of the last corner. On the run of the flag. No, he's going to dive into the lane. There was an off track on that lap. 50 seconds now on the timing sheets for the end, I believe. Q number 1. Hayden Veld out across the line. There is some shaking in the time charts, and now it's going to be Hayden Veld to second spot of the first group of qualifying as well. Bowler's gone to fourth fastest. Sorono moves his way into sixth. Teo Sorono is an interesting one, worth keeping an eye on. Has not had a good series to date. Pereira now lines up a lap out of the last corner. I think this will be the start of his flying lap. May not have been the end of the previous one, so he will get an opportunity to improve upon that one. Forzen El Nabi. I just feel as if Forzen's probably thinking there was a little bit more in that lap, and I think he should be a touch further forward. What do you think, Sandman? Yeah,
well, look at the times too. Like, it's just over 2/10 for the top 10. So absolutely nothing in it for these guys. So they know that if you just give away just a tiny bit, it's going to cost you, because everyone, we said just how crucial it is to get your times around here. It's going to be so close. So yeah, there could be a little bit left on the times there for him. Just seeing how Dylan's gone so far. 39s.
I've seen my favourite comment about Dyson, by the way. Dyson's confident for this. Mostly left-hand turns, benefit of a clockwise racetrack.
Oh, he's run wide there, Dylan. So we put the Mozza on him a little bit there as he's gone through the gravel trap. And race control is called. That's the end of this Group 1 session for qualifying.
Yeah, so 777 will start out of 11th place at the end of Group 1 worth of qualifying. And that means that Blake Delaney will also run out of the final corner. Hasn't run all that well, unfortunately for him. And it will be towards the tail end of the field. The number 19 as well. Dylan O'Shea actually got out there and he's on a lap at this point in time. So Hayden Sell's done all but the current active lap time for the number 19 car. I do wonder if this lap might be valid or not. I'm not 100% certain, but either way, Dylan O'Shea is now in that car and trying to line it up. Qualifying results as they currently stand. So that car is currently down in 18th as it currently stands, and it looks like the sector times might be okay from Dylan O'Shea. Reminder, crossed the line second last year. Heap of wheel spin as he shot out of turn 9 underneath the Penrite Bridge. What's it going to be like through the final couple of corners? On the run now to the flag.
Oh.
And into the pit lane. So it's not a valid lap time, but that is at least one lap in the books for him. And yeah, that'll be frustrating after the result last year, to say the least. But Hayden Veld will be very, very happy with that result.
Yeah, look at the margin too. Absolutely nothing in it for Marcelo Rivera. But hey, at the end of the day, it's not a sprint race, is it? It's an endurance. 161 laps around here. So, yes, you always want to qualify as well as you can, but it's not the be-all and end-all of how your night is going to pan out. So, a lot to take away from these teams, and now they just sit out and watch the next group go out for the final part of qualifying.
Yeah, that's going to be it. Right, Mitchinson did a reasonable job as well up into 14th. That's all the way back outside the top 22. So half the field qualifying is now in the books. What is the second half of qualifying? Are we going to see fireworks suddenly erupt in terms of those lap times? Track temps still hovering around 27.8 degrees Celsius, and that wind as well. I've seen it blustering around. Moves up, moves down. It's currently up around 28 kilometers an hour from the northwest. So it is going to be a big, big factor for these guys at this point in qualifying. But think about it. Sandman touched on it a few moments ago. 161 laps. Who will be talking about qualifying results at the end of 161 laps? I'm sure some crazy muppet in the commentary box. One of us will do it.
You're already put your marker down for that one, are you?
Look, I've got it on the notes now just to make sure that I achieved that one at the end of the race.
But you're right. It's qualifying is, you always want to put your best foot forward, because at the end of the day, it's risk versus reward, isn't it? You want to start towards the front just to hopefully stay out of the carnage. Doesn't always mean that the carnage isn't going to happen up the front, but you just think to yourself, if I'm not in the back, there's probably more of a chance that I'm not going to be, involved in an incident. So, look, at the end of the day, yeah, you're right. We won't be talking about who grabbed pole. It's going to be who's finished first after 161 laps.
Yeah, so it was interesting. Last year was the first night as well that the series actually ran on the Friday night for the Enduro Cup as well. And ultimately, the drivers ended up liking it. But what does it do to a race car driver? It is currently 7:20 p.m. on the eastern side of the country. It is 5:20 p.m. on the western side of the country. And for the Kiwis, well, Michael Taliancic is one of those, I can tell you. I always love catching up with him after V8 Veterans, and he's always very, very happy to tell me, man, it's really late in the night, let's cut this short. Oh, I'm going to get to bed. So it's currently 9:19 p.m. over in New Zealand. By the time this race finishes, it will be well and truly after midnight for the Kiwis. But for the guys on the West Coast, they've got to have dinner somewhere in the middle of this race. And that does change things up. Jack Boyd had KFC, I think it was. So we were talking about, what have you got ready for dinner in the middle of the race? Yeah, it's just sitting down to KFC. I'll let the co-driver start the race. Race was over 3 laps in. He said, more time for the KFC now.
I think we were going to try and reach out to Macaulay Jones and see if we could get some Pizza Hut delivered to the comms box during the race, because these races get quite long, and I don't think it'd be too bad to get a little bit of Pizza Hut pizza going in the commentary box for the broadcast. But subtle hint. I don't know if Macaulay's listening, but anyway.
Oh, that's a new one. I haven't heard that one yet. But hey, look, I'm never going to turn down free pizza. Me and the belly have a great relationship. I keep it heavily supplied with tasty foods, so Pizza Hut, if you're listening.
Absolutely. I love Pizza Hut. We had Pizza Hut the other day, and you know what I love about Pizza Hut is that they've changed the boxes. They've actually got a colouring competition for V8 supercars on the box of the pizza. So how good's that?
Sick. All right. Well, you've booked me in. I'm pretty sure I'm in charge of dinner in the next couple of nights, and Pizza Hut it is. Thanks. Job done. Pizza Hut and entertainment.
All right, cars are on track for Group 2. Yeah, now it's going to be interesting, isn't it? So we're looking at the fastest time so far, 1:05.710 for that Group 1. Do we think that's going to be eclipsed straight away? We did notice the temperature in the track just rising up a little bit. I guess these teams now will be just trying to find a little bit of space and see how they can go about trying to beat those times. It'll be interesting to see how much it changes.
Well, that's going to be really, really important. I can actually tell you the track temperature just died by about half a degree. Not much, but sim racers, they love every little bit. Yeah, they'll take everything they possibly can. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Wind speed is up right around 30 kilometers an hour at the moment. So it just picked up and it's blustering. It's real gaily. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep an eye on this one. You may see a few V8 supercars weaving all over the place as they attempt to get those rear ends compliant. First laps are going to start here in just a few moments. The run out of the final corner. Who's going to be the head car of the queue? Oh, it's going to be... all the way down on the run to turn number 1. It is going to be Brady Myers in the HRT car is going to lead the way from Jake Burton, Griffin Gardner, Ethan Griegalt, James Scott, Andrew Gilliam, Kuznetsov, Kurt Stenberg, Jordan Ross, Brenton Hobson, Madison Down. Takes us back through about 10 of those cars. That will be the order. We'll see those lap times start to come through. Myers was supremely quick on the long run last year. What's he capable of in terms of lap time this year as he runs out of turn number 4? The run down the back straight away, plucking gears as he goes as well. And then he'll crest the hill for the first time in qualifying for the Sandown 500 2024. Can I just say that a few more times? Sandown 500, Sandown 500. Oh, we're here, boys. Sandown 500.
And you'll get your real dose of Sandown 500 after this session, because all the teams and drivers with their co-drivers, they'll be ready to tackle this place for 500 Ks. And what an amazing race. Great little racetrack. And now, Brady Myers, he managed just to get a clean lap. Let's see what it does for him on the totem pole.
Yeah, here come the lap times as well. Who is going to be able to set a very quick lap time nice and early? Phil Sell's going to jump his way automatically all the way up to third, but it's not an improvement. James Scott now goes to the top of the totem pole. 17 thousandths of a second for first place on the first time of asking. What does the field look like? Rosella last year won this race. What's he going to be able to do in 2024 with a new outfit, a new program? Griffin Gardner's lap has been abandoned. Will not get a lap time in from the first time of asking. And the qualifying games, it's already started. We're here. It's time to switch on.
Didn't take long to James Scott on his first out lap, just straight to the top of the timesheets. That's an impressive lap. Chad Lewis right behind him, absolutely nothing in it, but that's what you need to do. We talk about it each and every week as far as striking when the iron's hot. You know you've got time in the session, but you just want to get a banker down. And if your banker happens to go straight to the top of the timesheets, you breathe easy for the rest of the session. Oh, smoke, someone's locked it up. It was just a tyre lock-up. No one ran off or had any drama, thankfully. But, that definitely... James will be definitely breathing a little bit of sigh of relief now.
well, apologise to the fans watching along at home. Chad Lewis is actually, he's just jumped in the car to have a look at something in the sim. That is actually Marcelo Rivera's co-driver. So what does the times look like after the first run of qualifying? Well, it stays the same. Rivera stays at P2. Hayden Veld stays at P3. Those lap times are really, really good. Jared Filsell, Brody Kostecki, that's going to be a partnership we'll be keeping an eye on. Jumps to fourth. Then there's a little bit of a margin. That says to me there's some lap time there. How about Bo Albert's lap? He was very, very quick in terms of their practice trim. And there's an opportunity for that car tonight. This could be Bo Albert's ticket back to 2025 if he can pull this one out. Absolutely.
Those guys will be breathing a sigh of relief that their Q1 or that Q session 1 that they were actually able to stay in touch with the leaders, because I guess that's one of your fears is when you go out first, it's like, man, how far am I going to drop down the leaderboard, So for those guys to still be in touch, and that's only their first run. So, the likes of Jared Filser, who we're riding on board with now, he's not going to give up. He's going to have a red-hot go and absolutely nothing in it. Look at that time that he had, a 5.743 to a 5.693. So absolutely nothing in it to try and snare pole position.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to get dicier. Who's going to be the driver that jumps out and finds themselves all of a sudden 4 or 5 thousandths of a second? How about the qualifying games here between the teammates? Jared Filsell's been asked to jump ahead of Griffin Gardner. Gardner, no lap time in the books at this point in time. Interesting to note, the 22, Brady Myers, out of P22 as it currently stands. He'll be looking to improve upon that one. Dylan Rudd was quick here last year as well. An opportunity. Last year, it was for 9.5 Sim Sports. This time by doing okay. And doing okay atop the points charts as well. That was a huge moment in the off-season. But Enduro time, that's probably where the teamwork and really comes into play. So new outfit. He's been up the front. He's been up the pointy end. Now, I wonder if he sort of sits there and thinks, I think I can win one of these endurance races. Could it be Sandown?
Absolutely. Well, it's anyone's race, isn't it, for the length of these races. But speaking about doing okay, how good is it to have another Aussie on the Formula One grid with the announcement that Jack Dillon is now going to be racing with Alpine next year? So fantastic news. And, we just hope that Danny Ricciardo can keep a seat in Formula One, wherever it may be. And to have 3 Aussies on the grid in one season, that would be absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, yeah. And even if it is Daniel Ricciardo swapped out for Liam, I'd love to see Danny Ricciardo jump in one of these things, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. He did that a few years ago when he was racing with Renault. He drove, I think, Rick Kelly's car at Calder Park, and he said he absolutely loved it. So that wouldn't be bad. He's
not a big fan of the sim racing world, though, I think. And going to dive out of the way is Jared Filsell. At the exit of turn 6, he'll be staying out of the way of all the traffic. We'll dive into the lane. Griffin Gardner will now take the lead of the trainers. They run down through to the final couple of corners. And the difficulty is, that's where Filsell's trying to feed back into. He's trying to stay as far away from everyone else's line as possible, not impede a qualifying lap. Scott's in the middle of the pack. Currently puts it on pole position. Can he improve on the second lap of qualifying? What's the time's going to be? Well, they're on pole position. Are they going to improve from a 105.693? Jake Burton and Emily Jones jump up. They do improve 105.664. New fastest lap of the session will jump ahead. But again, the laps from Rivera and Veld still good enough for the front 2 rows. They will be very happy with that one. Bo Albert's now being clipped. Will drop a little way back. And how about Gillian Myers and Warren are going to jump all the way up to 10th spot on the grid. So that's an improvement of 12 spots for them on their previous qualifying lap. But there's a few markers now being started to lay down. How about Madison down in 14th once again? It's just not the same Madison down that we're used to seeing. The edge is sort of worn off that one.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't be too worried. He did mention about at the last round, qualifying hasn't been their strong point, but they raced really well. And for those two, they did absolutely an amazing job at the last round. Unfortunately, got caught out by a safety car miscue, and that pretty much torched their race. But to have himself and Rehan together in the same drive, I expect them to be up towards the front as the race goes on. So they're an important duo, and they've done really well. And it was just unfortunate for the last round that they got caught out by a safety car call.
How about Blake Warboys, the driver for WKMP Sim Racing as well? works sort of a little bit out and on his own, and for where he sits, is actually having a phenomenal race. Qualifying not going his way, but again, another one of those drivers that just seems to pick his way nice and quietly, nice and cleanly, nice and concisely off as the racing and the series continues. He tends to make his way a little bit further forward. And I was about to say, I don't think Jake Burton will want to be sitting behind any of the Lobs cars at this point in time.
And so far, so good to have Burton and Emily Jones in 5th for the moment. He'd be pretty happy with that. And as you mentioned, coming off the news that, he picked up a pretty important prize during our break, and to win the F4 race for iRacing and to travel overseas like that, that's just huge. Aussie just comes on some traffic, so it looks like everyone's going to play the mind games. I hope everyone's aware and checks up properly. Everyone wants a draft. They don't want to be the one that's punching the hole in the air. So that's what Jake, you can see the 4 TTR cars, they're all line astern. They want to try and just stick together. And you can see that's what the Lobs guys, they can see what TTR are doing. Oh, it's getting juicy though, isn't it?
5 minutes left in the session now for qualifying as well. And won't be a hard cut for those of you watching along at home. It will be whatever lap they're on when that checkered flag flies. They're allowed to going to finish that lap. Madison down, head of the queue, flash the lights. Says that he's aware that he's being watched and he's switched on for this one. They'll all line themselves up for another shot at picking up the pole position. Who can run down James Scott and Anton Di Pasquale? Who can take away potentially a front row start for Marcelo Rivera? He'd be ecstatic with that lap at this point in time, how well it's held up in terms of things. And keep in the back of your mind, we're talking about the breeze. It's picked up again. It's above 30 clicks at this point in time, 30 kilometers an hour in terms of that wind speed, blowing the cars around as they currently run down to turn number 4 as well. So reasonable drive through the first sector, looked altogether quite tidy for Madison Down. Here's where he'll lose the time without that draft.
Yeah, and the bonus is that TTR have done a great job here just spacing themselves out where they're close enough to get that draft, but they're not too close where they're going to start tripping over each other. So as we ride on board with Down through the S's, quite good through there.
Oh,
no. Jinxed in. Sorry, Matt.
Pinch of the front brakes for Madison Down, will bowl him wide down at the end of Dandenong Road. Now it'll be Maloney who'll be the first car who'll get back across the stripe. Nicely carried across the curb, and Brady Myers in the background didn't carry a whole bunch of curve down at turn 12. Turn 11 as they run it out of the final corner. Jake Maloney carries it all the way down the front straight on the left-hand side of the road. What's it going to be is an improvement. Gets himself to 19th at this point in time. And James Scott did improve on that lap time. Luke Rosella now puts himself onto the front row. Won the race last year, and I get the feeling he thinks he can make it back-to-back Sandown 500s. With that lap, he certainly feels like it. Jordan Ross won't be happy with qualifying, sitting 20th at the moment. The team boss over at 951, 33rd in the field. Bo Albert improves again, moves himself back up inside the top 5. And for a man who is throwing back to his earliest days when he started receiving coaching over at Evolution Racing Team, when he joined the academy team, the Evolution Racing Team Hornets, as they were known, with the yellow and black paint scheme, you can tell that he's lost none of his talent across the years since.
How are the times though? Look at the Phil Cell in 6th. They're all covered from 1st to 6th is less than a 10th of a second. So that's incredible. So these guys know they've got their work cut out for them, trying to be as aggressive as they can over the curbs and grab whatever draft they can because they know how crucial it is. Those times are incredible.
Well, it's going to be enough time for probably one more final run. Get yourself back in a pit lane. Take a quick breath. Get a fresh set of tyres put on. New boots. Always make supercars drivers feel that little bit better. One more stab at qualifying. Was there a sector that you left on the table? Could you find, well, I tell you what, if you could find 100th of a second, that might be worth a couple of spots. Such is the nature of qualifying around Sandown. We'll take you through the top 10. James Scott's got it on pole at the moment from Luke Rosella. Marcelo Rivera from Group 1 and Hayden Veld, the 2 drivers out of the first of the 2 qualifying sessions in group qualifying tonight on row number 2. They'll be over the moon with those laps. Bo Albert and Jared Philsell currently sitting on row number 3. Andrew Gilliam and Jake Burton on row number 4. And Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd make up row number 5. I cannot believe, Sandman, how well the Rivera and Veld times have stood up to the rest of the field. I did not expect them to do this well.
I wasn't sure. I didn't know if they'd hold on to first, but I probably maybe expected them to be 5th, 6th, 7th maybe after this. So for them to be as strong as they have been, I think that's really good. They'll be doing backflips at that time's actually held up, because there's only one more run for these guys here. And yeah, I think they're going to stay strong and probably hold on to at least a top 3.
Really, really interesting. Madison Down's actually one of the cars that's overtaking a whole bunch of cars. There is now starting to be some qualifying games played. Tom Freer is boxed in a little bit. Ian Ford's just gone past him in one of the Maverick liveries. Jordan Ross pulls over to the right-hand side to cover off a few people. Ethan Greek-Doltz, another one of the Maverick liveries. So the 2 blue and yellow and red cars that you see in the middle there, the Evolution Racing Team cars. Ethan Greek Gold will now be on the left-hand side of your picture. Ian Ford will be on the right, and that flips around, so that becomes Ian Ford on the left, and Greek Gold on the right. And you've got, now there's a whole bunch of contact as the concertina kicks off as they get down to turn number 6. Everyone recognises this is the final time of asking. 30 seconds now on the clock to get out of the final corner. Someone's going to have to go. How long do they hold them back? Final lap of qualifying. And I've seen this before in a Formula 1 grid somewhere.
I think I'd be worrying if I was at the back. I'm like, am I going to get across that line with 15 seconds to go? Because the leaders are still coming through the last one near the pit entry. So here they go. The guys up the front, they're going for it. They've got to get away. Only 6 seconds left on the clock.
Going to be half the field not going to get across. 3, 2, 1. Here it comes. So if you haven't crossed the line now, the checkered flag will start to fly. Qualifying for the Sandown 500. Final lap. Jake Burton pinches the brake down at turn number 1. That might just destroy his lap time. Bails out of that one now as well. Rick Kuznetsov will be second in the queue now behind Brady Myers, will lead the way from Jake Maloney. Madison Down, Kurt Stenberger all in this front group. And there'll be a few drivers with checkered flags already next to their name because their qualifying sessions are done. I'll read off a couple of them. It's going to be Andrew Gilliam, Jared Filsell, Griffin Gardner, Brenton Hobson's also done, Warboys Rosella. So it looks like a lot of the Lobs cars are actually done in terms of qualifying. That will be their fastest lap. Myers now down to turn number 6 across the crest of the hill. Can he carry it? Too much curb? Maybe. There was a lot of curb taken there as he come down through the S's. And then he'll line it up underneath the Penrite Bridge. But that was commitment. That's what you're going to carry if you're going to look for pole position. Brady Myers outside the top 10. Is this lap good enough for a top 10 starting position for the driver, the 22? No, it's going to be abandoned. There was too much curb taken. Kuznetsov is into the lane as well. Who's going to set valid lap times out of this group? They're going to come out of the last corner to the line. Bo Albert looks like he's on a lap here as well. Who's going to find time? No, they're all done. Everyone from this far back. That will be qualifying in the books. It's going to be good enough for James Scott. A 105.626 is going to be your pole position. And they've won a lot this season. They're doing okay, Lobs boys. They've now added a Sandown 500 pole to the list of accolades for 2024.
There we have it. And what a run to that. Some of those teams will be absolutely kicking themselves as they miss that final chance, but we could see it coming, and you called it. You said you've seen this in an F1 race where they just don't make it to the line. They've got all the time in the world, but unfortunately that queue just backed them up and they weren't able to complete that last lap. So there'll be some drivers and teams kicking themselves for that.
Right, well that is it from qualifying, and that now means it's time to step on over to our starting grid. We are going to have 44 cars for your Sandown 500, and the front row of the grid, it's going to be the 088 machine. We'll be talking to both drivers out of that car in just a few moments, as well as part of the Gamesman grid walk. For James Scott, it will be another pole position. Lining up alongside of him is going to be the 55 machine of Luke Rosella. On row number 2, from group number 1 of qualifying, weren't expecting this from these guys. Marcelo Rivera has found some speed in that car, lining up alongside of his teammate Hayden Veld, and they'll make it 3 cars in a row as well, because the Evolution Racing Team car of Bo Albert sits in 5th spot. He'll be off alongside of Jared Filsell in 6th. 7th spot is going to be the 201 machine of Andrew Gilliam, off alongside of Jake Burton. The 9th and 10th place cars rounding out your top 10, more doing okay by Lobs cars, Griffin Gardner and Dylan Rudd. The first car outside of your top 10 will be the Vermilion Esports car of Zach Rattray White, one of his best qualifying performances of the season. Starts alongside of series veteran Brady Myers. We'll throw it back to the 7th row on the grid. It's going to be the 12 machine Matthew Bowler, a reasonable qualifying effort from him as well. Teammate Ethan Greig-Galt will be alongside of him to complement on row number 7. Madison Down and Tom Freer are going to make up row number 15 and 16. 2 more veterans sitting there with a whole host of experience. Job Stewart will be keen to replicate his result from earlier in the season from Watkins Glen. Teo Serrano also nets best qualifying performance of the season. Good time to pull it off. Rounding out your top 20, though, is going to be Adam Briggs, and I believe Jordan Ross will be off alongside of him 19th and 20th. 21st and 22nd, Josh Anderson and Jake Maloney rounding out that one. And back on to row number 12, Robbie Gibbs and Jacob O'Reilly in the 2 and 222 cars. In forward will be the first of the cars off of row number 13 and the 115 Energy. The other 097 for fours, and El Nabi will be also off alongside of him. Andrew Dyson will be starting the 017 car, it looks like, for alongside of Blake Warboys in 28th. And rounding out your top 30 will be Brenton Hobson and Brody Sentence. I won't talk more about Hobbo. I might fry his hard drive once again. Dylan Pereira, reasonable qualifying effort, starting that car off alongside of Michael Taliancic. Kurt Stenberg out of 32nd. Cameron Jones and Brady Baldwin 33rd and 34th. Richard Hampstead and Luke Mitchinson 35th and 36th. Before we'll get back to 37th, which will be Bailey Ford. Damien Johnson will be alongside of him on the, the 19th row of the grid. Wayne Burke and Dylan O'Shea out of your top 20. O'Shea will be unhappy with starting that deep in the field. We'll have some work to do. Andre Heimgartner and Blake Delaney off of row number 21. And the back row of the grid is going to be Tyson Broad and Michael Whiting to bring us 22 rows worth of racing action before, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Gamesmen Grid Walk. And we are going to get an opportunity to talk to the drivers from the front row. It's going to be James Scott, who starts off of our pole position. And I tell you what, James, it's been pretty confidently up the front just about the entirety of the season. That session was extremely close. It always is when you come to Sandown. Important to get that lap together.
Yeah, no, absolutely, mate. Times are always really close around this track. So didn't know how we're going to end up there with the last run. It was really tight to making it to the end. But yeah, no, I was pleased to get that lap in at the end there, and good enough for pole.
Mate, in terms of things, 500 kilometres before you're here tonight takes a little bit more of the fatigue management into the aspect of the way that you approach the race. How's Anton feeling, and what's the communication level been between you guys this week as to how you approach this race?
Yeah, no, long race. Lots of time to go wrong, but not too much of a physical track this one. Lots of straights and just a few corners at the end. So not too much worried about that side. But yeah, Anton's really good. He'll jump in, and his pace is really good. So shouldn't be any issues there.
Talking about your teammate that's going to be starting off alongside of you, Luke Rosella, won this race last year. Is there you got any money on him to win it again this year, or is he going to have to come and earn it this time?
No. Look, if he's the fastest guy, then happy to have him to have a win. It's obviously good to see any of the Lobs cars up there. So, but yeah, no, I'm sure we'll put it up a good race and see where we end up come the end of the race.
Mate, congratulations on another pole position. Sit down, relax, enjoy yourself, and go get settled in for a race start.
Thanks, mate.
Sandman's going to be taking us all the way back down to 10th spot on our starting grid for this one, and I believe you've got Dylan Rudd on standby.
I am just on the grid here with Dylan as we prepare. Starting out a P10, mate, that's not too bad. It's a long race. It's the understatement of the season, but how are you feeling as we get ready to go green?
Yeah, feeling pretty confident. So just trying to make it through the first lap here with no damage, and then press on with the rest of the stint.
Now, these doing okay cars are actually doing okay. So to be inside the top 10 for such a long race, your nerves coming into it, has everything gone to plan? I know everyone wants obviously pole position in qualifying, but I think inside top 10 isn't a bad call for these races.
Yeah, it wasn't the most ideal qualifying, but like you said, it's a long race. Anything can happen. So you just need to be there at the end because that's when it counts.
And how's prep been with yourself and Gianni leading up to this one?
Yeah, it's been good. So I think our pace is okay. So we'll find out here soon how we're looking, and yeah.
And I guess there's so many unknowns, mate, with this one. Obviously we talk about the length of this race, 500 Ks, the chance of a safety car to come out and mix things up a little bit. You, as a team, would obviously have some sort of game plan and have some sort of idea of how it's going to play out, but you've really got to stay on your toes for so many unknowns.
Yeah, that's it. So with the random safety cars, anything can happen. So you just need to make some calls on the fly, and hopefully they pay off.
And one last quick one. To decide who was starting, was it a flip of the coin, or did you say, I'm starting?
Yeah, I decided I'd start the car this round, so see how it pans out.
Fair enough, mate. Well, all the best. We'll be watching out for you. It's going to be a terrific race, and have a nice clean start, and fingers crossed we're talking to you at the end of the night, mate.
Awesome. Thanks, mate.
There you go. So Dylan's on the grid out of P10. You're going to take a little bit further a walk right down to the end of the grid, I believe.
It's a jog, mate. It's not a walk.
31st position, was it?
Can you hear? I'm out of breath. 35th. I might just sprint from the front end of the grid all the way down to 35th. But either way, we've actually got them both here. Lee Ellis and Richard Hampstead. First off, we'll start with you, Rich. Qualifying 35th, a little bit further down the field. Probably a little bit unhappy with the lap. Didn't quite come together.
Yeah, not ideal, unfortunately. Our car is a fair way off where it needs to be honest. And then, yeah, I just couldn't put a lap together. Just every time I hit a curb, the car got sideways. Every time I stood on the throttle, the car got sideways. So, in a super competitive series like this, you just can't afford to be in that situation.
Mate, in terms of race strategy now, qualifying's in the bin. You, as a race car driver, you guys are so good at just putting that stuff behind you, getting the eyes switched on forward. Strategy to start the race, you're climbing in the car. In terms of the strategical sort of options that are available to you, you're looking for an early safety car, get Lee in. Is the plan to get him straight out of the car at that critical lap number, that 82?
Early-ish safety car. It can't be too early, otherwise it won't really help the strategy too much. And then Lee will be in the car somewhere between 54 to 80 laps, just depending on how the safety cars fall.
And Lee, mate, for you, a lot of prep work this week. Obviously, you've got to bring yourself back up to speed, make sure that all the bells and whistles are tightened. It's an enduro season. Are the eyes switched forward to Bathurst, or are you guys just focused on, is this an opportunity to go, all right, racecraft, I'm gonna overtake a few cars today, really work on my racecraft, make sure I'm prepped for Bathurst?
Look, really, I'm just happy to be here. Happy that Richard decided to put a bit of faith in me. I haven't raced in, I think, about 2 years. So, just let's try and move forward and make some good moves and hopefully not roll anyone in anywhere.
Rich, you happy to put the faith in the man? He's proven himself years gone by. You just stick that faith behind him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I know Lee's been kind of had other things going on in his life, which has meant that sim racing can't be his main focus. But everyone who's been around the scene knows that Lee's a really good driver. So yeah, really happy to finally get the chance to drive with him.
Mate, best of luck for both of you guys tonight. Go get the head down and have fun.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, Gamesman Grid Walk, and that leaves us now with less than a minute to go before we get our race start. The 2024 Logitech Sandown 500. We are 499 kilometers, 743 meters, I think it was, from a race conclusion. And some early favourites. Look, qualifying's in the books, but I really, really like those two ERT cars, the 3 ERT cars in a row from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, absolutely. They're always a strong package, but, look, we say so many things can happen, and it all could happen. We might have a quick look into this race before it happens, just at the first turn. You just got to hope that everyone gets through there clean, nice and smart, no silliness, and head down, bum up.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, time to switch on. It is time for your Sandown 500. Retro round, the drivers put in some work. They get the liveries already set to start. As we get set to start, Sandown 500 time. The long run down to turn number 1 under the Penrite Bridge. Who's going to get the wheel spin? Who's going to get it away? Who is going to be brave when they get to turn number 1? Reasonable start from Rivera. It's going to be Haydenfeld trying to stay alongside of him. Rosella sweeps around the outside, converts a second into a lead at the end of the first turn. Scott's forced to slot in, and Brody Kostecki's going to try and have a go down on the inside at turn 2. Little bit of a bump in the rear end of Feld. Now he's going to get down the inside at turn 4.
Shunted him!
Bo Albert's going to collect him as well. 2 and the field's into it. They've all managed to get through. Are you kidding me? It didn't even take to the back straight for it all to kick off.
I said that this race would unfold maybe in the first turn. It took a couple of turns later, but man, that was hard contact. Kostecki got into the side of him, but it looks like fired him into the fence. And that's caused massive drama down the back straight. So there's already a number of teams that are going to be affected and possibly even out of this race before it's even started.
Kurt Stenberg, meatball flag. Evolution Racing Team 053. Hayden Veld started from row number 2, and it's all over just about as quickly as it began. I think Stenberg's engine might be out. We've got an engine expiry. Stenberg's engine just blew down the back straight away. We could have a potential for our first safety car of the night on lap number 2. Rosella's going to lead the way in the opening stanza, and we'll get an opportunity potentially to review this one. There's no way. This is what it looked like as they fed down here through turn 1, turn 2, and then this is where the bumps drive. Kostecki sensed an opportunity to get aggressive, little bit of a whack in the back, then gets down the inside, hops the curb. He didn't leave a lot of room.
No, but Kostecki was up on 2 wheels, and that's what fired him. And look at the carnage there, that everyone's just bunched up and nowhere to go. But, you've got to feel for Stenny. Just to be out of the race already, it's just heartbreaking. And that's endurance racing for you. It doesn't take much, especially when the field is so jolted together. I said that, in qualifying, you want to try and stay away from the carnage. And I even mentioned that carnage can happen up the front, and unfortunately it did.
Well, Stenberg makes the pit lane. No safety car called on lap number 2, but his engine expired on the back straightaway, and he was on the clutch all the way into the pit lane. It's going to be a very, very long night. Taliancic, another car who's already into the pit lane, and there's a third one. It was Hayden Veld. So those are the 3 cars we've lost from the early running of this one. Who's been the big gainer, though, on lap number 1? Jake Burton grabbed himself 4 spots. Dylan Rudd's +3 as it currently stands. The 22 Brady Myers, a little bit more contact as well. It's still all kicking off.
Well, Burton just got his left rear. Oh, look at the damage as we look at this on board, actually. Look at the damage to the front of the Kostecki car. So, Burton just got that left rear on the grass and was lucky to keep it straight. So, thankfully, he managed to get away. Didn't look like nose-to-tail contact, but that damage would be a little bit concerning for the 94. You can see the front wheel on the left-hand guard is just poking out a little bit. So, they're going to carry that damage.
And they'll all try and settle themselves down on it. And how about the weight now that gets placed upon the co-driver's shoulders? Richie Stenaway and Anton Di Pasquale are the co-drivers of your front 2 cars. They're going to lead potentially laps in this race and decide their main game driver's fates. Marcelo Rivera handed an opportunity, and Chad Lewis is his co-driver. And they're going to have an interesting night. Chad Lewis is going to be under an immense amount of pressure in this one as well. Fastest lap to start the early stints comes from Griffin Gardner, a little bit further down in terms of the running order as well. Secondary incident we're hearing down at turn 4, and that's where Taliancic got turned.
Oh, look at another TTR car involved as well. That's where Stenny nosed it straight into the barrier, and that's where it's killed his car. But man, and that's just a concertina effect, isn't it? So much happens up the front, and then it's just a chain reaction, unfortunately, for everyone else who was back there.
And unfortunately for Michael Taliancic and Dylan Pereira, night is now over. Tow without permission means that it's a disqualification for the rest of the racing action. They will not be allowed to rejoin the race at any point throughout the proceedings here tonight. Now Jake Burton's going to become a little bit of the cork in the bottle as he gets harassed.
Yeah, well, that's a bit of a game changer. That I know everyone says, well, the tow without permission, what's all that about? At the end of the day, him being stranded on the racetrack, that could have brought out a safety car. So that's a little bit of a race changer. So the team that, obviously you have to grant permission from race control to get out. That's just one of the quirks with our series. Unfortunately, they didn't abide by that, but that could have really turned things on its head, and we could have had a safety car in that first opening lap.
Yep. Well, it hasn't happened. And now we'll have to keep our eyes on, how about Senny trying to get that car back to the pit lane to prevent a safety car as well. He had the exact right amount of time. If he'd have been 5 seconds slower getting back to the pit lane, that one would have caused a safety car instead. He would have been forced to pull up somewhere. Now we'll get an opportunity to dig a little bit deeper in the field. Reasonable opening lap for Jake Maloney, 22nd to 16th. He's gained some spots as well. Forzen El Nabi, 26th to 17th. So he's also on the move. But Blake Warboys, we mentioned, probably a little bit out of sequence in terms of his qualifying attempts. 28 to 18, gains 10 spots on the opening lap. A lot of opportunity on lap 1 and making the most of it.
Yeah, especially, and you hate it too, especially when there's been so much drama. I mean, those teams that just hold their breath back there and just trying to pick their way through the carnage. So that's always the frightening bit, isn't it? When there's a big incident like that and the track's jammed, it's like if you can just get through and you're unscathed, then, that makes your job just that much easier. So there'll be a couple of teams just licking their wounds that, they just need to keep the car straight. And it's, what are we, lap 6, but it's just so early.
Yeah, interesting one to keep an eye on as well. And we did see his car actually shoot through the tail end of the shot with Michael Taliancic, which was Dylan O'Shea from the rear end of the field. So remember, Hayden Sell had to qualify that car because O'Shea wasn't back in time, had to start from the rear end of the field. and he got away with it. This car could have a fair few bent panels on it. It's got a tiny little scuff if you keep your eyes down the right front corner. Tiny little one. That's the only damage it looks like to that end of the car. That could have been night over for him.
So we go on board with Brody Kostecki, really putting pressure here on the back of Jake Burton. Jake's just let the field just get away from him a little bit. But look, Jake doesn't have to worry about what's happening at the moment. It's such a long race. He just needs to get himself into a bit of a rhythm. He'll know that the Kostecki's behind him. He'll probably see that little bit of damage that he's got too. No doubt the team would have informed him on that. Possibly race stewards might even be looking at that incident, so he may not be too concerned about Brody just yet.
Brody, I did actually just notice Brody lifted out at the tail end of the straight. So he's already trying to save some fuel, and there's going to be an update to this one, which is incredibly important. Ladies and gentlemen, Brody Kostecki, for the incident on lap number 1, gets himself a drive-through penalty for the contact with Hayden Veld down at turn number 4. So will be a trip through the lane for this car, and unfortunately all the way back down to the tail end of the field. But if it's going to happen in a race like this where you got 500 Ks, got time to make it back up.
Absolutely. You want it as, if it's going to happen, you never want it to happen, but if it's going to happen, have it happen as early as you can, and you got plenty of time to bounce back. The opportunity of a safety car, that could bring them back into the fold. They could just change their race strategy up a little bit. So, and it'll give them some clear air too. So as much as they have to travel down pit lane now, they know they won't be held up by anyone. He'll have some clear air and he'll be able to push on. So he darts into pit lane and he'll get that penalty over and done with.
And he is going to be sitting inside that car fuming a little bit. I don't think drive-through penalties tend to calm down drivers. If anything, they tend to wind them up a fair bit more as he attempts the very slow trundle down pit lane. That car has got strategy options open to it tonight. It's probably got the most even co-driver pairing across the team as well. So it means they can put any driver in at any period of the race and they're reasonably covered. So they'll make some time back up. What it does do, though, is it does move Andrew Gilliam up inside the top 5, and he'll get an opportunity to start applying some pressure now to Jake Burton. Dylan Rudd up into 6th spot, and for him, Phil Sell going to the rear end of the field as well. That has championship implications in that as well. That is exactly what Dylan Rudd wanted to see.
Yeah, well, that's it. And look, you can see he's come into the thick of it too. So he didn't quite have that clear air. I thought he would have been able to get some of that clear air. So that's going to make his day just that little bit tougher. He would have loved to have some clear air, but yeah, now it's just eyes forward. Don't worry about what's happened. Just put it behind just now, and all they can do is just make sure that they go the rest of this race without any dramas and just push on.
Yep, so head down is about all that he can do from here on out. Looks like he's got a little bit of pace to play with. Might be able to just pull the trigger on a few overtakes and see if he can't make his way further through the field. Andre Youssef gets himself Andre Youssef Lewis Greathead, the team. 5-second penalty for contact with Sean McNamara and Cameron Jones on lap number 1 down at turn 9. So there was further action at the tail end of the field, and that was at the tail end of lap 1. That was not the one that we saw down at turn 3, turn 4, which saw Taliancic in the fence.
The stewards have been busy for that opening lap, haven't they? Just all over it. But we'll go and check this OG Gear replay.
That's the 990 car of Dylan Rudd. We're looking for 900. This will tell the story.
Oh, a little bit of nose to tail. Yeah, just shoved him a bit wide. That was tricky because it's on the braking. You're hard on the brake pedal, and you can push it as hard as you want. You're either going to lock up, but you're not going to stop any harder. Oh, the 94 of Kostecki. Oh, he got away with sideways. He got away with it. He's got to be cautiously aggressive, doesn't he now? They're obviously behind the back foot from where they want to be, but what they need to do is just get on the radio to him. And he knows he's a professional. He just needs to just take it easy. Just, look after the car and just slowly pick him off. So, no doubt he's got his racing head on his shoulders. He's a V8 Supercar champion, so he knows that, what he has to do. But it's just so easy to get flustered in the start of these races.
Shay's just sent the dive bomb of the year down at turn number 1 to make contact with Luke Mitchinson. He'll walk away. The both of them will get away with that one. But I tell you, Luke Mitchinson in 3 or 4 corners has just been run wide twice. So he might be a little bit hot under the collar at this point in time. Settle it down, boys. Somebody tell these guys 500 kilometres worth of racing action. We're already 30 kilometres into this one, and the elbow is on display a little bit early. I will make a comparison, and it's what's going on in this little hullabaloo a little bit further down further up the field as well, as 63 machine is getting a flash on the lights as War Boys. So that's something to do with Forza Nabi then, as they got down into Dandenong Road. Van Gisbergen last year did exactly the same thing, by the way, as Kosecki. A lot of elbows out, and it was all down at Dandenong Road. So there is that comparison that can be drawn. And you could say that, in theory, could that have potentially cost James Scott a shout at the championship? Oh, look, it could have. But there was a lot more that went on as well. But it did definitely cost them a shot at a race win.
Yeah, it'd be fun to have that crystal ball, wouldn't it? And just see where, the season can come unstuck for you or not. But look, everyone's in the same boat, and it's just unfortunate. They'll put it all behind them now, and so it's just eyes forward and just see what they can do in 150 odd laps time.
Yeah. War Boys now 28 to 16, so he's now gained 12 spots out of that one. I do want to keep an eye on that run through the field at Kostecki, because he's absolutely going to get the elbows out. He's already made another spot, by the way. His battle pack's not going to go away anytime soon either. So there'll be a few of these guys that might be saving a little bit, and then all of a sudden you get yourself a little bit of a run. War Boys are starting to close in on Forza Nabi, gets a better run off the final corner. I reckon he'll probably have a crack when they get down here to turn number one. Starts to pick up the draft. Forza Nabi's going to park the car towards the middle of the road, and he says, Blake, if you're coming, you're going to have to go the long way round. Blake will move over to driver's right on the run down to turn number one, as he falls in to come a little bit deep, turns it back down underneath him, but well defended from the Synergy Sim Racing driver.
Yeah, and Forzen's just got that little battle scar on the right front guard too, so you can see it's just protruding that tyre a little bit. So that'll be affecting his aero a little bit. So he knows that'll, sacrifice him a little bit of straight line speed. It's not too bad, but just enough just to be niggling. So he knows he's sort of just a little bit of a sitting duck a little bit here with the draft, but he's been holding on so far. So good job.
There's actually a couple of changes of position back up the pointy end of field. Jake Burton's been passed by Andrew Gilliam and Dylan Rudd now. So he now sits sixth, and it'll be third in this train. And Brady Myers has been on the move as well. Interesting to note as well, as there's actually a big lockup heading into the last couple of corners. Forza Nabi's pinched a break and run wide at the final couple of corners. Finally, Blake Warboys will cut his way through. Tom Ferrier is going to jump in as well. And now here comes Teo Sorono. He's going to have a run at Forza Nabi on the run down the front straight away. Can he lose 3 spots by the time they get to turn number 1 by pinching a break all the way back at turn number 11? Yes, it's going to be. And he was the cork in the bottle of this train. Well, what can Warboys now do now? He's got a little bit of fresh air. And can Tom Ferrier all of a sudden get aggressive?
Yeah, well, he'd be hoping that they can just sort of, these guys want to see each other just push on, because then they can get towed along a little bit too. So, like you said, that cork in the bottle sometimes, once that gets released, these drivers now will start to stretch their legs a little bit. They can see that the rest of the field is starting to gap them. And of course, it's not a major issue at the moment. We talk about the possibility of safety cars. That's bunching the field back up again. So everyone just sort of needs to stick to what their game plan is as such. They know that they've got sort of some sort of pit number that they'll be aiming for before they start thinking about pit stops, but always be prepared for that safety car.
Be prepared. And by the way, for those of you watching along, if you want to understand a little bit what's going to go on with the safety cars here tonight, well, there is somewhere between 0 and 3 random safety cars. If we get Tom Ferrier slides it down the inside at turn number 1. Gets down there, but Warboys is still going to manage to fight him back and hold him off when they get to turn 2. So carries it across the curb and looked for a moment to have a shot, and Freer will spin the tyres up. Blake Warboys is going to get away now, and Freer is going to come under assault by Sorono.
You see the flash of the lights too, a little bit of frustration peeking there. So there's a couple of the teams there just flashing the headlights, and hey, they don't have to move out of the way, but it's easy for the drivers just to get a little bit flustered and just let them know that they're maybe not too impressed with the way that's all played out. But who knows, they might have to go to the old chrome horn soon.
Well, Harrison Dengates, the co-driver for Blake Warboys. As for the 707 machine of Tom Ferrier, will get the experience head of Jamie Stovald that he will hand over to later on. How are a few of the ERT drivers doing up and down the field? Well, Ethan Grigalt has not had the shiniest of seasons, unfortunately, for Ethan. There's been a couple of just a little bit unforced areas, you'd have to say. The pace has still been there, though. The outright lap speed, absolutely there. Long run pace, absolutely there. His biggest weakness has probably just been finishing the job, I think, this year.
Yeah, and it's tricky, isn't it? We touched on, when drivers sort of, they feel like they go through a little bit of a rut, and sometimes you just think, man, I can't do anything right. And then there's some seasons where you don't do anything different from the year before, and everything just goes your way. It's one of those catch-22 things, isn't it? It can be really frustrating as a driver.
Mate, I'm a cricket player. Form and luck are two things that are very, very well tied together. Glenn Maxwell smashing a cover drive that gets taken as catch of the tournament about sums up what happens when you're out of form. You might be playing like you have never felt before, but sometimes things just don't go your way. Bo Albert's doing a reasonable job considering the damage that I was expecting to see to the front end of that car. A little bit of front right guard damage, and you can just see it, just a touch. And compared to how that could have gone, it was literally a roll of the dice which way he went and how it went on lap number 1. Well, he come out the other side, he's doing okay, and qualifying performance has transitioned to an ability to stay in this pack. So his speed is good. This is an out-of-sequence drive. He doesn't drive these cars a whole lot. He's had to get in, had to put in the hard yards, had to work. Sandown 500 thus far, you give him a check mark. Are we going to come back and have a look at that one at the race end?
Yeah, well, I mean, so many things can play out, isn't it? It's hard to write anyone off throughout this series, and yeah, it's hard to put a check mark against anyone, really, is it?
Early days. Lap 16, so we're definitely in the window to get first pit stops potentially out of the way. Somebody who's got a co-driver that might have a little bit of speed behind them, they might look for that early track position. The tricky part here, though, is you pit and you're a little bit too far back off the leaders. Well, you can go a lap down and all of a sudden you're going to be fighting for track position. You can't afford to do that in this series, so that will govern pit strategy from the tail end of the field, I think, tonight. In the meantime, that'll pack up at the pointy end. Still not going away, and everyone just seems a little bit lighter. So Burton's starting to drift off of those two doing okay cars just ahead of him as well. In fact, he's actually lost the draft to them here. So race pace for Jake Burton very early on, not supreme, but then again, they may have a car set up for a little bit hotter track temperatures as we trend towards the afternoon conditions here. 2:15 p.m.-ish in the simmers down the inside. The 025 entry. Jordan Ross driving with Kyle Stokes is the 143. This battle pack's all heating up. It is Michael. I was just looking at that car and thinking, is that Michael Whiting behind the wheel? Indeed it is for the 025 entry. And David Coleman's going to be his co-driver. So they have elected to start primary driver behind the wheel of the Fishy entry. And Jordan Ross as well in 35th. Unfortunately, lap 1 just didn't necessarily go his way. And he's dropped 15 spots as a result. First of the pit stops too. Harley Haber's in. They are off the lead lap.
I was looking at that. Lap 18. So they're rolling the dice for something. Oh
no, what we're hearing, Thorsten Elnavi has had an issue with either internet hardware, something has dropped out in that car, and that has forced Harley Haber to take over the wheel of that car. So off sequence in terms of strategy. The difficult part for these guys, they're going to go one lap down, and you already saw the damage to the front end of that car, and they were starting to get harassed just a little bit and drifting. So I was thinking that actually might not be a bad strategy play, but unfortunately, it wasn't a strategy play after all.
Damn, that 20-cent part. We were talking about it earlier. But that's part of our game. Unfortunately, that in our sport, that's one of the variables that can catch us out. We've seen so many races decided sometimes and positions decided, just for the fact that they fall out of a session or have hardware issues or something like that. But thankfully, they're still in the race. Yes, they're one lap down, but they're still in it with a chance.
And they will get an opportunity when we get a safety car later on to pick that lap back up and get themselves back in contention. So for Harley Haber, him and Luke Rosella won the race last year. They've split up the combination and both going in different directions. And well, Rosella's night's going quite well at the front end of the field. He's looking to make it 2 from 2. And James Scott's managing to go with him at this point in time. Actually, he's going to let Marcelo Rivera go completely and utterly. So Marcelo Rivera takes P2, and James Scott just had a huge old lift. Was that games? Is this feel good? Because that was a huge lift. He lifted majorly.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm scratching my head. Here we go, the OG Gear replay. He's backed right out of it. It just seems a bit strange.
Hearing might have been a slowdown penalty. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's more feasible than I think trying to save fuel. It was a little bit too aggressive for saving fuel, so I've got to think, I think it's got to be. He might have just jumped the curb a little bit and just had to have that little slowdown. Because he's back on it now. He's pushing again. So if he'd gone to all that trouble to save that bit of fuel, it's going all out the window now. So a little bit too aggressive for fuel saving, I think.
Yeah, okay, that solves a lot more questions. We're sitting here going, that was just weird, full stop. So this is the run through 1, 2, 3, and 4 for James Scott. We'll have a look and see if we can detect where the slowdown penalty. That would be it. Yeah. That's it on the inside there. That is what a slowdown penalty looks like when you cut too much at turn 4.
Yep. Oh, well, solves that. There's no issue with the car, thankfully. And he's now, they've got themselves some clear air, so that's fine.
Now it's starting to get a little bit interesting for Andrew Dyson. Locked in behind the 222 machine of Jacob O'Reilly. So Brian Borg and Andrew Dyson, they've elected to stick Andrew Dyson in the car to start this race and go a little bit off sequence, try and see if they can get Brian Borg to make up some time against the co-drivers, which is one of the... If you haven't got track position and you've got a driver that's about on pace with you, that's not a bad way to go. Run down to turn number 1. For this little pack, sitting around the back end of the top 20. I'll tell you what, look how close they're all banked up here as well. There is nothing between all of these guys. They are just nose to tail. Little mistake and there will be contact.
I was just thinking about that slowdown penalty before, and that's how easy it happens for these guys. When you're nose to tail and you got that big rear wing in front of you, sometimes it's not easy to judge your mark because you've got such a big car in front of you. And if you nose to tail like that, sometimes it just inhibits your vision a little bit, and you just, sometimes it's easy to make those mistakes. So these guys are doing a great job as far as not getting those penalties, but it's very close nose to tail action through here.
This battle pack all the way up to Blake Warboys that we were checking in on earlier in 15th spot as it currently stands. How about Zach Rattray White as well? Started 11th. Got involved in the issues on lap number 1. Now at the rear end of the field, and also still missing a front bumper as well. So he's going to have some repairs done to that car. They'll be hoping for a safety car nice and early. You can do a lot under a safety car to just sort of try and repair your night, really.
Absolutely, and that's the beauty. If they can get a safety car, there is plenty of time in the lane. And you touched it on at the start of the broadcast. Sometimes it's the first run for these guys with the new damage model that we've got to the supercar as well. So that's sort of playing in some of these teams' favours, because I think we've seen in the past that when you've had that front damage to the splitter off the left front or the right front, it's really been a bit of a jeopardy as far as to straight line speed. But thankfully it's not as bad as what it used to be. So it's a little bit of give and take, but sometimes it can do more harm than good, that new update. But something they definitely need to think about, being this is the first time for them here.
Well, it's good to see the parts fly off the cars as well and then interact at all 4 corners in terms of suspension arms and everything as well. Certainly makes it interesting. You're never going to get the same damage unless you hit the car exactly the same way, and that just doesn't happen often enough. James Scott is starting to save a little bit more, I feel, up at the front end of this field, so he's just thinking about it, and everyone still knows the tail. This is sort of what happens at Sandown quite a lot. Quite difficult. The difficulty on overtaking is quite high around here, because you just got to try and pull the car up at the back end of a straight, point it in, and it's really the gradiated braking, the cadence braking as they crest the hill here. That's where it all comes down to skill. You just got to have a send and hope the guy alongside of you gives you the room.
I think a lot of it, as much as we're racing too, there's a lot of teams that'll be just sort of sitting and running for the moment. You know, they're not going to be putting too much pressure on the equipment. They'll probably save what little bit of fuel they can because they know that there's obviously still a long way to go. The chances that we're going to see a safety car, they're pretty good. Who knows when and if that may happen. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of teams that just find themselves in a position where they think they can just sort of sit and ride for a little bit and just see how the rest of this race plays out.
Yeah. We haven't had it. We are 24 laps in. You know what? We'll wait till the 25th lap till we say that old adage about car racing. We'll get it in there.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we nearly had it there for the first lap, didn't we? So, but anyway, that's all behind us. But I don't think there'll be too many teams disappointed. Obviously, everyone that got involved in that first lap crash, they're obviously gutted. But I think for everyone else, everyone knows that they're still in it with a chance, regardless of what's happened. So, and that's the beauty of endurance racing and putting your car in the hands of a different driver. So much can happen, and just to get that little break out of the car too, that re-energizes you, and you can sometimes find pace from that when you've got all excited and pumped up for the start of this race. You jump out, you give your co-driver a run, and sometimes just stepping out of the sim and just having to break away from the screen, that really sort of fires you up to go good in your next stint. So I think a lot of these drivers will be looking forward to that.
Some drivers are the opposite. They step out 5 minutes and they go cold. So that's definitely worthwhile being aware of. The 06 machine started to slip back a little bit further. Ethan Greengold, the teammates managed to get through. Moves his way up into 8th, but now Bo Albert's starting to come under a little bit of an assault from Griffin Gardner behind. And Griffin +1 spot from where he started, doing reasonable. He'd want to get another one though, if he possibly can get his way up inside that top 10 a little bit deeper. He's starting to get a little bit closer, starting to work over Bo, but not an opportunity there. And Madison Down just watching in the wings as well.
Yeah, just outside the top 10 for Madison Down, and of course he'll be handing over to Rehan at some point throughout the night. I touched on a little bit. They had an amazing race at Interlagos, and unfortunately, things just didn't quite go their way. And mate, that was looking to be an absolutely unbelievable victory. To have Madison Down take Rehan under his wing and put him in this TTR outfit, it's just brilliant. It's great trust that we see from, obviously, the 93 moving up the inside of Bo Albert. Oh, they've given each other plenty of room on the exit there, but Bo's not going to give up. He's going to fire it back up the inside. Oh, give and take through air. Oh, and he's actually given a spot away to Down. Down's been very opportunistic and jumped up the inside and taken that position off Bo.
So Griffin Gardner grabs one, Madison Down will also go ahead and grab one, and Bo Albert drops out of the top 10 for the first time tonight at their expense. How about Job Stewart as well? He's +5 at this point in time. He's the next car in line, just in behind Bo Albert now. He actually made a whole boatload of time at the brakes as they got down into turn 6 and making more time on the run down to turn number 9 as well. So Stewart's got a little bit of pace underneath him at this point in time. Next car on the queue will be Jake Maloney, and Tom Freer, I believe, has managed to get past Blake Warboys at the head of that next queue for 15th spot at this point in time. Update on where we stand in terms of the race right now. 27 laps, so give you the fuel numbers. About 44, somewhere between 44 and 47. You get to 47 by extreme fuel saving. Probably not going to happen for these guys here tonight, but they'll be looking for 44 laps, I believe, on green flag running. So we're past the halfway mark on the first hit. 07 machine, Brady Baldwin out and in the weeds, and that looks like that doesn't have drive. That could be our first safety car of the night.
Yeah, I wonder if the car looks straight, so I wonder if it's been a downshift and he's lost an engine, but you're right, that could be a safety car, so race control will be looking at that. These teams will be on their feet too, so they will know that the chance of a safety car is pretty high at the moment, and you may see a couple of people just quickly dive straight in.
I've just gone back and I've just found it. I can tell you it is a downshift. He does have a blown engine. Safety car has immediately been deployed. Leaders are on their run to the final corner. Right, so what is going to happen in terms of the race queue at this point in time? There it is. That's where the motor went pop for Brady Baldwin. The run out of the final corners as it currently stands. Top 3 are all in the lane. Everyone's going to pit. And they're going to be down at the pointy end of pit lane. Who is going to potentially drop some fuel out of this to get some track position at this point in time? Probably you would say no one right now, but then again, some people down at the rear end of the field like to play a gamble every now and again.
Well, don't forget, too, it's an opportunity for these guys to swap drivers. And if you do a driver swap compared to another driver that's right behind you, you will be in the lane just that little bit longer. So we can see, it looks like Anton De Pasquale, he's jumping in with James has just jumped out. So they're going to be held in the lane a little bit. You would imagine that a lot of these teams will do a driver swap just because it's a good opportunity to start getting their numbers.
Well, Richie Stanaway leads the queue away from pit lane. Pasquale second. And Chad Lewis is going to come through third. I tell you what, Harley Haber, that was the car that just shot through. And Forza El Nabi, that might recover their night. They have got through by the skin of their teeth. They will get a lap back under this caution.
Yep. So they'll be held by the safety car for a moment. They will get the wave around. They'll be able to grab onto the tail end of the pack and then fire into pit lane and get a pit stop done. So it's great to see that, unfortunately they got caught out with that situation, but to be able to get their lap back now, that's brilliant for them.
They have now been released, so Knight recovered, back onto the lead lap, and it'll now be for them to drive back through. 55 continues to be your race leader. Has withstood the pressure. Last year was a strategy call. It was a safety car late in the race, about 30 laps from home. They'd only pitted about 5 or 10 laps earlier. It was one of the only cars to dive through the lane, and he had a little bit of track position up his sleeve. He lost a few spots, had to go and earn them back, won him the race. Can he do it yet again here tonight? And the key part will be where are the guys that were off sequence on strategy. Brody Kostecki is going to stay in the 94 car. Now remember, you can only go a maximum of 80 consecutive laps, which they will get to 72-ish on this fuel tank.
Yeah, this is where the strategy starts to play out for these teams, doesn't it? The beauty, I guess, is there's no weakness between those two. They've both got pace on their speed on their side with Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki. So, just rolling the dice, leaving Brody in the car. And, they'll, like you said, he'll need to do maybe a little bit more. But at the end of the day, there's still a long way to go out. I think there'll be a lot of teams and drivers just happy that they've got this safety car now under their wings, and they can all just take a breather and just sort of reset a little bit now.
I'm just having a look through the field as well. I think there's a few cars that took that opportunity to take some damage repair. I can see Daniel Hall is back into the lane. There's a few cars that have come back down the lane. Lee Ellis is one of them as well. He's come back down on, I think, the current lap. No, my eyes might be deceiving me. Yeah, my eyes indeed are deceiving me. So learn to read timing graphs. It becomes important when you're a commentator.
And if you're new to the series, yes, that is Richie Stanaway from Supercars and Anton De Pasquale. We're fortunate enough to have a couple of real-world supercar drivers in our championship. And, of course, the news that broke that De Pasquale is leaving DJR and Brody Kostecki is going to fill that spot for 2025. And it sees De Pasquale moving over to Team 18. So I didn't see that one coming. I was a bit surprised that I don't know where Frosty's going to go next year. But, and, of course, him leaving DJR and Kostecki filling that seat, that's going to be an interesting 2025.
Well, update, safety car, the Aston Martin safety car has just pulled away from the front end of the field, so we will be going back, green flag racing, at the conclusion of this lap, which means Richie Stanaway will lead laps in the Logitech Pro Invitational Series. Now it's over to the co-drivers. Who is going to stand up and be counted? Ethan Warren sits fourth on the road. I can tell you, probably one of the best and cleanest co-drivers last year was Emily Jones, although she was driving alongside of Brady Myers last year in the Sandown 500. Her middle stint of the race was critical, ran it clean when everyone else was fooling about themselves and losing their heads just a little bit. Will tonight be that marking? James Golding sits in behind. Jelly Lutsu, Dylan Burse, all inside your top 10. Brad Ryan and Jake Blackhall is handed the reins of the number 06 car for Bo Albert. And that makes up your top 10 at this point in time. Safety car restart. Is there anyone you're looking at this pack and you're going, they've got to make some moves now?
Oh, look, it's still early. I don't think the pressure's on any of these teams or drivers just yet, being that we're coming to lap 30. So for the moment, no. I think everyone's just needs to keep their car clean and just sort of hit some sort of strategy.
Right, Stanaway leads them out of the last corner, gets a reasonable jump as well. Anton Di Pasquale will now get the opportunity to go hunting, and Ethan Warren got a really good getaway up in behind Chad Lewis. This will be a move to move them onto the podium. Lewis is going to break from the outside line. Ethan Warren's ahead before they even get to the apex down at turn number 1. And the co-drivers for the bulk of the field will get their first opportunities behind the wheel in the Logitech Supercars Series for 2024, the Sandown 500. Everyone feels the opportunity for the moment. How about the youngster with Madison Down? They've lost a little bit of position in terms of this pit cycle, maybe picked up some damage repairs. Either way, back to 18th. This will be an opportunity for Rehan Leonard to continue working on earning that experience that's going to come into the fore in the next few years.
I think the beauty of Rehan is that he's got a good head on his shoulders. Oh, look at Emily Jones making a move up the inside, or a little bit sideways on exit. She got the power down. I know if she's going to be able to hold on, she might lose another spot here. She's going to try around the outside too. This is a good move if she can get it done. She's made it stick, puts the car on the inside there, gets the job done, gets the power down, and gets away from him. Nice move there from Emily Jones.
Yeah, now about the concertina effect on the pack in behind them. Chad Lewis looking a little bit like a fish out of water at the moment. But now Johnny Lutzu's lined him up and going to have a crack at him down into turn number 1. Dylan Burr sits in behind, backs out of it. James Golding goes really, really deep, tries to go too wide. There's a little bit of door banging as they get down into turn number 1 on lap 31 of this race. And Lewis dives back on the brakes. There's going to be contact. He's going to run Golding off the road. In through comes the ELT car of Brad Ryan. So it's all starting to kick off. The co-drivers are behind the wheel. And here we go. This is endurance racing.
Man, that's your typical Sandown incident, isn't it? Where the two cars go in there side by side through that chicane and have to cut through the grass. You could just see what was happening. Unfortunately, there was that little bit of contact, but everyone's managed to come out the other side. But man, that's hold your breath stuff for a little bit in these opening laps after the restart.
And you can just see Lewis looked vulnerable, and he's become that cork in the bottle, and they're all still trying to feed down in there. It is chaos when we get into that. We're going to kick off again. The Whitey's Pies sponsored. Bailey Ford behind the wheel. There's more contact as they rejoin, and I think it's Rick Kuznetsov that he got into. Thomas Freeman's behind the wheel of that car in the middle of it as well. The red car on the outside. Finally, they'll all sort themselves out when they get out of the final corner on the run down to the start-finish line. But hold your breath for just a few more moments. It is getting ugly. Did somebody say co-drivers, or did somebody say release the convicts? Because it feels like that at this point.
And I thought everyone was going to take this opportunity just to sort of get themselves in a bit of a rhythm. They've had to breathe and, take a chance and, just settling into this race. But, man, there's been a couple of big dives. But how impressive was that move by Emily Jones? That was a really good drive. Oh, the pressure's on here now. These guys just trying to get a run down this back straightaway. A little bit of nose to tail. It's like bump drafting at Talladega.
Yeah, Chad Lewis is getting pushed along by Jamie Stovald at this point in time. And here comes Brett Loxton in behind these guys as well. A little bit of fuel saving now kicks off. So Chad Lewis restarted in this car in 3rd spot, 17th on the road. He's lost 14 spots since they've gone back to green flag racing. So he is like a duck taking to water for the first time. He looks a little bit out of water.
Isn't it funny how we were saying that, obviously I thought that this little break was going to do him well, but there's a couple of people that are probably just running a little bit nervous at this stage. But I guess that's what happens sometimes is that, the new driver gets in and then so much can happen. But we're already hearing some penalties. There was a drive-through for car 111.
So Teo Serrano, so it's two. Contact in the pit lane, co-driving. Teo Serrano is the main game driver for that car. Zachary Vlajbom joins him for the endurance rounds, and it was something to do with the pit stops for that car. And there is a little bit of damage on the front end of the Vermilion Sim Racing outfit. Contact with the 115 machine, which was Dan Hall now behind the wheel, but it was Ian Ford in the car at the time. And they've fallen a long, long way down the order. Well, that explains... I was looking at that one going, hang on, they were a lot further forward. That explains that.
Well, you were talking about that Dan had taken an opportunity to come in and fix some damage. So that's obviously what the result of that was all about. So thankfully they were able to repair. Obviously it's hurt them a little bit, losing a bit of track position. But thankfully they've been able to get some repairs to that Logitech G car and he can push on. But how's this for onboards? And we can see Rehan, who's on the board there, driving with Madison Down. A live view. He gets up the inside. Oh, it's hold your breath stuff here. Rehan's done a brilliant job. And he's got it. He's going to grab that position. So teaming up with Madison down. I love this pairing. I love that Madison's just taken him under his wing. He's put him in the TTR fold. And Rian, I don't doubt for a second, will be a star of the future.
Yeah, well, move on, Jake Blackhole, star of the years gone by as well. He will chalk up another overtake in the Logitech Pro Invitational, gets himself in. A little bit of a talk to the team. How important is that, though? Talks to the team, says, yep, I'm aware, whatever it was, it looked like a copy, he said, basically, into the sim racing, flicks the microphone out of the way. That's how you know the guy's on, he's got his process, he's got his procedures, not talking down the microphone. You can very, very easily get lost in a race, talking to everyone around you and lose where you are. Very cool, very calm, back to work.
Yeah, and I wouldn't, obviously not. We're not privy to hearing what was said, but it was probably a bit of a boy, well done. Just head down and just try to open up that gap now. So, and that's looked like that's exactly what he's doing. So, he's actually got a lot of good support from his dad, who works in the background with him, but then everyone at TTR as well. It's been huge for him, and they really showed their colours at the last race, and missed out by an unfortunate incident, but they're right in it now.
Yeah, and there would have been a learning moment in that as well, as always keep your head on a swivel, always look for the opportunity. There's still a lot of opportunities. We run down into turn number 4. It's going to be down the inside. Rick Kuznetsov is still behind the wheel of the 888 car, so I think he started that race and stayed behind the wheel. So they're looking for a little bit of track position in the middle point of this race for that car. No, it was actually Brody Sentence who started the car, so he's now handed on over to Rick Kuznetsov. So they were looking to get themselves off sequence. Bailey Ford runs wide as they crest the hill down there, loses a couple spots.
Whoa.
So it was Brix Loxton, who I think was on the outside in the 89 entry. And once you get shuffled out of sequence, and Hayden Sell didn't have a good qualifying performance, but was put up against the main game drivers as a co-driver. So you'll always say, yeah, you did a hard by the hard yards, and runs Brett Loxton. There was a lot of argy-bargy at the final corner, and it's all kicking off. Sorono now through the lane to serve that penalty. And does somebody want to tell these guys we're not even a quarter of the way through the race yet?
That's where I'd be on the radio saying, hey, guys, let's just look after things a little bit here, because, man, they're getting racing.
Well, Sell's going to pick up another spot after starting out the rear of the field. They've driven through about half the field at this point in time, so they're on the move. Oh, something's just happened to Richard Hampstead.
Oh, number 1!
Oh, that's a mega save. That is a mega save. That was about to end in disaster, and our second traffic blockage of the night. And I can tell you something has happened.
Oh.
Lee Ellis behind the wheel. We talked to this car before the race.
This could be. Oh, he was nearly collected. So this could definitely be a safety car. Race control will be looking at this. This is heartbreaking. This could be another engine, because that car looks fairly straight. But if that's an engine, that's an upshift, isn't it? That's not a downshift at that point.
Unless he's gone for the upshift
into the chicane. Yeah, and he's just rolled around. Oh, so we haven't heard from race control yet. This could throw a spanner in the works if we have another safety car, because that car is still stranded on the back straightaway.
Yeah, anything could happen.
There we go. Safety car.
Safety car has, sorry, my apologies, safety car has been deployed. It was deployed just about straight away. So they have not yet popped out of the pit lane. There's a few drivers who have already jumped to the lane. They're already slowing. I tell you what, for anyone who's actually jumped in the pit lane, they're going to make some time, because they're not at racing speed down the back straight away.
Absolutely. And
they're going to make a heap of time.
The teams need to be all over this. As soon as you see a car that's stranded on the side of a racetrack, there's a pretty good chance there's going to be a safety car. So if you're in a position where you can dart in and get that pit stop done, then that's what they need to do. And I think that's what hurt a couple of teams at the previous round, that some people missed that opportunity when we thought there was going to be a safety car, and there was. So here we go. This is the replay as we go to our OG Gear replay. Hampstead, although it was Ellis, yep, downshift there. Oh, Lee. Oh, he'd be gutted for that. Both him and Hammer. Just unfortunately, that's 2 tonight that we've seen. Just on that downshift, it's brutal on some of these motors.
Zachary Flashbomb's been into the pit lane and back out. Seth Brown as well. So 111 and 17 managed to get back out ahead of the leaders. So they will keep themselves on the lead lap. And now there'll be a few more diving to pit lane. This will upset the strategy a little bit.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that too, because it throws a little bit of a curveball. No one was expecting a safety car as soon as we got it. So have a look at P10 too. Kostecki's managed to get himself into P10. after bouncing back with that drive-through penalty. So he'll be quite relieved that this field is now bunched up again, and he'll be able to sort of put pressure on these guys around him and try to advance forward. But for the moment, it's Stanaway in first, Di Pasquale in second. So, you know, here we are, lap 38, and now they'll be starting to think about, obviously these teams now won't think about making a pit stop at the moment. They may wait till the end of the safety car. They may not pit at all. This is where I love how the strategy game starts to unfold.
I'm going to throw a number at you here, and it's something I'm looking at my numbers and going, what did we say was maximum fuel window? 44 laps? What was our critical lap number? 82. Guess what you can do from this lap?
Wow, yeah.
You can get to 82. So if we go a green flag run from here, this is where you can get your co-driver into the car, run them all the way to 82, bolt the main driver in, end of the race.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. And this is what I love about endurance racing, is that there's so many curveballs. Thankfully, our Aston Martin Logitech G supercar, safety car, I should say, is staying on track for us. But this is what I love about endurance racing, that there's so many different curveballs that, you know, you think your plan could be absolutely perfect, then a safety car comes out and changes everything. Sometimes it changes it for the good, but sometimes it can be for the bad as well. But in this favour, if you're talking about those numbers, this could be working in their favour quite nicely.
Yep, it's, the tricky part is, if you got track position, you're not going to give up 40 spots to go to the end of the field. So the guys that are in that top sort of 15 cars, none of them are going to pit any day of the week. Anyone that sits there, scratches their head and goes, oh, gee, I wonder if we can chain this one together. There will be a few cars. Let's talk about some strategy at the tail end of the field in terms of things. I'm going to try and find the last cars that were takers. So I'm going to tell you, where is the first car that did pit? I've got an interesting stat for you. It's the number 1 car.
Oh.
Madison Down, Rayhan, Leonage. They've recognised the pit window. So let's have a look at the trackers. All the numbers you're seeing was their last pit stop lap. So anyone you see a 37 or a 38 against, they're geared to go through to the co-driver handle. This is how you win a race.
Love it. Love it. This is what I love. The strategy is starting to unfold. That's just absolutely brilliant.
And for anyone who was smart enough to recognise that one, this is going to be fun. The trouble being, we were talking about pressure, we're talking about the moment, right? Sandown 500. Everyone wants to win a Sandown 500. Everyone wants to win a Bathurst 1000. You have just thrown all the pressure in the world at Rayhan. Now, he's done it. He's capable of it. But does that just get in your mind a little bit? Oh boy, he put some pressure on me here.
No, to be honest, from what I saw, the pressure that he had at Interlagos and the way he maintained that, I'm not worried about the pressure on him at all. He's really got a stable head on his shoulders. I really love his racecraft, and I don't think the pressure will bother him at all.
Righto, we are gearing ourselves up for our second restart of the night. So we talked about random safety cars earlier on. We were just sort of getting into it. I can tell you, safety cars caused by on-track incidents will completely nullify the random safety car program. Effectively, what's the point of having a random safety car? 161 laps of green flag racing gets a little bit boring, was the reason that we go with it. And all the drivers would be complaining if it was a 161 lap sprint race. So random safety cars add to that. As soon as we get a safety car, well, it's no longer a sprint race then, is it? Well, he's done it once tonight, Richie Stenaway. He's going to do it again. Leads him out of the final corner. And this time, Anton Di Pasquale is under pressure. And it's Ethan Warren who's right attached to the gearbox of the Lobs Esports car. Doing okay by Lobs Esports, number 088. James Scott versus Brady Myers as the main game drivers. And Ethan Warren slides it down the inside on the run to turn number 1. Picks up P2. Was not caught napping. And I tell you what, the 22 car is now on the hunt.
Yeah, that was a really great start. He managed to see, I think we saw just a little bit of a wiggle there from Di Pasquale just out of that final corner, and he was right there to capitalise on it. So managed to get the job done on him, and now just starting to trying to put that pressure on Richie Stanaway now for the lead.
I'll tell you, Blake Warboys, there's a couple of cars I just noticed did quite short pit stops in that stint. One of them was Kostecki, the other one was Blake Warboys. They've gained some margins. We're going to see a little bit of argy-bargy nose to tail.
Ooh.
And Rick Kuznetsov's going to get the job done. One more spot picked up for him. So this is a track position play for the 888 car. They will have to do a co-driver versus main game driver stint later on, though. So they'll have to give some of that up. It's a lot. Again, weight will be handed back to Brody Sentence later on aboard that car, but for the meantime, Rick Kuznetsov pushing his way forward.
I'm stoked for Stanaway at the moment, leading this race. Obviously, he's going to start to feel a little bit of pressure because you see Warren now, who's managed to get past Di Pasquale. But we spoke to Richie after the Enduro in Lagos, and he was stoked with their result. And for him to be in a position where he's leading this race and he's just doing everything right so far, he's obviously going to start to feel this pressure now as the 22 starts to get to the back of him. But you could just hear it in his voice after the last round of how thrilled he was to get a podium finish. And at the end of the day, he's doing the job right now and, possibly going for a Sandown 500 victory in the virtual world.
Yeah, and he'll have the clear out on the nose as Ethan Warren closes once again. And a throwback a fair few years, an old HRT scheme could lead this race in just a few moments. They're still battling for it. Kostecki got down the inside of James Golding. Now Blake Warboy's going to line up, try and have a crack. They're all trying to have a crack. Oh, now a little bit of slide out of the final corner as well. Warboys gets the job done. And again, another driver, another team that's a little bit off sequence to everyone else. They're trying to play some track position games and move themselves further forward. The question will be at what cost and when will they come to the lane to throw their co-driver in. Must do 54 laps. So they're, I think, trying to get minimum co-driver laps. They're probably going to target that 54 number. We're like, yep, that's our number.
And big shout out to these drivers and teams that supply us with the cameras that we see them in their rigs. And, it's just another element that brings these broadcasts out to the people, just to see the drivers that are in action behind the wheel. We just love it. So a big shout out and a thank you to everyone who supplies us with those the Vision racing at home. It's really good to see.
Optional, not mandatory, unlike in the real world.
Right.
All that drama at Simmons Plains about cameras and everything that went on.
No comment, Your Honour.
Should I ask you about race control again? No, I don't think I'll ask that question, Sam.
Here we go. So we're on board. You were talking about the possibility of the HRT colours leading a Sandown 500. We may not be too far away. We can see Kostecki's now punched out the fastest lap of the race so far, so he's now in 9th. But I think Stanaway's now just got to look in his mirrors now and just he'll be mindful that you can see the pace that Ethan Warren's got. And I don't think he's going to do anything silly as far as trying to hold him off. I think if he starts to put too much pressure, he'll probably be quite happy just to let Ethan Warren go because, he doesn't need to do anything silly. But he's just doing such a great job at the moment, Richie, and it's good to see that he's carrying this form again from the last round.
I'll tell you, I think Ethan might have lifted off just a touch as they crested the hill. I think he's letting Stanaway lead this race just a little bit.
Well, it's a good opportunity for him to punch a hole in the air for him. So it's for Ethan. It's sort of I guess it's that little bit of free fuel saving. So if he's quite content just to see that, sit there and let Richie just punch that hole, then it's a good way of saving some fuel.
I do like watching the cars bounce all over the curbs as well. So there was a penalty for Chad Lewis making contact with someone. It was the wall on the outside. And then there was further contact somewhere else down the road. Was it with the 707 car? I think it might have been with the 707 car. So there was contact down there through that section. And we're going to go digging through the replays. Apparently we might have missed it from those shots. But Warren is now a lot further forward than he was last time by. This might pull the trigger.
Yeah, he's definitely close. Look how close he is, tucked right up underneath. Richie knows too. He's just going to hold that inside line. But no, he opens it up a little bit. He knows that he wasn't going to take a dive there. So really getting racy here. Lap 44 of 161. The 24 Sandown 500. The Logitech G's Pro Invitational Series. It's really heating up at the front.
And the tricky part is I think Stanaway's starting to fall away a little bit on the run. He's covered him a few times now. That's going to back him up a little bit into the teammate, Anton Di Pasquale. You might not say that ever. Anton Di Pasquale, Richie Stanaway teammates, but when they jump into the sim racing world, they are in fact teammates for the Doing OK Lobs esports outfit. Now Ethan Warren is going to pull out of the draft just a little bit, just showing the nose. Again, Stanaway covered him just. Now he's going to prop him up as they bounce over the curbs at turn 1, and the games are afoot here.
He's trying to get the job done on one of the toughest guys in the business too. We all know that Richie's got himself a Sandown 500 victory in the Monster Energy Mustang too. So at the end of the day, he's really having a red hot go here. But I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to hold off Warren, because Warren's looking real racy.
Yeah, looking racy again. Now it just becomes a moment of when, I think, not if. They're all starting to come back to each other, just fraction. Emily Jones is starting to drive up to these combinations as well. So she's starting to close in on Anton Di Pasquale. And an opportunity to keep pressing her case. Gianni Lutsu's actually found some pace as well. He's starting to also make a touch of ground. So I like co-driver stints because all of a sudden the field gets shuffled up a little bit. You just never know who's going to pop out and put together the stint of a lot. And sometimes it's a quiet stint too. Sometimes it's not even a quick stint. It's just keeping the car out of trouble. We always talk about keeping the car out of trouble in these endurance races.
Absolutely right. If you can have a driver that laps really well and hands back a straight race car, that's really what you need. And you know, a lot of these teams have got that with the drivers that they've got on board. Oh, some drama there at turn 1. So Jake Blackhall, that doesn't look like any damage. Looked like it might have been an opportunistic. Oh, there's another move here, but it could have been just a big move up the inside there in contact. We didn't quite catch the start of it.
Yeah, and Mitchinson is going to continue getting pressed. This is going to be the replay on the run down into turn number 1. Keep your eyes on Albert. Was looking to try and turn in, does make contact, and he's been escorted wide by Stovall. And then he's lost a few spots. That one might be looked at by race control, you get the feeling.
Yeah, a little bit of a dive and door handle to door handle. That was, a little bit late and aggressive, but thankfully they've both got reasonably straight race cars. They can just push on, but obviously not ideal.
Righto, we're now past the 1/4 race distance. Here it comes. This might be the trigger. It is the trigger. Ethan Warren gets to the inside. Stanaway doesn't fight it too much. Ethan Warren, new race leader. The 55 car has led every lap to this point. And for the first time tonight, new race leader becomes Ethan Warren behind the wheel of the 22 car. Now, is Richie able to stay with him, or was he just protecting him a little bit? Now does the draft come into play? Does Richie Stanaway all of a sudden look a lot better behind the toe of Ethan Warren?
Well, I guess it's going to come down to how pacey, I guess, the guys are feeling at the moment. Warren's he's been quick since the start of the restart, so now I think he'll be quite keen to see if he can pull that little bit of a gap over Stanaway now and just open that margin up a bit. But I'll tell you what, how good does it look for that retro livery to lead this Sandown 500 in the virtual world?
Car fans and HRT fans of the world, you rejoice because, yes, they are leading the race yet again. You haven't been cast back in time 15 years, no. Actually, nearly 20 years. Nearly 20 years ago. No, okay, now I do feel old.
Yeah, well, I think this one was based off the 2005 paint scheme, I think the boys said. So, here we go, 19 years later, and this one's leading in the virtual world, this paint job.
All right, up and down the field. Who's on a little bit of a move at the moment? We're going to get into celebrating probably one of the drives of the last round as well. It was the OG Gear Hard Charger Award from Interlagos.
Whoa.
And, well,
Sorry.
Richie Stanaway's going to get a run. I reckon Ethan Warren might have picked up a slowdown penalty.
I think he did. And, Stanaway's gone in there fast as well, too. Oh, he's going to try and dive it.
Down underneath. No way. Gets down the inside as Ethan Warren. They're going to bang wheels. They're going to get bang doors as they bounce over the curbs. Stanaway's on the inside run down to the final couple of corners. Will pull it up back down the apex. More contact. Stanaway. He's going to feed back across the field. He got turned completely in front of the field. Recovers the car. It's going to be towards the tail end of the top 10. Warboy skates on by, and that got ugly. And that is going to change the course of tonight's Sandown 500 as well.
Oh, that's the last thing they needed to do was squabble like that. I touched on when Emily Jones made a move around the outside of how good it was, but that's obviously a prime example of just how quick it can go to custard. You can see he's gone for a move up the inside here. Hasn't quite got the job done. Oh, they gave each other room there. That was really clean, but it was here. It looks like the 22's gone around the outside. Richie's gone in deep, hit the curb, and they've just come together there. And, oh, man. Lucky that Richie didn't get absolutely nailed by the rest of the field.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, put that one in the back of your mind and think about it in 100 laps' time. Could that one decide Luke Rosella going back-to-back at the Sandown 500? And we're going to pick up, finally, as they give us a break, the Original Gaming Gear Hard Charger Award from the previous round. Most overtakes from Interlagos. Most positions gained from where they started. it was Jacob O'Reilly and Ben Faulkner that did the business in the Pavilion Sim Sports livery. And tonight, running reasonably well as well, out of 16th spot on the track. Started 24, plus 8. Reasonable at the office. Jamie Stovall's now in the pit lane. That's an off-cycle stop. There's damage or something going on there, because you would not pit now. That's really off-cycle.
Yeah, I'm looking at time screens. I'm trying to work out how this race is unfolding. I can see now that Brody Kostecki is moved up into 4th position now. So this race is really starting to change. Obviously, race control will be looking at that incident with Stanaway and Warren. How long's a stop? 20 seconds in the lane. So, yeah, can't work that one out.
They were all squabbling a fair bit. Is this just to feed Jamie Stovall perhaps some clear air? Because this car didn't pit under that most recent caution. So for them to get to lap 82, they did need a splash to get in. That would be the splash.
Oh, big dive up the inside. Oh, locked a brake. Lucky not to touch each other there.
And this was Reina Costello versus the 35 machine, who's now had dramas.
Oh, no. Oh, we just saw this unfold. Oh, with Stanaway and Warren, but whew, lucky to get away with that.
Oh, it's popped out the other side. Now it's eyes up. I tell you what, Richie Stanaway's... we were just looking at Job Stewart's teammate, Ruben Goodall, driving there at the current point. I tell you what, Richie Stanaway, that's where he's fed back into the queue. He's right behind Ruben Goodall. And there's probably going to be a move from Richie Stanaway as they crest up the hill on the back straightaway, because he drafted up onto Ruben. As we keep our eyes further forward, that's the move already done for Stanaway. So moves back into 11th spot and starts to move back up towards the next train of cars as well. Interesting to note that think about our two drivers that have been in since the start of the race. Brody Kostecki's one of them, back to 4th spot. Blake Warboys is the other, inside the top 10 from 28th on the grid. So plus 18 for them at the moment, but again, early days.
Yeah, it's a good bounce back from Brody. Obviously, we touched on the drive-through penalty, and I think he was back to about a 29th or something at one stage. So he's all over the back here of Emily Jones, and she's doing an amazing job. Her and Burton drove really well at the last round, and to be in a position where they are now, I rate Emily. I think she's a great steerer and really integral part of the TTR family there. And I even had the luxury of co-driving with her at Bathurst one year, and that was really a lot of fun. She's a great steerer, and she's really taking it to Brody at the moment, but Brody's looking very racy at this stage. I think he wants to get to the front pretty quick.
Well, still putting pressure on.
Oh, there he goes.
Now down to the inside of Emily Jones.
Oh,
and Emily's going to come out the other side. Manages to hang on to it. Runs the long way around. Manages to hold the momentum. Gets the drive off. So now, Kostecki is really starting to put the pressure on him, wants to get back through. And if we have a look up the road, Anton De Pasquale's actually made some time back on Ethan Warren, so he's starting to bring himself back a touch further forward. So could this one see and soar just a little bit more in terms of things? Long way to go for these drivers. And target lap, remember, we're trying to get to 82. And I've got an update for you on the incident between Ethan Warren and Richie Stanaway. No further action by the stewards. They're not going to touch it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's why I don't like being a race steward. So, yep, okay. So now it's just push on now. But speaking of pushing on, Emily's doing an amazing job so far. That move to get Kostecki back after he dove up the inside, I think he's going to try that trick again. He's looking very racy. Oh, you don't want to make the move here. Emily was very smart. He's going to think about a dive here again. Yes. And no, he can't quite get it done. He just needs to be careful. He can't afford to have another contact because he's already had drama himself this race so far. He's going to try the move around the outside that Emily did earlier. And he's got the job done.
But Emily Jones looking for the split back, looking to try and get the drive off the final corner. Does get some drive. Now pops out of the draft, though. Not going to get a toe down the front straight away. What it is going to offer is Gianni Lutzu an opportunity to get down the inside as they get down the front straight away. They're getting even. They're going to think about going 3 wide. Lutzu backs out. Jones is still going to hang on to the brakes. Here comes Lutzu to the inside. It's going to stay down on the inside. Now it'll be on the outside when they get out of turn 1. On the run down to turn number 2. Does Jones keep the nose in? We said last year it was a clean stint. She kept ahead. She pushed it forward. forward, loses one more spot. Here comes Dylan Burst, who's going to line her up. So she's just getting train tracks. She's just getting forced on the outside of the corners. Greek Gult's had a drama as well and now starts to fall off the back end of this train. There is so much going on at this point. It was a slowdown penalty that he was clearing, and Warboys was involved in the drama as well.
Yeah, the 29 had some dramas too coming into that chicane. Lucky to get away with the... Oh, just saying that now, he's run a little bit wide. Oh, he's going to hold on to it and stay straight. But man, yeah, it's been an interesting couple of corners for that 29 as well, as we saw that beautiful aerial shot. That really gave us a good understanding of just how these drivers were positioning their cars through that chicane.
Okay, all right, we're closing in. In fact, we're actually at 1/3 the race distance, and it's still kicking on because Warboys is just trying to hang on to that 10th spot at this point in time. Goodall starting to harass him. Rick Kuznetsov. So there's a couple of main game drivers in this one. On the run down at turn number 1, was trying to give a little bit of a bump draft to Ruben Goodall. Goodall's going to slot back in. And again, he's just not phased. He's just not phased, is he? Cool, calm, collected, didn't even batter an eyelid.
It was so cool. You could see him looking in the mirror. He's like, all right, what's happening behind me? He positioned his race car. He'll do it again. Look at him. He's driving. He's not happy. But he's glancing up at his mirror just to see where those other two are behind him because he knows that those boys have got that little bit of a draft. Thankfully, he's got himself that little bit of a gap. I don't think he's impressed with the way it's been raced at the moment, but thankfully, he's still holding on to that top 10.
Well, I think he's just shaking the head of like, all right, well, why were you guys playing games? And then he's just back out of it. So that's my take on it. And read into it what you will. It'll be a handover to Harrison Dengate. When does that happen? Because they've got to get 54 laps out of Dengate. They've moved their way inside the top 10 right now, but they've got some work to do for that car. Will Harrison Dengate be able to hang on to some track position?
Oh, so while what's been happening, Kostecki's now 3rd, and it looks like Emily Jones has dropped back to 6th place. So while we've been watching all that, that's been a little bit eventful. Obviously, that happened down the front straightaway. So, yeah, it didn't take long for Kostecki to bounce back, did it?
No, not at all. And Richie Stanaway's driven all the way back through to 8th spot as well after the earlier instance. He's gained a few spots as a result of everything that went on off of turn 4 a couple laps ago. But back at the pointy end, it is a 2-car breakaway. Di Pasquale's still managing to go on. So this is the replay of that run down into turn number 1. And this was just a moment. Emily Jones just put in a really, really difficult spot.
She did well through here, the chicane. You can see the 29 gets in a little bit of a... up on 2 wheels. Look, nearly darted off into the fence. But they all did a really good job just to get through there. Just hard racing. And unfortunately, we saw the 7 looks like got a slowdown penalty.
Yep, so Brad Ryan behind the wheel of the 7 car, partnering with Ethan Grieg-Galt at the moment. And as we tick past that 3rd race distance, this stint from Ethan Moran is going to be so crucial. Check this out. Corey Shepherd.
Oh, inside, outside. Where's he going to go? Oh.
So nearly makes contact. Slides down the inside at turn 2.
Up on 2 wheels. Got the hit. Oh, and that's where I said he was lucky not to fire off into the fence there. So it's always difficult. When you bounce up that high on the 2 wheels, you just basically sit and duck. You're just waiting for the car to get grounded again. Just let it settle so you can start pushing on. But thankfully, he's got a straight race car and he can put that behind him.
Well, Corey Shepherd driving the 29 car, partnering with Jake Maloney throughout the Endurance Series, inside the top 10. And there was an unsafe rejoin as well, which we're looking at, I think, which was the number 2 car, Lachlan Capel behind the wheel. Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's easy.
So
it's tough, isn't it? You've really got to, you've got to give some guys racing room if you have a moment. I know it's tricky sometimes when you rejoin, but he really came right across and swerved right across onto the racing line.
Quite quick in most things is Lachlan Capel. V8 supercar is one of those things. He's definitely not as quick in the supercar as he is in GT3s. He certainly knows how to wheel a GT3 car. I can tell you I've seen some amazing races by him. And kid capable is what they like to call him down there. But after all of that action that's just sort of kicked off since the safety car, it's just starting to settle. Now it feels, now I've got that endurance racing vibe back.
Yeah, because now all these teams will have some sort of idea of when they're going to bring that driver in, and you know, you touched on it before, where they're close to meeting that marker as far as getting the co-driver laps, as we see a move up the inside, nice and clean on Maloney. So Stanaway just slowly picking away. I'm actually impressed with Stanaway. Yes, it wasn't ideal. He got turned around, and it was the stewards have called it a racing incident, but he's been able to bounce back. He hasn't gone backwards. So for him to be able to knuckle down and just push on shows that they've got really good speed in the car, but he's driving it really well. And that's something that we probably haven't seen a lot from Stanaway. That, you know, he's probably struggled a little bit, but he's doing a really good job for this so far.
I did see him a couple of weeks in a supercar around Sonoma a couple of weeks ago, and he just didn't look himself, and I haven't seen him drive very well, I think, since he's been back in. His contact down between Ruben Goodall, it's a little bit elbowed by the 900 machine. And currently Bailey Ford behind the wheel, partnering with that of Andre Youssef.
And of course, I haven't forgotten about how well Richie Stanaway drove at the last round as well. Too, you know, really good co-driving effort there. But it's great to see that you know, that incident hasn't got the best of him, and he's been able to push back.
By the way, it's been about 32 laps since these cars pit, so we're into the final quarter of the tank. They'll be down about 30 litres or less for all those guys that didn't pit, and for everyone else that did pit. They're now about halfway through their stint. So probably time to check in with where our leaders on the alternate strategy have managed to get up to. Well, it's the number 89 that leads the way in terms of the alternate strategy. Brent Loxton's behind the wheel of that car, partnering Wayne Burke. And Rehan Leonard has been overtaken by that car, but sits second in terms of the... What I reckon they're ahead on strategy. I really do think they're ahead on strategy. So we'll have to keep an eye on how this all progresses, because they can just hand back over to the main game driver just that little bit earlier.
To the magic part of this race, 100 laps to go. We love that. Knowing that we've got that 61 out of the way, and all these teams now just thinking about a couple more drivers down the pit lane.
Yep, so that's about on strategy. So that sort of explains a few bits and pieces for Brody Kostecki. That lap 7 is actually a drive-through penalty. That's not a pit stop all the way back on lap 7 from the moment on the opening lap. And the leaders on strategy, and I can tell you, Sean McNamara is the main game driver behind the wheel of that car in 28th, but Brett Loxton had a moment down at turn 1. You would have recalled just a few moments, was saying it was ahead of Rehan Leonard. That's just happened on this lap, so drop the spot. Seth Brown's diving into the pit lane to get one of their stops out of the way. The problem is that's going to feed him back out in traffic and a lap down.
Yeah, that's tricky, isn't it? And that's the catch-22, isn't it? When you start to thinking about a little bit of strategy, where it brings you out in the field. If you lose a lap, or if you're stuck in thick traffic, that really makes it difficult.
Update to one of the penalties we saw a few moments ago. We were looking at there might have been an incident for 27. That's incorrect. It was car number 29 for contact with car 7 on lap 54. So that was the big moment that we saw. I believe it's turn 2.
Sorry, I see Jay's all over that. But you see Seth was in the grass and up against the guardrail down the front straightaway. I don't know what that was all about.
Yeah. More issues, unfortunately, for Seth as he dived out of the way. Partnering Zachary Trey White. 17. And back up for the race lead. Brody Kostecki's driven up here. He's now inside that top 2. There was a marker. There's now a lead from these guys back to 4th place of about 4.5 seconds. That's the next little group on track, led by Dylan Burse and Griffin Gardner. So they now sit 4th spot on the road.
did you think the way this race is playing out? I mean, there's so much that can happen at this stage, but the drive that Kosteki's had back through the field, the pace that he's gone on board, and you know that he's going to hand it to Jared Filsell, they're going to be very tough in these dying stages of this race because they've shown, or I guess Brody's shown what that car's capable of, and to be able to come back through the field the way he is, and to be sort of just under a second off the lead in P3. Just is a testament to how good that car is at this stage.
He's getting closer, ever closer to Anton De Pasquale, just ahead of him. So still work to do to get that overtake done, but he's now part of the lead trio. And it's now just about setting that move up. This battle pack seems to have stabilised as well. How critical is this drive, though, from Gianni Lutsu? This is a championship leading drive. This could, if they can keep this going the way that it's going at the moment, they're going to lose a little bit of ground to the cars ahead of them, but they're going to stay relatively even. And that could just fall all back in Dylan Rudd's lap at the tail end of the season. Could be a championship in that one. Thousand kilometres of Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time as well. Well, just before the halfway mark, as we're coming into probably one of the critical sections of the race, we're going to step away for just a few moments, refuel on our side of things, and perhaps we'll jump back on board to find out if the drivers are going to come in for a refuel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with more of your Logitech Pro Invitational from the Sandown 500 in just a few moments.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
When I'm driving an F1 car, steering wheel feedback is one of the most important things. It helps me decide when to brake and how hard. It's how I feel the surface of the road. Every bump in the terrain, every wheel slip. If my tyres are starting to lose grip, I can sense that immediately. When I'm driving in a sim, I need that same tactility, that level of detail I have in a real car.
Racing games have come a long way in the last 20 years. Nothing's really changed in how we approach force feedback in all that time. Cutting-edge sims are now so realistic, drivers across all disciplines are using them for training. Our main goal when designing TrueForce was to improve the number of sensations that you actually feel, to put you better in contact with the car that you're driving so that you can improve your performance and that enjoyment of driving on a track. The physical feedback needs to be more immediate or accurate, or a player loses immersion or control.
Game developers are still having to recreate their force feedback from a set library of effects instead of deriving it from real-time modelling.
TrueForce is special because it levels the playing field for PC and console gamers. You're now getting the extra level of precision and detail that you need, regardless of which platform is your choice. This is not just iteration, it's total evolution. TrueForce force feedback works differently. It hooks directly into the physics engine of the game. Games already calculate the forces on the tyres and the steering wheel. The TrueForce algorithm is able to process this data at up to 4,000 times a second. It will even use the game's audio engine and pass it directly on to the driver.
We spend a lot of time as audio designers trying to make each car sound unique and as realistic as we possibly can. Being able to integrate the audio into the force feedback is something that we've wanted to do for a long time, and TrueForce enables us to do that. And the ability to send the audio to the wheel, to have it respond and vibrate with the loss of traction, really increases my ability to give that immersion to the player.
You can sense the changing surface of the road. You'll be able to feel if the back end of the car is losing grip.
The first time we had it running in the build, could feel the wheel humming and vibrating as we revved the engine. Our immediate reaction was it really adds another level of immersion.
The first thing you're going to feel with a TrueForce wheel is the engine note. The minute the engine starts in the game, you will know exactly which car you are driving. TrueForce is the beginning of something new. This is now the foundation for all wheels that we'll produce in the future. This extra level of information gives everyone all the information they need to learn how to control their car better. TrueForce benefits any racing fan looking for a more realistic driving experience.
Because winning is all about feeling.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to action from the Sandown 500 Logitech Pro Invitational. No changes for the race lead, but we are now into the pit window to get us home. And, well, with driver swaps, we will be in about 12 laps time. So that's what we're looking for, and that's where we're targeting at this point in time. How deep can the drivers that are currently behind the wheel go? We're looking about 44 laps. 74 will be the lap number that they'll be coming in on. So we're in about 3 or 4 laps time. We're going to be seeing a whole host of drivers come in. You're just seeing the first few trickles, and the big one was the first driver out of that lead bunch to come to the pit lane. The 55 entry, Richie Stanaway into the lane nice and early. Here comes another one, the 35 machine, Ruben Goodall will now dive to the lane. Blake Warboys now comes to the lane as well. This is critical for the 63 car. This will be a handover to Harrison Dengate for his first into the race.
Yeah, it's all starting to play out now nicely, isn't it? Lap 71 of 161, and we're starting to get a feel of how this race is going to, possibly plan out, because, at the end of the day, we can sit here and we can have predictions all day long, but, a lot still has to play out throughout these laps. But the pace of that Kostecki car is... it's been impressive so far. We've seen the trials and tribulations they've had at the moment, but when he hands over to Jared Filsell, I reckon they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with come the end of this race.
Well, interesting fact for that car is that they do have to get Kostecki out before lap 80, and in comes
Di Pasquale.
So the tricky part now is 11 laps before they can unfortunately throw a primary driver back in is going to be the issue. And settle yourselves in, because it's going to happen quick and fast over the next little period as well. How about the drive, though, from Hayden Sell behind the wheel of the 19 car at the moment? We were talking this car had to start from the rear end of the field after the co-driver was forced to qualify just due to timing issues. Dylan O'Shea will jump back behind this wheel. It's made a lot of track position. Started from the rear end of the field, now sits inside the top 10, and albeit we are a little bit pit strategy affected as it currently stands.
I know they're driving well, but geez, you got to have a shout out to that Shell DJR paint scheme too, don't you? That really looks the good. So nice to see that they've got that and they're rocking it for the Sandown 500. But absolutely, it's been a good drive at the moment, and that's the absolute beauty of endurance racing. That regardless of how your race starts out, if you haven't drama at the start, it's such a long way to bounce back, and you've got plenty of time up your sleeve.
How good was the drive from Thomas Freeman as well? So they've trimmed the wing off that car, is what I learned by just watching them right there. And O'Shea's probably running a touch more wing because he wasn't really making a whole bunch of straight line speed, but he was able to make it back through the corners. Here they come. Griffin Gardner's teammate Dylan Burst now comes to the lane, and pit strategy now in force. Rick Kuznetsov's also coming to the lane as well. That'll probably be a hand over to the co-drivers. Who's coming in? Well, another one's going to come in. Andre Yusuf's in, so pit lane activity. And she's a very short pit lane here too at Sandown as well, so it does get incredibly busy when you've got 44 cars. By the way, Freeman shows the nose to Dylan O'Shea. Hayden Sell was a big old right front lock-up, so now he's going to get a whack to the back end for his troubles.
He did a great job, didn't he, pulling it up. Once he locked that front, I thought he might have been in a bit of strife, but he managed to pull it up and get through the corner.
Well, that might just trigger the pit stop for that car as well, which they'll be hoping for. And the big factor now is that puts Rehan Leonage inside the top 10. This is so critical. The guys who've done their homework, done the math, done the strategy, maybe taken a little bit of a gamble, throwing themselves deeper in the pack. Round the outside now goes Thomas Freeman on Hayden Sell. They're both going to go side by side over the curbs, down through the S's. Little bit of contact before they get down to turn 9. Still there, still going to go the long way around. Freeman's still hanging it in, and he's going to get the drive off. He's going to get... They've just made more contact. Race leaders are going to come to the pit lane as well in the middle of this, so it's all kicked off just before the halfway mark. Freeman will finally get the position. Do they feed into the lane here? Yes, it's going to be in for Hayden Sell.
We spoke about the pressure. You said you wondered if Rehan was going to be up for the pressure. He's all over it. Like, he doesn't get phased, this young fella, and just to see him in the thick of it and just not making mistakes, it's just so good to see. It's they've really carried over this form that they had at the last round, and really good to see.
Now he's starting to make a little bit of time back on Thomas Freeman as well now. And remember, they've got 9 or so laps more fuel on board that car. Have they done enough saving? Have they put themselves in the window? And the marker that we're looking for is lap 82. We get there, the main drivers, or your preferred driver, whoever's your quickest driver, you can throw in the car, run it to home. 80 laps maximum driving consecutive lap times. And there might be some more changing up at the front end of the field. So we're going to have a look at a replay. Look at the horde of cars that are all there. So that's the top controller. They swing out, fill the track left to right. Racing at Sandown.
They're going to get side by side there. Up over the curb. See how the cars move around. Not giving up either. A little bit of a touch. Your typical Sandown touch through the chicane, run through the grass. Hold your breath stuff there, guys. Holy crap.
It was Rainer Costello behind the wheel of the number 12 machine, partnering Matthew Bowler. Freeman's now going to pop into the lane, potentially going to hand over to co-driver Blake Delaney at this point in time. The race leader. Now in, but the Lobs cars, they're going to get the undercut on him, and there is the driver swap to hand over to Jared Philsell. So this might be where you see the 94 car potentially take the race lead, because at the moment the 088 has still got a co-driver in that car. Biggest strategical strength of the 94 machine is that they've effectively got 2 primary drivers in that car.
And that's part of the exciting thing with endurance racing, is when you get to throw that other driver in, it's really what changes this race on its head. I mean, look at our race leader at the moment, Rehan Leonage. He gets to hand over and give the car to the keys to Madison Down. That's not a bad driver pairing. We talk about so many driver pairings that we've got up and down the field, and for the way Jared Philsell's driving at the moment, Kostecki managed to charge through that field. I reckon, for me, the early tip is that they'll probably take the checkered flag here first for the Sandown 500, but still a lot to play out.
Hey, interesting note as well. How good Richie Stanaway's actually just popped back out ahead of those two cars that we were just talking about. So, albeit it was 8 seconds shorter through the lane, so he's gonna have a fuel bill to pay back a little bit later on. He did stop 3 or so laps earlier than the cars around him. So a little bit of an undercut has played him right back to the fore. And now comes the strategy game. Rehan Leonage leading a Sandown 500. That is something that you always want to say as a youngster.
Yeah, I love it. Well, don't worry about leading it. There's a chance that he could win it. You know that. Looks like Rehan may have just got a slowdown penalty we're hearing, so he's trying to manage that properly.
And the problem is, the longer it goes on, the more it drags out. So the penalty will continue to pick up steam. He's got to clear it. He's got to clear it soon. He's going to have to lift. Where did he pick this one up? Was it down through the S? It still hasn't cleared it, by the way. Now he's cleared it, so he is okay. Now Sean McNamara is starting to make a little bit of time, but he's going to protect the youngster. He's going to look after him, give him the run down into turn number 1. So Rehan Leonage from Sean McNamara, from Brett Loxton, from Ross Rizzo. How about this from Ross Rizzo? Getting back behind the wheel of a V8 supercar in the Logitech series. Partners Josh Anderson. And it's another one of those flashy HRT liveries you like, Sam.
Yeah, it's not too bad at all, is it, eh? Pretty shabby from the CTR stable, I must admit. So, yeah, I like it. Really cool.
I know, so on down the back straight away. And that's Seth Brown in the background as well, which is co-driver of Zach Rattray White. They are in the 17 car. They are off the lead lap as it currently stands. How long do these guys go? How much is the overcut going to be worth to them? How much is the strategy going to be worth to them? Because theoretically, they've cut a pit stop out relative to everyone else.
I think the way that, just speaking a bit with Rehan, you know, he's going to hand over to Madison Down. So Madison's going to be just that little bit fresher. If he's got those few extra laps under his belt where he's not doing laps, like, you know, you think about Phil Sell, he's now in there doing laps. So that gives Madison Down just that, I don't know, that little bit of edge of just being that little bit fresher as this race goes on. Does that work in his favour? Who knows? We don't know how grueling it can be with these guys, depending on where you are around Australia. It's a little bit warm in Queensland, but yeah, it's always those things to think about is, you know, how you're feeling as these races go on.
How good's the old livery on the 951 machine as well?
I just love that these teams are embracing the liveries. That's the Chickadee livery, and yeah, really good to see as we check out an OG Gear replay. Nose to tail. Looks like Jared's trying to put the pressure on his teammates there. Bang, dives it up the inside. We saw Kostecki do that a couple of times, and it's a favourite passing spot, isn't it, of Sandown? You get that run through there and just make that little dive up the inside, and Jared's just slowly picking them off one at a time.
I think the interesting fact we'll have to keep an eye on now is what are the lap times between these guys look like. He is just about glued to Richie Stanaway's rear bumper. And then with the pitching of brakes and around goes. It's all gone astray for McCauley.
Another one in the fence.
Was that Stovall? It might have been Stovall on the fence. No, Stovall. Get out of it. It was Stovall. Stovall's in the fence.
He's in hard too. Oh, careful backing out there, buddy. Oh, man.
Such an awkward spot. And that is potentially going to cost Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway a shot at winning this race, because that was a heavy, heavy hit on the front end of the 55.
Is that McCauley that's got a heap of damage? That all happened in front of Macaulay Jones. He had nowhere to go.
Was it Macaulay losing it on his own?
He ran wide. Oh, he got on the throttle and just, spun in front.
Sorry, my apologies. I thought it was Rosella. It was the 94. It was Phil Sell.
So Phil Sell got the damage. Wow. And that's what we talk about. You just don't know how these... he just ran in just that little bit deep. I don't know if he locked a tyre there. Here we go. This is on board. I think this is with Phil Sell. And here he is. He just runs wide, gets on the gravel. The car turns sideways. Bang. There was nothing that Jared could do. So thankfully they managed to get away with that unscathed. But, yeah, it's simple as that. It just, your race can change in a heartbeat.
And we'll check in with the 707 car as well. Stovall was behind the wheel. I think he's going to remain... Well, he has to remain behind the wheel because we're still not at lap 82 yet. So Jamie Stovold's coming to the lane, taking a very, very long stop, 52 seconds. There was definitely damage to that car after it found the fence as a part of that incident.
The 94 too, that right front guard, you can see that's punched in. So a little bit of damage on the left from that earlier Kostecki incident. I think they managed to repair a little bit of that in the pit stop, but now it's the right side that they've got to contend with. The 22's tore up as well. You can see the left front of that. So, man, it's all happening for these guys.
Yep. And we thought there might have been clean race cars when we popped out the other side because, you know, might just settle down over 500 kilometres. No, none of that. There'll be none of that.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't aggressive racing. It was just that Macaulay just went in just that little bit too deep, got on the gravel, and the car got sideways. And you got to feel for Jared. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and there's no way that he could have avoided that.
Well, now he's got a job to do. Can he start to reapply the pressure back to Anton Di Pasquale and Richie Stanaway with a little bit of a bent race car? He's pulled a little bit of margin now. Ethan Warren just a touch faster than him on that most recent lap. 106.685, I believe, would make him the fastest car on track. By the way, just checking in with the leaders, those lap times compared to the leaders, about 6-7 tenths of a second faster than our race leaders. So they're going to pull some margin for this little stint over those race leaders. But, yeah, off sequence in terms of strategy.
I think the one thing that works for them too is that when we see those little incidents with, Jared and that, obviously they're losing a little bit of pace. They had that little coming together and he's lost a little bit of track time. So that works in Rehan's favour. So he's actually got all clear air around him at the moment. So he just needs to knuckle down and think about the number that he's going to hand that car back over to Madison Down. So, and who knows? Are we going to see another safety car? We're still quite a long way to go. So still heaps to play out and a little bit of strategy to unfold.
And just about everyone else out of that lead group hit that lap 81 and came to the pit lane. The risk with that is that lap 81, you ended lap 81, which means you've got to run 82. So critically, 55 laps will be complete at the end of this one. You must have your co-driver do 54. So all the stars have aligned for the number one car. And I get the feeling it'll be hand it to Madison Down, break out the popcorn and watch the tail end of this race and see what he can do to help the team boss.
It's shades of Interlagos. He actually handed it over to Madison Down in the lead when he got out of the car for the last time. He did one full stop strategy at Interlagos and handed the car in the lead to Madison and then sort of sat back, and unfortunately their race unravelled. So he's doing a great job, and look, here we go on board and you can see him hard at work. Doesn't look stressed. Having a little bit of conversation, probably just thinking about some strategy with his dad. But really cool. Love these cameras, these insights to these drivers. And geez, wouldn't you love to be, just listen to that radio and just hear what they're talking about?
Yeah, I'm very, very curious. Andre Heimgartner just rejoined the race out of the pit lane as well. That was that car in the bottom side of that picture that we were just looking at. Back behind our effective race leaders when the number one car will come to the pit lane. But interestingly, they've left him out. They're quite comfortable for Rehan Leonage to do an extra lap. Is there going to be another extra lap after this one?
Well,
we're just waiting.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of time up their sleeve. No, he's in. I was going to say, they still had a couple of more laps before he was going to start tripping over some light traffic. So, the merge there into the lane. But here he is. He's done his stint. Massively proud. He should be absolutely stoked with his performance. He's done such a brilliant job. He's handed over the car to Madison Down. He's in P1 at the moment. Obviously, that's going to change. And to see Jared Filsell now got up the inside of the 88, and he's now starting to charge forward.
And Ethan Warren's going to try and go the long way round. Anton Di Pasquale. Pasquale sort of just let him have it. Is he going to try and turn it back down to the last corner? So Filsell makes a move, and Ethan Warren shadows him. Madison Down now climbs back aboard the number one car to drive that car to the end of the race. So we've got more pit stop. There's an issue there for Ethan Warren, and now all of a sudden crawling all back over him. Anton Di Pasquale pulls out of it. So Warren had to defend a little bit more than he would have liked. Something went on there, whether or not he missed a shift.
Yeah, it was quite strange. I was going to suggest maybe he did miss a shift, but thankfully they all managed to get away with it. But I think Anton sort of held his breath through that chicane. He already saw what his teammate did and saw that incident that unravelled earlier. So he's got a straight race car. And the car actually looks pretty good, actually, speaking of that for Di Pasquale. The car's straight, and not a lot of these other teams can say that. So for him to have a straight race car at this point of the race is really good.
Yeah, that's the big key at the moment. Make sure you hand it over. Give it back to your preferred driver. Clean, not a scratch on it. That's the end goal as a co-driver. If you can keep it in the position you're in as well, or gain, that's just pluses. But it's always hand it back over in pristine condition as it was driven off the showroom floor, just with a few marbles caught up around somewhere. Difficult. I would not comfortably be able to deal with the pressure that these guys go through as a co-driver. You put yourself in their shoes. They've effectively been handed for 3 races this year. Here's the keys to a Logitech Pro Series drive. Go do your best.
It's cool though when you get that call up and you've actually got the pace of these guys. I mean, I remember teaming up with Josh Muggleton at Bathurst doing the 1000, and we were on for a top 5, and the way the race played out, it would have been on for a top 3, and unfortunately late in the race we got caught up in someone else's accident just at the dipper, and unfortunately our race got cut short. But it was just such a cool feeling to be able to jump in and out of that car and hand it to each other and to get the job done. You know, it's actually a really cool feeling, and yeah, that's what a lot of these guys and teams and drivers are experiencing right now.
Rick Kuznetsov and Brody Sentence, this will be an interesting one to keep an eye on as well, because these guys are off sequence just a fraction, so they've got difficulties of what they're going to do here. For the meantime, Brody Sentence behind the wheel of the 888 with a job to do. He's holding steady where he is at the moment. They want the 2 car as well. They've handed that one back to Lachlan Capel and said press on. Still co-drivers for majority of the field at this point in time, just looking to clear their laps. And now I think the big key has got to be that number 1 car in terms of the strategy. Where do they sit? What do their lap times look like? Are they able to start making margin?
Oh,
and he just pinches a brake on the run down to turn number 1 just to put some issues in amongst that car. And that's the Harrison Dengate machine that's partnered with Blake Warboys just ahead of him as well.
Yeah, so he's in traffic. He'd love just that little bit of clear air, and he's obviously got those fresher tyres on it at the moment, so he'll be utilising that at this stage. But yeah, what he needs to do is just get through this field without any damage and without any contact or penalties. And you can see he's just slowly starting to pick them off one by one. Good heads-up driving there by the 2 of them. And Madison now just needs to push on.
Sometimes it's all that's required, though, is just show the nose a little bit and give the opportunity. And Harrison just goes, yep, I'm not in a fight with this car. I'm not going to fight that one too hard. Lets him go. I am in a fight with the cars behind, which means I need to settle back into my rhythm, hit my marks, and work on staying ahead of them.
Let's face it too, it's silly for drivers to race people that they aren't really racing against in the big picture. You know, obviously we know there's a tyre difference between Madison Down and him, so he was smart to just say, you know what, yep, you got the job done on me. I'm just going to concentrate on my race, and if I happen to see you later on in the closing stages, then we'll battle it out.
Still 75 laps to the end of this race now, but we're under the 80 marker, which means you can hand on over and have someone run to the end, which is what these guys back here have done now. I'm interested to see what they've done with the 495s. They've handed back over to Blake Delaney, and Cameron Jones gets back behind the wheel, the 951 as well. So those are a few cars that they can basically stick those drivers and run to the end of the race in terms of pace. 55 entry, Sandown, back inside the top 3. James Golding's doing a phenomenal job leading the race as it currently stands as well. So they went for an undercut in the 201 machine. And they went off cycle back at Interlagos as well, and well, they got lucky, but that's the reason you get off cycle sometimes.
That's it. Well, it's Brad Jones's favourite calling card is that he'd rather be lucky than good. So, you know, sometimes luck goes a long way in motor racing, and you know, we see it time and time again. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, there's always that little bit of lady luck, and if you've got her on your side, that can be very, very gainful towards the end of the race.
Just take a read of your top 10 at this point in time, because it's worthwhile, and where they are in terms of strategy position. James Golding last pit, the end of lap 65, so they are in 8 laps earlier Then Jared Philsell on the 94 machine. Pit at the end of lap 73. Richie Stanaway last pit at the end of lap 69 as well. So I'll have to do a driver swap as well. Managing maximum consecutive lap numbers of 80 is the big number. So for everyone who's in for a double stint, cannot do a full double stint. You can do 240 lap runs in that car, which might be what they're targeting for the 55 entry. Try and get you guys last pit lap number up on the timing graphics as well, just here in a few moments. Ethan Warren is currently behind the wheel of the 22 entry. And we'll hand back over to Brady Myers later on the race. Last pit at the end of lap 74 for Ethan Warren. Anton De Pasquale, 71. Dylan Burst, 72, 73. Corey Shepherd, Brad Ryan, off sequence, 63 and 66. So they've gained a little bit of track position. Emily Jones has fallen just a little bit, but still relevant in the number 8 car. We'll hand back over to Jake Burton. So well, Jake Blackhall's actually driven back up to the rear end of that at number 8 car at this point in time. So we're actually going to have a fight on for the last spot inside the top 10. And then that is what the race looks like for Madison Down, who is the first of our main game drivers to get back into the end of the race.
It's interesting, isn't it? When you look at the numbers like that, just to see how this race is unfolding, you know, so much can happen. But I just love that everyone just rolls the dice. You know, there's people out there just going different strategies. They're not doing all exactly the same thing, a little bit of follow the leader. You know, that's not how you win races. So it's really good to see that these drivers are mixing it up a little bit, and keeps us on our toes, definitely in the commentary box, I tell you.
There's going to be a lot to do before this race is done, because those two strategies are going to converge at some point. And what that looks like is neither here nor there as it stands. 22 laps still to run for this one. And it's the next group that's just coming down into Dandenong Road that's worthwhile keeping half an eye on. I think Jake Blackhall's starting to close in just a fraction on Emily Jones. This battle reasonable inside the top 10 as well. Johnny Lutzu leads, Corey Shepherd from Brad Ryan. 3 co-drivers going at it. And again, clean cars. That's what we're looking for here. All 3 of these guys, very, very pristine looking cars.
Yeah, and you know, we touched on it again with the damage model, and yeah, you always strive just to keep the nose clear because you just don't want to lose some of that straight line speed. So thankfully these guys have done that. You know, so far so good, and if you can do that, that's half the battle, especially these longer races when you start to get a little bit tired, or your mind might sort of drift a little bit, and you know, it's really important that you keep these cars as straight as we can, because they do get heavily affected by aero. And that can be just one less drama and one less headache that you have to put up with for the entire race. So these guys will be quite happy so far, the way their cars are looking and performing.
Cast your mind back for Griffin Gardner as well, who sits in 6th place with Dylan Burst behind the wheel currently. Rode America a couple rounds ago. First night out with the Doing OK Lobs Esports team. Put it on pole position and spun the tyres on his getaway. He said, yep, checked my first box, something I really wanted to do with the new team. Picked up that damage and was just a sitting duck all night long. Marcelo Rivera was the other car that was involved in there. Oh, here we go.
Talking about damage and the possibility of it maybe happening here. These guys nose to tail. Look at them. Wow. Just managing to give each other just enough room to get through there. But this has got a recipe for disaster, hasn't it?
Yeah, so it's going to be a fair few of the Synergy Sim Racing cars. I see Ewan Baker line astern with Brenton Hobson, and Ali Haber just about gets into the rear end of Andre Youssef. They all check up as they run through turn 1, and Raina Costello's going to go ahead and try and pick Ewan Baker's pockets. They'll go through turn 2. Contact! Baker gets outside the track limits. There's going to be another dive back down the inside. Here comes Ruben Goodall. Now he's going to run Costello out of road. And I tell you what, Madison Down's now in this battle pack. That's what it's all kicked off for.
He just poached 3 spots there just with that little bit of contact. So Madison would be quite stoked with that. But, man, that was all happening. Look how busy it is for these guys.
And it was all up ahead. That's what it all kicked off, because it was Brody Sentence who got a little bit of a bump from the 900 of Andre Youssef. And that brought them all back together. And then it just carried on and carried on and carried on.
Jeez, everyone's holding their breath, but imagine the Synergy team. They're all just sitting there going, please don't let this turn into a big wreck, because there's 4 or 5 of their drivers that could be easily involved in it.
Well, here we go, ladies and gents. This is why we tune into Supercars Racing. 69 more laps left to run. On the run down the main straight. Tip it down in at turn 1. And it's just madhouse.
Look at them. They were just up over the curbs, a little bit sideways on the grass, a dive up the inside, gets fed to the wall. Thankfully didn't make contact, and Madison Down just holding his breath, picking off 3 spots there. Thank you very much.
Puts himself in a reasonable spot to run it out from there as well. Righto, so now they'll all calm it back down a bit. Now they'll all settle back down to a more sedentary, casual style of racing. Here comes pit stops. James Golding's going to get in to the lane. I think he's going to hand that car over, and that will be the last we'll see of James Golding for the night. I think that might be Andrew Gilliam to climb aboard.
Here we go. This is that incident that we saw here. Madison Down, just seeing it all unfold, holding his breath. He's like, he doesn't want damage here. Sees it all unfold. There's 1 spot. There's 2 spots. There must have been 3. I thought there was 3 there at one stage.
He's actually picked up damage to the front end with contact. I think it might have been to the 143, was it? No, wouldn't have been the 143 because I don't see Jordan Ross's car in it.
There is a bit.
There is a bit of front end damage now to the number 1 car, and Ewan Baker's going to get picked up by Ruben Goodall. Paul Young will be the next car that they'll line up in this one, and 3 cars at the head end of this. Going to be tough to split them.
Yeah, what Madison doesn't want to see is all these guys bunching up and possibly having an incident, because he's going to be right in the thick of it. He's got pace on board, but he just needs to be smart and pick a clean way through these guys and hopefully put him in his rearview mirror. But at this stage, he just needs to hold his breath a little bit and not get any more damage to the front of that Commodore.
Can't afford any more damage. That will absolutely be hampering his race pace. He's dropped 2 seconds on that most recent lap with all the squabbling, by the way. So
yeah,
lap time's starting to fall away. How about this? Got to get some dinner in at some point. Got to get some driver nutrition handled. Cup of noodles is apparently on the menu for Blake Moore boys tonight.
We still haven't got that pizza up pizza yet. What's going on? Macaulay!
Macaulay Jones, please come to the commentary box.
But that's all part of endurance racing too, isn't it? Where these drivers actually get some downtime, have something to eat, just refresh themselves a little bit. You know, get up, have a bathroom break, get some cold drinks into you, just so you know that if you're going to have another go at it, you're just starting to feel a little bit refreshed. So, you know, these drivers will be managing that, and you know, especially around here. But imagine when it gets time to go to the mountain and to do 161 laps around Mount Panorama, that's when it'll be key.
Just having a scroll through the Discord channels as well and just seeing who's all lined up. I can tell you what does tend to happen with these sorts of races. Some drivers have got it where they have to have complete silence. That's the only way that they operate, they perform. Give me what I need to know. As Ewan Baker's going to try and pick off Ruben Goodall to move to the head end of this pack, as Goodall ran wide at the last corner. Job's now been done. Trying to look for the switchback as Goodall will try and dive it back down the inside back at turn 1. So not quick in a straight line, picks up the curb, runs Baker a little bit wide at turn 1. The old hip and shoulder. Baker was looking for the over-under. And now they all start to get held up a little bit, bottled up. And this is where the carnage can skew from.
Yeah, it's easy to get frustrated when you're one of these drivers, especially if you feel like you've got a little pace on your side and that you know you're getting held up a little bit. It's so easy just to do a late dive or do something silly and not get the car just alongside of the drivers. You want everyone, oh, we can see here a little bit of give and take between these two. Is there going to be a late dive into the corner? No, but Madison Down thinks about it though. He puts his nose up there the inside. Oh, nearly. There was a little bit of contact. That was just with the car just getting a little bit sideways on exit. Oh,
I tell you what, Paul Young got a rough up right there from Josh Anderson as they were side by side with Madison Down. So Down's not going to get clear of those guys. In the meantime, Baker and Goodall are still having a stoush up ahead of them. And come on, boys, settle it down a little bit. Ewan pulls out a line. Co-driver for Adam Briggs in the 72 machine, and Ruben Goodall will hand over to Job Stewart as well. We've seen Job have a reasonable night thus far. Well, not a phenomenal night, not outstanding. Definitely some takeaways though.
Oh,
no.
big lead! Oh, contact with the guardrail. He'll have a little bit of damage there. It won't end his night. He's just got to try and find a spot where he can back up. This obviously won't cause a safety car, will it? He should have enough time where he can back it up. Yep, there's no one there. So, nosed it into the guardrail. Doesn't look like there's too much damage, but thankfully managed to get away with that. But just lost a lot of track time.
Update from the head end of this pack is that Ruben Goodall ran it a little bit deep down at turn 6. Now Madison Down's got through on him, and Down's going to go around the outside. He's going to pick up 2 in a couple corners. Checks up. Ewan Baker at the final corner, and Goodall will slingshot it back through on the inside. And was there a little bit of hip and shoulder? There's going to be more hip and shoulder as they squeeze each other down the front and straight away. We're now into the second half of the Sandown 500, and you can start to trade just a little bit more. How did it happen for Dengate? On his own. Is the answer.
Knows the barrier. Just unfortunate, but thankfully able to get away with that. But look at this pack. Oh, it's gone round. Oh, you keep it off the guardrail, thankfully. He'll live to fight another day, but man, it's getting racy back in the pack.
And that's René Costello again. So he is getting boxed and beaten about the ears as it currently stands. Still not done with it, and Mitchinson's co-driver is going to be the next one. Paul Young will have Wayne Burke. So these guys are teammates at Synergy Sim Racing, lining each other up for a run down the back straightaway. And yes, he is going to dive it down the inside as Wayne Burke. So he'll pick one up over Paul Young. I think the key was for Madison Down, he had to make those moves because he was starting to get held up, and he could see his race just disappearing.
Yeah, and as racy as everyone was getting, you could see that there was obviously a recipe for disaster there, and that's the last thing he needed. So thankfully he's been able to get in front of these guys and just slowly start to pull away, but that definitely would have worked in the hands of Phil Sell, because when you see that Down's struggling like that and getting held up that little bit, that just works more and more in their favour.
Well, Jared Philsell has now made the moves to get to the race lead, so he does lead the way at the moment. And he's stretched himself about a 2.8 second margin now, back to Richie Stanaway. Ethan Warren still in pursuit. So when you consider that Stanaway's been around, this is actually a really, really good drive from him just to get back to where he is currently.
And when he went around, who did he have contact with there?
Oh, no, don't you.
And the 22 up the inside. Good. They managed to get through nice and clean. So, and again, this is a huge shout out to Richie Stanaway. I said, I touched on how well he drove at the last round, and to back it up with his performance and bounce back from that contact, it went back to about 9th position, I think, wasn't it? So for him to bounce back and where he's at the moment, that's a really good drive by Richie. He should be stoked with himself.
Yeah, so it was outside the 10, so to not only drive back through that, he will have a little bit of a fuel bill to pay. Is down on the amount of fuel added at that most recent pit stop. He's also going to be one of the earliest, you would say, to pit, potentially hand back over to Luke Rosella. See if Luke Rosella can get an undercut, move his way back through the field. We'll be keeping an eye on that strategy as it continues to develop. What's Ethan Warren's pace like now that he's been freed up just a fraction?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too, even that little bit of damage on his left front. But clear air is always your best friend as a race car driver, so he's going to try and push on now. To be interesting to see what his lap times are.
So with the overtake on that most recent lap, lost half a second. Jared Philsell up ahead. But we'll get an opportunity on this lap to have a look at what his pace will look like. Lap traffic start to play itself in the mix. Colin Warwick is the next car that's actually on track, is for Kurt Stenberg, actually their co-driver. So they've got that car back out after an engine replacement, 28 laps down, but still circulating. Was it 75% race distance for...
Oh, no. Now, looks like they've managed to get going again. I reckon this was probably a late dive. We haven't seen a replay as yet, but I reckon it was probably just a late dive there, and unfortunately they've gone around and had contact. But, geez, you always hold your breath, don't you? When you see a couple of cars stuck on the side of the road, you think, man, is this a safety car? Is this where our strategy could be impeded or whatever? But thankfully they both got away with it. And we'll see if we can chase down a replay to see exactly what happened. And here we go. OGG replay. Is it a dive under brakes?
Concertina effects.
Oh, it did start with someone making a dive, and then, they all checked up, and, man, some nose-to-tail action there. But thankfully, they'll be able to get away with it. There's just a tiny bit of damage to the front. But thankfully, they got away.
That's the big key. Continuing on in this race. And again, settles down a little bit. I'm interested to see what the pace difference between Anton Di Pasquale and Richie Stanaway looks like. And that was Colin Warwick running very, very slow down the back straightaway, who is going to try and get some laps out of this 47 machine, trying to get out of everyone's way. So good opportunity for him to just tick off laps. This will be prep work now. They'll focus on Bathurst. This will be a little bit of prep work. More work on the car.
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, when your night goes pear-shaped and you're that many laps down. But, you know, the best thing they can do is just, stay out of everyone's way and just circulate, try to get their you know, bit of race miles in and, prepare for Mount Panorama. How exciting is that one going to be?
We'll take a look forward through the calendar now for what's left of the racing year. And we do have, on the 22nd of September, it's going to be the Bathurst 1000. That will come with the top 10 shootout, qualifying top 10 shootout on the Saturday the 21st into racing on the Sunday the 22nd of September. There's a sprint round to come on October the 23rd. The series will sort of wind down for the year as the races become a little bit more spread out, and we will finish the year off at Spa on November the 13th, which will be a Wednesday night to finish as well. So if you're tuning in for the first time for this series, first and foremost, welcome along. Hope you've been enjoying V8 Supercars action in the Sandown 500 for Logitech Pro Invitational. My name is Scott Rankin, off alongside of Stephen Sandman Clark. Now, Sandman, tell the viewers, the lovely viewers along at home, how do you get a nickname like Sandman? Because everyone wants a cool nickname. You don't just get given the Sandman nickname. You got to earn that.
Yeah, well, it's funny. It's a name that it started off when Xbox Live first came out. You needed to come up with a name. You didn't use your name, so everyone had all these nicknames. And I was very much a Holden man, and very much loved the Sandman. And I'd put Sandman as my name in Xbox, and someone had already taken it, so I'd put HSV Sandman, and I managed to get that. As we check an OG Gear replay, I'm just going to cut away from that. Madison down here into the S's. Oh, just up over the curb. Did he get himself a little curb strike for that? Oh, so runs a little bit wide though.
I reckon you might be right. I reckon he did pick up a little bit too much curb over the S's.
So there you go. He'll push on now. Don't have to worry about that too much. But, and one of the doing okay cars, Richie Stanaway is flying off into the pit lane. So we'll come back to that story a little bit later, mate. But, so Richie now, brilliant job from Richie. He'll hand over the car, you'd imagine, for the rest of the stint. But he's now going to get that pit stop done with 57 laps to go here for the Sandown 500.
Right, 57 laps left to run. The only question I have about that one is there is absolutely a splash and dash worth of fuel to add to the Richie Stanaway Luke Rosella car. But in terms of where they were on pit strategy...
Now the splash, could that be saved under a safety car if we got one? How much short are they?
They're too short.
Too short, okay. That put a nail in that coffin then.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm wondering whether or not they're just trying to throw a car at a few of these cars that are on that alternate cycle and just try and throw a car with pace and hand back over to the main driver and just see if you can't pull a few cars off your marks with them. Although to be fair, where did they pit? Lap 64, so they've run about 40 laps, so that's about right.
Yeah, it's the whole swings and roundabouts thing, isn't it? You know, when you're on a strategy and it goes green for this long, as far as, you know, we had that safety car a little while ago, but you know, you've only got so much fuel in the tank, and you do have to bring it in at some stage. So sometimes the cards align, and you can see looks like Emily Jones is in the pits as well. There's a number of cars in the pits, so yeah, it's all starting to happen down pit lane.
Righto, so I think the marker might have actually been consecutive lap counts, because they've been in there since lap 28, lap 27. So we're only a couple laps short of getting to 80 laps consecutive for all the co-drivers here.
Yep, that's a good pickup actually, and that's something that the teams need to be aware of. There's so many rules as far as, you know, how many laps you can do, and you know how many you've got to share with your co-driver, but how many laps you can do in one single run as well. So Yeah, you might be right. I think that's exactly why they're in the lane. You can see the 22s dived in as well.
Oh! Is that a car out of fuel? Is that out of fuel?
I'm thinking out of fuel. Oh, this is going to be a safety car. He's going to block pit lane. Oh, he did his best to get out of the way. This is definitely going to be a safety car.
Well, the problem was it's a blown engine. So the problem is why he's pulled to the left-hand side there.
He was going to block pit lane.
He was going to block pit lane entry. You don't want to block pit lane entry. Where he's sitting, he's not blocking pit lane entry. There is still access either side. It's awkward, but it is access either side.
I wonder if it's a downshift again. We've seen. So he's here. No, it looks good so far. It's an upshift. Bang, it just detonates. And so that's our third motor that we've seen in this one. Two have been, here we go, safety car. So two have been on downshifts, but that was actually an upshift. So that's really strange. But Good's heads up driving because there's no point of him heading into pit lane because if he blocks the lane, that hurts his teammates. And speaking of teammates, Jared Filsell's in the lane. So it would have been detrimental for his team if he'd blocked pit lane.
Well, okay. The other thing to consider as a part of that is if he'd have blocked pit lane out there, we would have had a whole bunch of cars forced over the 80 lap marker.
Yeah, wow. Yep.
Because they just wouldn't have had any other opportunity, right? They would have been forced to come on that lap number. So I'm glad Anton's done that. Yeah. It doesn't look great, right? Because the first thing I guarantee you what'll happen midweek is there'll be a bunch of cars there will be a bunch of people that'll look at it and go, oh, but he's blacked the track. He's caught as an intentional safety car. He had no option. He was never going to make it into the lane.
No, he didn't have the power and the speed to get up. This is a great camera shot there, Jay. Well done. That you can just see how everyone's just feeding in past him. But he didn't block pit lane. He did the absolute best thing he can do. And the momentum that he had, he wouldn't have got up that hill. So he did the right thing.
So this is going to be really, really interesting. What's going to happen to our race strategy? So Brenton Hobson leads laps in the Logitech Pro Invitational. Get the camera off him because I'll curse him.
If he sticks into the fence or blows a motor, you know you're in big trouble. You're out of a gig, mate.
Oh, no, don't do this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure broadcasting the Logitech Pro Invitational thus far this year. I've had my time. I've had my fun.
This is what we were talking about. You just don't know when a safety car is going to come out. So these guys now all darting to the lane. Some people staying out. But this, again, it's turned this race on its head a little bit.
It has, because we're not 44 laps to home.
Is that right?
We are not 44 laps to home.
I'm a bit surprised that Jared is not stayed in the car.
Me too. Unless they're keeping him fresh and he's going to do the run to the end. And remember, both of these guys are basically, they do spitting image lap times. They're so quick across the pair of them.
But, yeah, I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me. I'm curious to see how many laps Brody's done.
74. He's on his 74th lap is Brody Kostecki at this point in time. So again, we're clearing wave by cars. Cars that have effectively come out between the race leader and the safety car are now getting waved on by, and we'll pick up the leader, which will be the 94 machine of Brody Kostecki.
Okay, so we're just hearing in our ear that if Jared didn't get out, he would have exceeded the 80 lap mark. So he had to come in and hand back to Kostecki.
Yep.
So they've decided to do it now, obviously the best time under a safety car. But see, again, I just love how all these little things and curveballs can be thrown at these teams and drivers. It's keeping everyone on their toes.
Well, have a look at where we are in terms of pit strategy as well. We are 53 laps left to go in this race. 10 laps from now, we're going to hit the final pit window.
We're going to have another classic Sandown sprint to the end for an endurance race. Well, it's only time will tell, won't it? Like, again, these haven't been safety cars that have been brought out by race control. These have been legitimate safety cars. And how many engines have we seen? Like, we've seen 3 cars that have detonated motors.
So there's a few drivers that are on tyres that are fractionally roaded here. There are a few drivers that aren't. I think this now becomes a fuel save. Well, in terms of fuel, yeah, it's you can save a little bit, but you don't want to save too much because you've got to cover your last set of tyres as well. And for your money, last year, the last safety car came on lap 127. So I think I reckon we're going to. I'm going to get my bet in here, Sam. Man, I think there'll be another safety car. I don't think this is the last time we've seen the.
You reckon the boys might go wild a little bit towards the end?
I think it's about to happen.
Oh, well, they definitely don't let us down in the entertainment department. It's going to be a thrilling finish to the Sandown 500. But yeah, we've seen a little bit of everything, haven't we? Yeah, there's no driver that's been concreted in for the win. You know, you can place your bets, but yeah, the field is still quite widespread.
Anything can and will happen from here.
Absolutely.
Oh, we are on for a grandstand finish. It's shuffled. It's moved both ways. How about the drive from Brady Myers and Ethan Warren thus far? Started out at 12th, now sit 3rd on the road. The 900 machine with Andre Yusuf behind the wheel started 37th. They are 7th on the road.
Told you, qualifying. Qualifying doesn't mean anything, mate. It just helps you out that little bit.
Look at the biggest gainers. 22 spots for Wayne Burke.
Wow.
In the 89 entries. There's a fair few big movers, but he sits 17th. Robbie Gibbs plus 14. Chris Coxhead also plus 14. Night of overtakes. Night of strategy. I think strategy's the big one.
Yeah, love it when a race comes down to strategy and you've got someone smashing the numbers on a calculator back behind the scenes, and looks like it's an early run there for Kasuki. He's got away. He's got on throttle straight away. I don't think anyone was expecting him to jump at that point of the racetrack. My
only questions are, where is the jump point? That's the only question I just have in the back of my mind. I'll put a pin in that. I might be wrong. It may be as soon as they receive the call for safety car is in pit lane. If that's the case, then he's totally fine. But I just question that, just a marker.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put it to you again. Last year, Dylan O'Shea crossed the line second. Safety car procedural infringement cost him a P2 at Sandown 500.
Yeah, I'm going to put my hand up and say I'm not all over the point where he can start the race. So maybe he was well within his rights, but I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. So yeah, it definitely raised my eyes when I saw him get on with it. And I was like, wow, that's an interesting part of the racetrack to get going. But hey, if it's legal, he's done a brilliant job and he's gapped, third, fourth over 3.5 seconds.
Yep. So hey, we'll have a look, and well, I'm going to go digging through the rulebook because now I'm thinking about it, and I'm just going. Now I want to check it out just for my own knowledge.
Yeah, it could be a stroke of genius. I mean, yeah, but yeah, who knows? So fuel cell leading, Kostecki jumping in the fuel cell back car. So we spoke about that. There's another car in the lane back there as well. 112 of 161. Dylan Rudd punches out the fastest lap of the race so far on a 106.210.
Yep, so he's got pace at the moment. And the other one I'm going to go check is... Okay, got an update from it. Leader has control once the safety car is announced in pit lane. Good job. It was just me going, that's one of those ones I just want to make sure that I cross my I's and dot my T's. But no, it is, it's rule book, page 31, section 3.12.15, proudly provided by one of our co-commentators from the year, Dan Yeaman. He loves a rule book, Dan Yeaman.
Yeah, absolutely does. But that's awesome, and like I said, stroke of genius on their behalf. No one was expecting him to go. Oh, there's a move there up the inside. Managed to get away with it.
Not quite done at this point in time. Jake Burton, yeah, he's now going to get that one done. And now it becomes the queue of cars just outside the top 10. What does our front view look like as it currently stands? Yusuf, phenomenal night. He'll be so happy with that drive. Jack down the inside. Brady Myers is going to clear Harrison Dengate. That's a lapped car, actually. The Harrison Dengate car. And that was Blake Warboys. That spin has put them off the lead lap now. And that's just how their crookie has crumbled. Warboys was on for another phenomenal finish. He's just been quick, he's been consistent. Unfortunately tonight for Harrison Dengate, it's not been easy. They're going to queue up and try and pass Lapco. You can see it in the foreground of that next shot.
How great is it that we just don't know how this is going to play out? We've obviously all got, you know, our predictions and how, you know, what could possibly be, but there's nothing set in concrete, is there? You know, there's so much that can happen in the dying stages of this race.
You just look around, you just think, where's the next thing that's going to come? Something else is going to impact this race, but I don't think we're done just yet. Marcelo Rivera has got an opportunity in front of him. How about the drive from Chad Lewis? It was a rough old drive from Chad Lewis. The problem they've now got for that car is Marcelo hasn't done his most recent stop. I think they're targeting. So he last pit at the end of lap number 81. So he's been in the car since lap 81. They are light on fuel at this point on time. 26 laps more fuel the bulk of the field are going to have over this car. The longest they can go to, about what, lap 124, gets them in the winner to get home. They had to connect the dots. Chad Lewis had an awful time behind the wheel of that car, but now they're back up inside the top few, but off sequence on strategy. Sometimes you gotta throw something at the window and see what sticks, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's keeping up with Kostecki, and that's opening that margin to now 4.7 seconds with Myers Warren car as well, because at the end of the day, I don't know that they've got the pace on board, whether Kostecki's just out there happy to stretch his legs a little bit, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this is all going to play out over the next few laps.
Sandown 500. We are approaching three-quarter race distance. We're past the 2/3 marker. We'll get to lap 120, and we'll be on the last 25%, the last 125 kilometres to home. Who is going to put their name in the book as a Sandown 500 champion? Everyone wants to win one of the big three races of the year, the endurance races. And you look at this one at the moment, I'm going to ask you to pick a favourite because I like putting you in awkward spots here, Sandman.
Thank you very much.
Go on, who's going to win it today?
Look, I've been saying it from early on. I think the Kostecki fuel cell car has been quite fast. It's hard to go past them. I know there's so many different other strategies that are still yet to play out, but you know, I think for the moment their car is really quick. You're going to put a fresh Jared fuel cell behind the wheel, and you know, I think they're going to be very hard to beat.
For the fans watching along at home, as we get towards the quarter race distance mark, is there someone that you look at up and down the field that you go, yeah, I just think they're going to find some way to get back to the front? There's so many stories. There always is. Who's had a day where they've looked phenomenal? Who's had a day of disaster at a Sandown 500? Like we said, Harrison Dengate driving alongside of Blake Warboys. Could they have been a top 5 threat? Could they have been a podium threat? Warboys has certainly had a phenomenally consistent season. Instead, they're off the lead lap. And only just, by the way. We're inside that top 10. They're only a couple cars back from the race leader. Somebody lifts out there, and that might have been a slowdown penalty being cleared as well. That'll be the 93 car of Griffin Gardner. Will step one spot further back. Right, Luke Rosella will now get an opportunity to go and have a crack and see if he can pass Brady Myers.
It's always handy when you've got a teammate behind you. If you get that little penalty or you just want to roll out of the throttle, just have a talk between teammates and let each other know what's happening. And, you know, it just takes that little bit of pressure off behind. So, but the one who will be feeling it is that 22 car because, and talking about pressure, how's this? Oh, no, they're not going to think about going 3 wide. No! Oh, up on 2 wheels. Still a little bit of bump and grind here on exit. Oh, hung out to dry too. They all managed to get through.
And it's still all happening. If you thought that it was going to die down, you haven't watched enough V8 supercars. Because everyone would be telling you you're mad at this point in time. Somebody else is that Bowl that's going to try and go down the inside of Brian Borg on the run down at turn number 1. Does get to the inside. Little bit of hip and shoulder off the exit of 1. The run down at 2 will be on the outside. Feeds back in. Decides not to have a crack at him. And yet again, they bounce up and over the curbs. I can tell you right now, there's a change of position on the cars. Rosella just dives down the inside of Brady Myers as they get to the crest of the hill. So there's been a change of position. Luke Rosella last year stood on top of the podium. This year goes and claws one back. Overtakes Brady Myers. Can he run down Marcelo Rivera? Rivera has got a big old fuel bill to pay. This is how it happened. You can just see Myers is just not quick in a straight line with that damage.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. And I said that, you know, we were just looking at the time frame where Kostecki was starting to open up that margin, and I think it's got a lot to do with that damage. Unfortunately, it's just costing him that little bit of speed, and hopefully it doesn't cost him too big. But yeah, a little bit of a sitting duck, and the scary bit is there's a couple more doing okay cars behind him too that are probably ready to pounce.
Yep. And now I'm just really, really keen to see what lap times Rosella can now start clicking off once he's out and on his own. Remember, he led the bulk of the early part of the race. He was the car that everyone was sort of trying to match in the early stanza. Kostecki's had to drive his way back through the field, as has Phil Sell. They now lead the race. An up and down day for quite a number of cars. And think about Madison Down as well. We thought, hey, they might have picked a really, really good strategy to get on. I think all the battling they found themselves in is the reason they find themselves 14th on the road now. All that holding up when the cars around you are squabbling for a little bit of position. Is it time? Is it time to just step a little bit further forward?
I'm just interested to see how all these battles are playing out. You've got drivers that, have got that clear air and pushing, and that's where I think Kostecki's at. He really needs to open that margin. It's now back down to 6 seconds as we check out the OG Gear replay. Down the back straight. Is this going to be a run wide, possibly, or a late dive?
A mistake bounced over the curb. No? Gonna set him up?
Oh, there it is. Oh, locked the tyre. Oh, he's made contact too. Bang. Oh, they've managed to have they straightened each other up? Oh, not quite. Yes, they have. Reminds me of the old Diet Coke and Benson and Hedges 2-litre that we saw them when they were battling down at Winton. That reminded me of that sort of battle.
Yep. And 5-second penalty going the way of the 27 car. Tyson Broad behind the wheel for his role in all that. That will put the pressure more back onto them. And tell you what, to Paul and the team at OG Gear, the benefit is when you get a few endurance races, you're going to get a fair few replays up and on the board. But it's been good to have them on board this season. Actually got the chance to meet a few of the representatives from OG Gear. Actually sit halfway between me and you on the coast, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
So I got to try on a pair of the gloves. They're actually not bad gloves. They do feel really high quality. So to Paul and team, a pleasure to have them on board as supporting partner for Logitech Pro Invitational Series this year. And we're right at that marker. That'll be a slowdown penalty. That was a lot of curb.
It was a lot of curb, wasn't it? You could see how aggressive it was up over the bumps.
I got away with that one.
Yeah.
Did Brady Myers, so...
Almost love to see a curb strike graphic come up. That would have been great. Maybe we'll have a chat to Jay and the technicians all behind the scenes. Jay's cursing me out now. He's like, don't even talk to me about it.
Them silly commentators just asking for silly things all the time. Who listen to those guys?
Now we need to get Larko in here with his board and tell us how it's all playing out too.
Mate, if I had a day out, if there was one thing I'd ever want to do, get me out of the comms box, get me down in front of Larko's whiteboard. That's where the real fun is. Maybe I'll be the funny guy that ends up talking down the barrel of a shot. Now, Ethan Griegalt's going to have a go at Andre Youssef. Andre Youssef is having a phenomenal day. He's just going to step sideways and go, yep. Ethan Griegalt's got a little bit of pace here. I'm not going to fight this one. We are still plus 29 spots on the day. So I'm just going to focus on locking that one up. Indeed, focuses on locking up the left front. As he gets down in there, carries way too much curb. Robbie Gibbs is now going to have a crack at him. He's clearing a slowdown penalty as well, I think, is Andre Youssef. So Gibbs is going to file down there. But Albert's not going to line up and have a crack at him.
it's hold your breath stuff. I think Greg Galt was there just holding his breath that he wasn't going to get absolutely drilled when he saw that tyre lock up behind him. But thankfully they all got away with it. But good heads-up driving too. I love it when a driver just concedes and says, you know what, this is not my battle right now. I'm just going to move over and give that position. You just say that. There's a dive up here at the inside.
Yep, Bo Albert starts to try and apply the pressure now. Senses a little bit of vulnerability from Andre Yusuf, and Yusuf's well wide at turn 2. Now Bo Albert's going to fire it back down the inside of turn 4. Can he finally get himself out of the marbles, get the car pointed straight? Jake Burton's going to be the next car to line him up. So for a lap now, just about, Andre Yusuf. This all started because of a mistake offline. Down through 7, 8, 9 last time by, and he spent his whole lap trying to feed back into the chain. Burton shows the nose. Not going to fire it down on in. Finally, Andre Yusuf will get an opportunity to just recover himself a little bit.
Yeah, momentum's huge too there. Once you lose that chain and you get out of that rhythm and you're offline, that's really hard to gain, and especially when you've got a couple of hungry drivers behind you and they've hit their marks, you are a little bit of a sitting duck. So it's always a little bit tricky, but they've managed to get on with it now, and Jake Burton will be keen to make up a couple of spots here. They've just dropped out. They were inside the top 5 for most of the day, and then just found out a little bit... and where are they? P11 now at this stage. So you'd be thinking that Jake would be pretty keen to get a couple more positions over his sleeve.
Interesting to note as well, Brady Myers is the cork in the bottle. Last year, he was a little bit slow, particularly in the early to middle stages of the stint. Late stint, the pace out of the 22 was very, very strong when I was looking at notes from last year. So at the moment, sits 4th on the road. Rosella's got clear and punched away from him straight away. Griffin Gardner's now going to try and line him up, because Griffin can sense there's an opportunity for Podium. Just starting to go begging, shows the nose. Just starts to apply the pressure. And if you get the feeling if he wants to win this race, if he wants to be on the podium, he's got to.
Yeah, it's a tough position too for the 22. You can see that damage that he's got. He just hasn't got enough to keep up with the front runners. And he's got that pressure from behind now. So, car off here. Andre Yusuf.
Oh, no, it is Andre Yusuf.
Still going. That's the main thing. So I don't think this will be a safety car. He won't get bogged. But just, he's obviously lost a lot of track time.
Well, he spent a lot of time over the last 20 laps or so on our coverage because he gained 30 spots. Well, now he's not going to gain all that many. How has he ended up? All the way out here for the 900. Offline. Bounces over the curb. And Burton senses an opportunity.
Oh, no, Burton. Oh, Burton's drilled him. If I just done the Mozza on Jake Burton. Unbelievable. I was just talking up there, Stokes. I'm kicking myself now. They were doing a really good job. I just mentioned that they were running sort of top 5 for most of the race and that he was probably keen to get a couple of positions done. But now I think the stewards might be pretty interested to have a chat with that team and have a tour down pit lane possibly.
5-second penalty going to Michael Whiting as well for contact with Teo Serrano on lap 120. He's just come through on the timer. And this will be why this one's ended up. You see Serrano offline. Whiting senses an opportunity, front to rear contact. That's pretty straightforward.
Oh, you got contact too on there. Secondary contact. So, the 22 again, just doing his absolute best here to keep the 93 behind him. So I'm thinking now, just going by that replay, maybe Jake Burton's got himself a 5-second penalty and not so much a tour down pit lane, but we'll leave that up to the stewards.
Yep. In the meantime, Luke Rosella was the fastest on that most recent lap, barring Marcel. Rivera's really quick for where he is. He's got a lot of fuel to fill here, but, he's going to pop out in fresh air. He is due in the pit lane within the next 3 laps. So they're going to go side by side. Finally, Griffin Gardner's going to go ahead and pinch that spot away from Brady Myers. Checks him up now, backs him into Dylan Rudd. And here comes Ethan Greig-Galt. All of these guys just fought for a few laps, just started putting pressure on each other. And Greig-Galt was unattached from the rear end of this pack. Now he's in it. Just changes. Another ebb and flow. Another line of the script read off. As lap 125 now complete. And the run to home becomes 1 lap shorter.
Yeah, this is where the pressure starts to build for a lot of these teams and drivers. They know that we're such a long way into this race now that they're definitely running out of time. And when we think about that, another tour down pit lane for these teams, it's all on the line now as far as how quick they can get it done. We talked about Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki. Kostecki's behind the wheel, so they need to do a driver change. So that will cost them a little bit. They're going to be parked in the lane for a little bit longer than the teams that don't have to do a driver swap. So that will hurt them a little bit. I guess the only thing that's working in their favour at the moment is that other than this 21 that's behind them, they've got 6.5 seconds over the 55. So that will work in their favour a little bit, but always tricky when you have to do a driver change.
Yeah, they're just off sequence, and here comes Marcelo Rivera. So final pit stop of the race. Now for the 21, he'll get fresh rubber, and he will run to the end from there. That means we are now looking at 6.5 seconds that Brody Kostecki leads Luke Rosella by. What is the driver swap going to cost them in terms of fuel? It will be relevant. It could be more. And there's been... We said the stewards were probably going to issue a penalty to Jake Burton. And it's coming in as we currently speak. I think we'll have an update on it. And going to be Jake Burton, Emily Jones, drive-through penalty, contact with Andre Youssef, lap 123.
I'll put the Mazda on him again. I didn't think it would be a drive-through. I thought it was going to be a 5-second, but yeah, that's going to hurt him. And hats off to Jake and Emily. They did a great job today, and unfortunately, that's going to bite them towards the end of this race. But yeah, goodness gracious. It just goes to show how quick the race can turn on its head for you. You think everything's going great for you, and unfortunately, a late race penalty can really take you out of the fold.
Just wrong place, wrong time. There was absolutely a move on, but it was had to be pulled up, not pinch brake, and I think it was the key factor was not making the corner after locking the front tyres. Right, lap times between our race leaders. There's a 1/10 of a second in it, and that is going to be Jake Burton trundling down the pit lane.
And that's smart. He's just get over and done with. You can't fight City Hall. So if you don't know, if he gets a late safety car or something, that could work in his favour. But yeah, it's just going to make his day just that little bit more difficult as these laps dwindle away. 34 laps to go, and it's not ideal. Drop back to 27th position on the grid.
Oof. Difficult to swallow. Very, very difficult to swallow late on in the day. And that, ladies and gents, is the difference between getting a penalty at the end of lap 1 from Brody Kostecki's point of view, now back to leading the race, versus Jake Burton happens late on the race. Not much you're going to do to recover from there.
I think what's important if Filsell and Kostecki want to walk away with this win is that Kostecki really needs to push now. They need to open up that margin because of the deficit that they're going to have in pit lane with that driver swap. So I think it's important that Kostecki just keeps on pushing. I guess the only thing that works in his favour is that he has got teammates behind him, but they're not just going to roll over and give him the win for the Sandown 500. They're in it to win it too. But, that just might take just that tiny bit of pressure off them, knowing that they've actually got teammates back there to support them.
Well, if we think back to the top of the day and what our point standings look like, and that's a very, very important one that we do actually need to keep an eye on, is what is our 2024 championship points? Well, it's Dylan Rudd, Gianni Lutsu lead the way, and they led it by 96 points over Jared Filsell, and partners with Brody Kostecki. So both of those cars inside the top 5. James Scott's going to effectively be deleted from the championship race, by the way. Sits third on 1,408 points. It was 138 points behind Dylan Rudd. And he's going to walk away with a big fat 0 from today's race.
And that's, again, we say that's the story of endurance racing. I mean, that could happen to anyone. You think about lap 1 at Mount Panorama Bathurst. It could happen to a number of teams. So that's just another one of the obstacles, isn't it? And especially it's such a big points-paying day for these endurance races. And when you walk away with 0 points, that stings.
Yeah, indeed it does. And we're getting word that it's probably going to be the realm of 3 to 5 seconds that it's going to cost Kostecki at the head of the field for that final driver swap. It's going to be critical that they get in, get out, get that one done. And the problem they've got as well is that they're going to have to wait for a reasonable chunk of the field to pit so they can find some clean air. There's no hole for them to pit into. None of these guys are going to have a holder pin into at the moment.
Yeah, it's how it happens, isn't it? Just the way the race plays out, and that there's a big field spread from the leaders all the way through the field. Just looking at that shot, you can see just how many cars are spread out there. So, and that's a big playing factor when you start thinking about your pit stops. Is yes, you can get your pit stop done and you have fresh tyres, but if you find yourself in a bulk of traffic, what we saw that Madison Down was dealing with earlier, that can really hinder your performance. So, not always ideal, and that's exactly what they'll need is just that little bit of fresh air.
I'm going to take a look on something that's just recently happened as well. So the bottom screen's a replay, not live pictures. And it's going to be Dylan O'Shea on the inside of Matthew Bowler. And what we've been told is that this does carry on for a fair way, so...
Oh, he's charged back there. He cut through the grass and then made that position, or he's gotten up side by side. Look at him now.
Are they both serving slowdown penalties?
Drafting. They're pushing. They've both got penalties, have they? Oh, my goodness.
So effectively, the two cars you've got at the head of this train both have slowdown penalties they're trying to clear, which is too much curb cutting.
Around the outside. Now there's another penalty.
And Matthew Bowler have another slowdown penalty for cutting the curbs there as well. In the Logitech car.
Oh, it's a dive. He's going to make a move up the inside. Oh, touching there. These boys aren't giving an inch.
And a drive-through penalty. That'll be a stop and hold penalty because he didn't. I don't necessarily think he's cleared the slowdown penalty in time. So, big old penalty for the 12 machine.
Good pickup. Wow.
And Jake Burton, in the meantime, after his drive-through penalty, he's now in that train of cars, by the way. He's just overtaken a few of them. He's actually going to go side by side on the run over the crest of the hill. And in fact, he's off the road. So, managed to get away, I think, without scoring himself a slowdown penalty. But it is getting tight.
Yeah, they're raising the stakes now because they've got laps on the board that's where the pressure's coming from. So when we're 29 laps to go, this is when everyone knows that they're just running out of time. Oh, a little bit more contact here on the OG gear replay. Oh, so this is a continuation. Oh my goodness, they're still battling out. Oh, through the chicane. Oh, they're all diving. Look at them get on the power. The slide from these guys. Oh, enough room on exit. How do you like your racing back here?
That's how Jake Burton ended up picking up 5
spots
in a couple of corners.
Oh, he's going past. They're 3 wide. And this is it. Do you say he runs wide up here, I think? Oh, it's hold your breath stuff through there. Yep, just no grip. Well, he didn't do actually a bad job to make the apex, to be honest.
That could have gone a significantly long way. Yeah. Out and over the curbs. He was not in a great spot on the track. That battle pack's now will come back down.
Here's the 22. He's in all sorts now.
Now he is getting
He's doing
harassed.
a great job to hold up. I didn't think he'd last as long as he had, but you can see it's just it's a freight train behind him now. And the scary bit is if he gets wide for one spot, there's a chance of maybe losing 2 or 3 or more at the same time.
How good's the drive from Robbie Gibbs? Won the first race of the season back at Sebring. Now sits inside the top 10 here at Sandown. Could this be the mark of a strong endurance campaign? Could he be inside the top 5 when we head to Bathurst in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, never say never. We still can't predict the outcome of this race so far, so anything can and probably will happen before we see the next 27 laps out.
Final runs to home. Final pit stops of the night. The margin for the race lead now has crept out a little bit, out over 7 seconds, which we think should be enough to get that final pit stop, even with the driver swap in. And should be a race victory for Brody Kostecki, Jared Filsell. But endurance racing always has more cards to play. There's lap traffic that's now going to come into this one. because we're in the middle of final pit stops, there's a few drivers who've been in for that final stop that they're going to have to pick off.
Well, don't forget, like you said, they've got pit stops to do, and it's not unheard of that one of these drivers may get a speeding in pit lane penalty. So that's another thing that could be just another hurdle that's thrown at these teams. So you've got to be clinical with your action on tracks, but making sure you trundle down pit lane and get on that speed limiter before the line. The last thing you need is a late race penalty for that.
Righto, so lap 107, these guys pit. They're due in at the end of lap 151. Is what we're looking at for a few of these guys. So there'll be a couple guys, there'll be a couple laps sooner. Nose to tail run down to the final chicane.
That's pushed the 201 wide.
Well, that's allowed a free spot through for Madison Down as well. So Gilliam, race winner. Last time out at Interlagos. And is this all because of Brady Myers still having issues with the damage in front of these guys? Might just be.
Oh, dive up the inside. Managed to get away with it. It's a cheeky dive. Just covering the line there. Oh, just got a little bit of a bump heading into the braking zone. So the 29 wasn't too impressed with that and just looked like a little bit of nose to tail contact. So just gave him a bit of a bump and run.
Just tried to have a go at him now as well. Time's starting to run out.
Yeah. Geez, I don't want to be in the 22. As much as I love that paint scheme, I don't think I want to be in it right now. He's really in the pressure cooker at the moment and doing his absolute best the way that car is at this stage. But, geez, it'll be exhausting, though.
Think about how long we've been running for. 2.5 hours with the racing action. Then you've got to add in the practice. Then you've got to add in the qualifying session, which was another 35 minutes as well. It's been over 3 hours that these guys have been in the sim. They're starting to feel those little bits of fatigue. If there's anything left in the tank, first off, make sure that it's enough. Get yourself through. Make sure you hit your marks on your final pit stop. But this is where races are won. It's get yourself to this end of the race, then it's win it.
Yeah, it's the old adage that everyone is going to get sick of me saying at Mount Panorama, but it's buying a ticket to the end. And that's what these guys are doing. They're trying to put themselves in that best position they can. But we're seeing the cork in the bottle with the 22 still trying to do an absolute bang-up job to hold off these cars behind him. But geez, you just feel like a sitting duck here, don't you?
And we're well and truly underway with the final pit stops. I've seen Sean McNamara, I think, in the pit lane at this point in time. So his final stop's now checked off. There'll be a few drivers up and down the field. We are still about...
Here he goes.
13 to go, and finally gets the run, gets down to the inside, and gets the job done. And now it'll be Ethan Greig-Gold will line him up and be the next guy to have a crack.
Oh, that almost looked like Braille for I want to come through. A little bit of nose to tail there.
If you're in Brady Myers' shoes, do you just pit? You're not going anywhere as it currently stands. You may as well just jump in. Get out of this queue.
Yeah, look, it's catch-22, isn't it? If he comes out and he finds himself in a heap of traffic, then he's in a worse position, isn't he? So at least I guess he's holding up these guys a little bit. He's not doing it intentionally, but his race pace isn't that great compared to everyone else. So, in a way, he's legally holding them up enough where it could still probably benefit his favour, when it comes time to pit stops. These guys behind him might make a silly dive or make a little mistake as they try and get past him and run wide, and that'll buy him a couple more seconds, as we see Bo Albert has decided to hit the lane as well.
I don't hate it. So this run now has been going on for about 30-ish laps when you count the safety car laps. We've only got 23 to run to the end of the flag, so we're in the second half of this stint. The tyres are beyond their best. And compared to fastest laps of the race, last time by, 107.559, it's fallen off 1.4 seconds, but that was with an overtake on that lap. Compared to race leaders only fallen off half a second. So there is a gain. It's not a huge gain, but there is a gain. I'm
intrigued to see Phil Sell jump back in this car. I'm hoping it's soon because, it'll be good to see. Here we go. Just as I say that, I was just saying, I hope it's soon. And this is going to be a lengthy stop.
Oh, I just watched Ethan Greek-Gold tag Brady Myers on the run into the last corners. And that's going to trigger Robbie Gibson to dive into the lane because he just looked at those guys and went, all right, you guys can carry on, keep squabbling. I'm going to get the undercut on both years here. Phil Sell back into the car, so they recognise it. Here's the replay of what I just witnessed. Check this out when they dive on the brakes down here.
Oh, just a touch there. Yes. Good time to dive in when you see a couple of cars squabbling in front of you. But now, have a look at that. Phil Sell's still in there, in the lane. He's only just leaving now. So that drops him back into, 14th at the moment?
Stand away. Sorry, Rosella's going to lead this race. If that's the margin, Rosella's going to lead the race.
Yeah, this is what I was just stating when I saw him in pit lane. I was like, you really need to get Jared back in the car and just, he's fresh. He just needs to push and push hard because he's going to have margin to make up. And the longer they leave it, the harder it's going to be to close up that margin as we go to the OG Gear replay. Look at these cars bouncing up over the curbs. It's like poetry in motion, isn't it?
I'm waiting for an upright to collapse at any moment. Just the amount of pressure they're putting on there. Dylan Rudd, I like this call from both of these drivers. I think Ethan Greek-Gold had no choice but to respond to Robbie Gibson behind him. And Rudd, I think, is a smart call. He's going to try and throw everything against the teammates that are ahead of him. I think we're going to see the bulk of the rest of the field come this time by.
Yeah. And look, if I was Myers in the 22, I'd be firing in the pit lane too as well because you know that they are going to jump him. He's got no one around him, but he's just struggling with that damage. So you would imagine he'd be straight into pit lane this time by. So Phil Sell now up to 11th. So maybe 10th now as he gets past Greek-Gold. So Greek-Gold right behind him.
So that sort of tells us about where he popped out. So it was a huge net loss for Jared Phil Sell. He's going to have to get angry and get the elbows out. He's behind Dylan Rudd, so I'd be pitting. Just jam Rosella in here. Why are you waiting?
Well, it looks like they're in. They're in. And this will give us a true indication of what the leader has as far as margin. So they're in the lane. All the top three, the 22's in there as well. So this will start to give us a bit of a clear indication of who the leader really is and what sort of margin they've got over the rest of the field.
So what I think it is you can't do tyres and the driver swap at the same time. I think, looking at that. No matter what. Okay, so never mind, we just got an update. Driver swaps 30 seconds, so that's half a fuel stop. And there wasn't half a fuel stop to do here.
Oh, they're coming out of the lane. So this is where it is. So Phil Sell now running down the straightaway. He's at speed. He's got the warmer tyres, and everyone's managed to come out in front of him. Even the 22.
What's going on for Luke Rosella? Because all of a sudden Rosella's dropped all the way back off.
The 22's gone wide. Oh, there's a little bit of contact. Oh, this is where it's going to get tricky for these guys. He's been shoved wide.
I think Myers hasn't taken tyres. I think he's come in for a splash and dash and run it out the other side. And I'm pretty sure Greek-Gold's done the same. Now they're going to run down the back straight away. And Rosella had the lead, had the effective lead of the race. Have a look at Rudd. Rudd's now got the lead clearly and comfortably. But has he got tyres on that car? That's the next question I'm going to ask. They're really squabbling for it now. The final 20 laps of the Sandown 500.
Down's in. Gilliam's in as well.
You couldn't wait any longer. You couldn't wait any longer. You're about out of fuel.
He's even a touch.
And Greek-Gold will rough up Luke Rosella. Through back comes now the 36 machine. So it is all starting to kick off. Phil Sell now looks to try and hunt down Brady Myers. Where does Josh Anderson come out? Because he was just starting to catch a few of these guys as well.
Oh, look at them all diving into turn one. Oh, it's getting interesting now. 19 laps to go in the Sandown 500, and we are no clearer yet to decide who will win this one. This is going to go down to a remarkable finish.
I think we haven't seen the last of paint being swapped either. Right. Who's got the strategy? Who's got the track position? Dylan Rudd leads the way out of all of these guys. There's one more car left to pit. It's Jake Maloney, and I think he's just dived into the lane. Dylan Rudd, the 990 machine, he leads the championship. We were talking, half an hour ago, about how he was going to lose ground in terms of championship standings. Well, now he's got a country mile. Does he have the fuel that he needs? Does he have everything that he needs? What's the tyre scenario like? There are so many questions that we're about to answer. Sandown 500, ladies and gents. If you have not taken your last pit stop, you need to run away and do it right now and get back here because there's only 18 more to go.
And Rudd, previous lap before, did a 6:054 fastest lap of the race. So he's definitely got some pace in the car now, and now he knows where he's at. He's got that little bit of a margin up his sleeve now, and he just starts to think about how the rest of this race is going to unfold. So half a second over the 93, and then 3.5 seconds back to the 22 car of Brady Myers.
And everything you see going on now, field has been cleansed. This is it for position. Half a second. Griffin Gardner made the mid-season move to the Lobs Esports team. The OG gear replay, because this is what it looks like. This is how close it is going to be.
Oh, that was Maloney and Gilliam that we saw. We saw an outside view of that, and then that was just into that braking zone. A little bit of nose-to-tail contact. Yeah, that one's going to get spicy.
It's not done yet because Gilliam's... I mean, if they hadn't have concertinaed on like that, they've got to look... Every single car in this group now has cost each other time at some point in this race. And when you throw a blanket over them, your top 10... 10 seconds in this race throws you all the way back to Rivera in 13th. After 144 laps. What more can you ask for?
I'm just trying to see how this is all going to play out. I'm thinking what Phil Cell. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where to put your money, do you really? I mean, Phil Cell needs to get past the 22 car because he's getting held up and it's nearly 4 seconds down to his teammates. And it's just like the longer he leaves it, the more difficult it is. Oh, the 201 makes a move up the inside as well.
So this is his teammates. This is two Lobs Esports teammates. Luke Rosella, last year's winner. Andrew Gilliam won last time out at Interlagos. Rosella deep into the second last corner, but gets the spot back. That's crucial. That's critical. And they've got some lap traffic coming up in the form of Damien Johnson, who's trying to get out of the way of these guys as well. And Josh Anderson's just played himself back into it.
I'm surprised that Phil Cell hasn't been able to dispose of Brady Myers. He's doing a great job.
It's going to be the cork in the bottle.
Oh, Jared is so close through there. And the concerning bit for him is his teammates up the road are just starting to gap a little bit.
Lap times by for all of our race leaders. 106.487 for Rudd, who leads the way. 106.564. 106.510. 106.419 for Jared Philsell. 106.591. 511 for Josh Anderson. Something's happened back at turn 1. The replay between Dylan O'Shea and Job Stewart as they make a little bit of contact. Kick off well.
Little bit. Oh, that's a ride. That's a wild ride on a Mustang.
That is a bouncer.
Man, I've got flashbacks of, you remember Scaife and Jason Richards battling at Sandown in the wet?
Oh,
this is how I kind of feel. Phil Cell now, he's making that move up the inside of turn 1. Gets the job done. But now he's got 4 seconds, just over 4 seconds of margin to chase down if he wants to get this win.
And the thing is, there'll be no team orders here because this is actually for a championship.
Absolutely.
At the back end. Griffin Gardner might get out of the way. That might be the only one where he'll get out of the way. And for that contact that we just saw, it was actually drive-through penalty issued to the 35 car, I believe, which was Job Stewart, for the contact at turn 1 that we just witnessed on the replay. So they've clearly got him there for turning in, potentially. Oh, yeah, for forcing Dylan O'Shea offline at turn 2. Well, now a mistake from Dylan Rudd. That's going to allow Griffin Gardner to close up. And Griffin Gardner's sitting here going, I've not had a great year. I'm not where I want to be in terms of points. But boy, wouldn't a win... Oh, you know what? Dylan Rudd's going to get out of the way.
Here he goes. Moved over and let him through.
Wouldn't a Sandown 500 win just change that story?
Absolutely. You know, if you have a not a great season. If you can walk away with a big race win, whether it be Sandown or Bathurst, that really puts a smile on your dial for your season. So not everyone can win the championship, but, if you can put your best foot forward and come away with some big race wins, that always makes you feel a bit better about coming back for the next season.
Is that Dylan Rudd just going, look, I haven't got the outright pace, but you're a touch quicker than me. I think I can lock down second spot. I can't lock down a race win. I can't put points over. Is this just points racing from Dylan Rudd?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, look, you're going to feel probably that tiny little bit protected being that it's a teammate too, as far as, there's not going to be a silly lunge or a late dive or, possible contact. We like to think that, or everyone tries their absolute best when you're around teammates. We know it does happen from time to time, but you'd think that little bit of pressure would be off him in a way. So I don't know that I'd want to be moving over in the closing stages of Sandown 500 just to give away a win. I don't know.
I've never seen it for a race win like that before, just moving over either. If it was mid-pack, okay, I get it. I understand it, but not for a race win, gee.
Is he short on fuel? Does he need to ride behind and just save a tiny bit?
He's the shortest stop of the top 5. He's actually the shortest stop.
Yeah, so that makes me think are they playing the team game where it's like, you know what, I'm going to get in behind you and I'm going to try and save whatever fuel I can in the draft. That's possibly the only thing I'm thinking.
Well, that's the risk you run, isn't it? With underfilling, sometimes you end up with all the track position. You go, oh no, I didn't want all of it. I wanted 3/4 of it. I didn't want all of it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely, with this train of cars inside the top 10, there's more to come.
Yeah, 13 to go. And this is where they're just racing the clock now. They know they're running out of opportunities to get the job done. And if you're not in touch with that top 5, it's going to make your night just that little bit more difficult.
Late on in the race, don't want to pick yourself up a penalty. Don't want to put yourself out of contention. Don't want to put yourself in a position where you're going to make contact, or then again, it's for a race win. You do. You're just gonna throw it in that little bit harder.
Good to see the second of the HRT cars up there out of the TTR stable too. So to have both those paint schemes inside the top 6, that's pretty cool. It's a shame they've got a little bit of damage and they're probably struggling a little bit more than they'd like, but really cool. Love seeing those cars on track, and a good effort there from TTR to bring those paint schemes to life.
We've talked about it at one point or the other throughout the piece as well, but the Maverick livery as well. Ethan Grigalt, very, very happy with the drive that he'd be putting on today in an older sim racing livery. Final moments of the Sandown 500. What will you do to win yourself an endurance race? What will you do? And we've also got to talk after this result as well about the True Force Endurance Cup. We've had one race. Gilliam won that one. So he's inside the top 10. He's going to bank a fair few more points. But who's going to win the inaugural Enduro Cup? Expanded to a 3-race card this year with the expansion out to a 12-race calendar.
Oh, dive. I was waiting for it.
Here we go. Down the inside, Luke Rosella runs Josh Anderson just a little bit wide, and Andrew Gilliam's going to pick up the pieces as well. So Luke Rosella.
2 spots. Wow.
Now moves up to 6th spot. Anderson slips back 2. And a podium's not off the card for Luke Rosella at the tail end of this race. He could still earn himself a podium. He'll have some work to do. And the margin back to Jared Filsell now with 10 laps left. He runs 2.7 seconds.
Yes, poor Greg Galt just looking around saying, there's a few Lobs cars around me. There's a few TTR cars around me. Like he's feeling a little bit like the lone wolf out there.
Got friends. Robbie Gibbs back there just outside the top 10. Marcelo Rivera in 13.
He's up there. I think he's just looking around and seeing that sea of blue and red, and he's just like, what is going on? Oh, this margin. So Filsell now got that margin under 3 seconds now. Oh, he is running hard too. You saw the brakes glowing. A little bit of tyre smoke as he pulled it in there. But he's doing his absolute best to close down this margin with 10 laps to go.
And I tell you what, think about for that car as well, the driver swap at an inopportune time.
Yep. Well, that's essentially what's cost him. But it's not over yet. We're talking, 2.8 seconds. So 9 laps to go.
Their time through pit lane 17 seconds longer. They would have won by a country mile.
Yeah. But again, that's the beauty of endurance racing. There's so many things that can play out. And, if your strategy's just off that little bit compared to everyone else around you, then it'll bite you. And, unfortunately, they've given up a heap of margin. And now they've just got to push on and make the most of these next 9 laps, or 8.5 laps now. But it's a big ask to close down that 3-second margin.
Interestingly, I'm just having a look at Luke Roselli. His pit stop was 9 seconds too long as well, so he should have come out comfortably with the race lead. So something else has gone on there. Whether or not there was an issue with tyres, he had to go back up on the jacks to get tyres alone. That's potentially cost him a race win as well.
It's so easy to do when you hit your driver into the box. It's easy to miss your marker and have to pull reverse and back up a little bit. That can cost you a few seconds.
Something's just happened for Jake Burton, and unfortunately, it's going to be a mechanical issue of some description. Probably going to end his race.
He's got a mechanical black flag, we're hearing. Oh, the dive there. Oh, he's going to spin it. Oh, is that right in front of Burton as well? Yep. We were just talking about that on the OG Gear replay. So he's got damage. Oh, it's just in the wrong spot at the wrong time. He can't turn it. Doesn't look like it was steering damage.
I was going to say the same thing. It looks like the front right has been plucked off that car.
Oh, again, goes from bad to worst. Back in, 37th position or something now. Here we go, on board. And this is exactly what he sees. Like, we know that the incident's going to happen, but he doesn't. He sees them battling, thinks there's an opportunity here. Oh, his car going to try and miss him. Bang. That's it. Race over. He's got steering damage, and he's got absolutely no control over that car whatsoever.
That's it.
Heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yep. They done. Not much you can do. You just basically just wait for a gap in the traffic, get it across the track, get it back to the pit lane. So he's back out trying to earn some points at the tail end of the race.
Oh, yeah.
And now he's in the fence harder.
Yeah, you're going to have to park this. There's just way too much damage. And the problem he's got here is if he carries too much speed in through here, he'll come out into traffic. And I know race control won't look too lightly on that. He's doing the absolute best he can. I think he tried to push on. He was already...
That was the race leaders that just shot by.
Yeah, he was already past pit lane entry, so it's not like he could reverse up and go into pit lane. I think he had to push on. Okay, we're hearing he did make a trip down pit lane. Anyway. Tough work. Yeah, it's going to be an uphill struggle with that much damage, unfortunately.
Yeah, at the moment. Just trying to handle it. Unfortunately, for the 17 car, drive-through penalty for contact with Jake Burton. I think they're assessing that one as should have held the brakes spinning back across the track. And failure to hold brakes tends to earn the wrath of stewards. Madison Downs made a mistake of some description there, bouncing over the curves.
He's locked it. Yep, he locked a tyre. Just run wide. It's so easy to do. You just can't criticise anyone for that. It is so easy to do.
Now, the final run of the flag. 6 more laps left to run. Dylan Rudd sits in second as he managed to cover off that fuel bill that he had to pay. The margin to Phil Sell is now 1.8 seconds, so he's got to make up 0.3 of a second a lap, which is a huge margin. Huge margin Phil Sell's now got to do.
Yeah, and what's the old Murray Walker adage, which catching's one thing and passing's another. So even though they're teammates, they're not going to roll over for each other. So yeah, unfortunately, I think that could be race over for him, and it may finish the way it is. But, who knows? Stranger things, he's still got a bit of pace on board, Phil Sell. But yeah, to get the job done in these dying laps, he's definitely going to have his work cut out for him.
Luke Rosella's managed to make his way up into 5th spot, so there was a pass there on Ethan Greg-Galt that we've missed in all that drama we were just witnessing. His next opportunity is going to be to try and chase down and pass Brady Myers. And Phil Sell's got it all to do as he's trying to chase the draft and Michael Whiting, the lap car up ahead of him.
Traffic. The only bonus there is he got that little bit of draft, but he wants to deal with him as quick as he can. As Jared knows he's up against it now. Time is just ticking away from him. Oh, and knowing that you're so close. Like, he's really pushing.
He is 1.3 seconds the margins come down to. He's actually made a boatload of time.
Yeah,
this lap.
Traffic, good. Excellent heads-up driving. Just to move out of the way. Know that he's not in that race. I love it when I see drivers do that.
You know what? He's not out. Oh, that's the wild ride. He is absolutely scrambling with his car, throwing it over everything.
Yeah.
He's pulled a 10th out of it with that first sector, as scrappy as it was. So he's made some more time. Not done. Difficult, but not done.
Yeah, look, don't put it past him. We've seen Jared do some good things in the past. And, you know, you rate him as a driver. He's got pace on board. But he's up against cars out of his own stable. So we know that these guys have been great. The whole team has been great for this race. But look at him just closing that margin in. Just giving it everything he's got. He's not going to leave anything on the table.
No, nothing. Absolutely. 3 laps when they cross the start-finish line. The margin, if you get it under a second, all of a sudden he starts to get that precious draft, starts to pull himself up. Gilliam's going to try and go the long way around at the final corner on Ethan Greg-Galt. Presents an opportunity for Anderson to slide back down the inside. And Greg-Galt's going to give some drafting support to Anderson, make them fight each other and not him. Run down to turn number 1 now. Laps now starting to run out. 3 more laps here, Sandown 500. The final 10Ks. They've been racing now for nigh on 3 hours. We are 2 hours and 56 minutes the journey on this one. 11. We're coming up on 11 p.m. New South Wales time. It'll be 9 p.m. on the West Coast. It's going to be after midnight, close to 1 a.m. in New Zealand. And after 158 completed laps, this to be the 159th. The Lobs Esports crew are 1, 2, 3 on the road. A mistake on this lap I think is going to cost Jared Filsell. He's just lost just a touch of time. Needed to make more margin on that lap, get into the draft and give himself an opportunity on the final lap. It's not going to happen. So now it becomes a 2-man race. To win a Sandown 500, Griffin Gardner is looking for his first win with a new team. He's looking to write a story. He started his journey off with the Lobs Esports team with a pole position and bungled the race start. Could this be the redemption that he's been looking for?
Yeah, I think he's done enough, hasn't he? He's driving well. He's not giving up margin, and he knows that he doesn't have to worry about that pressure from Filsell because Dylan Rudd's going to have to deal with that first of all.
Forzen El Nabi come to the pit lane, didn't put enough fuel in the car, so he'll grab a splash and he'll grab a dash to the end of the race. He'll drop further back down in terms of the standings. The second final time across the crest of the hill, down through Dandenong Road at turn 9. There'll be about 3 kilometres and 500 metres at this point in time. They'll bounce it over the curbs. 1 more lap. Filsell's got the draft, so he has driven to these guys, but it's run out of time. If he'd have had 5 more laps, he would have been a shout of a race win. White flag in the air, the final lap of the Sandown 500 for 2024 at 11 p.m. We're approaching 11 p.m. at night. The drivers are fatigued. They've been going for 500 kilometres. Is there a pinch of a break at the hill? Griffin Gardner's got to put 1 clean lap together. That's all that counts at this point in time.
Yeah, he's just hitting his markers now. You may as well flick that virtual mirror upside down. You don't need to look at that anymore. He's just got that little bit of a margin over Rudd, and he's going to just run down the back straight, thinking about hitting his markers and claim a remarkable victory here for the Sandown 500.
At no stage today would you have looked at these cars and said they're going to win the race. Neither of these guys. There have been faster cars around them, but they've run a clean race. They've put the strategy together. There was no major errors. Griffin Gardner in the Dylan Burst, the co-driver, drove a phenomenal middle stint. We never talked about him. The 93 out of the final corner. Dylan Rudd is going to finish in second, but it's your champion. It's going to be Griffin Gardner's first win for Lobs Esports. 1, 2, 3 after 500 kilometres of racing action at Sandown. Phil Sell will rue the strategy today. Had a shot at a race win, should have had one, didn't. Brady Myers with an injured car gets home in fourth. It's going to be the 55 of Luke Rosella. Won the race last year. I don't know what went on with strategy for that car. Could have won the race this year.
Wow, what a race. The Sandown 500, it didn't disappoint. A great drive and a great run from the Lobs team. 1, 2, 3 sweeping out the podium here for the Sandown 500. I tell you what, it didn't disappoint. And to have so many different curveballs, we had safety cars, we had, teams blowing engines and stuff. Like, there was drama, there was carnage on the first lap. And, wow, I mean, it really did have a little bit of everything. It was a great race.
Up to 500 kilometres. He had an opportunity, stuck it on pole at Road America, has had speed, he's been there, he's been quick, he's been consistent. Somebody said to me earlier in the year, and I reckon it would have been Tom Freer actually when I was talking to him, he said, you used to look at Griffin Gardner and you'd go, you just don't want to be around him on track. He elbows you, he used to drive that way, he was very, very aggressive. He went away, he worked on it, he really worked on it. Won a major championship last year. This year, Sandown 500 winner in the Logitech Pro Invitational Series. He is going to lap this up and enjoy every moment of it.
It's always the best part after a victory, no matter where you win, how big it is or how small it is when you do that little celebrate and burn out. You can just sit back, you'll take a big deep breath now, and they'll sit there and think about everything that they've achieved tonight. It's been a great victory, and it sets us up nicely for the Bathurst 1000 in a few weeks' time.
500 kilometres in the books, and really just a testing session for the 1000.
Yeah, exactly.
In a couple of weeks' time. But what did they look like when they crossed the start-finish line? And 10 seconds, think about that, covers all the way down to 9th place. Last safety car, round lap 107. So it was a 50-ish lap run to the end of the race under green flags. Griffin Gardner's going to win this one. Dylan Burst will be the teammate for him. Dylan Rudd home in second place from Jared Philsell will take third. Brady Myers in fourth. Luke Rosella fifth. Ethan Greekgold from Andrew Gilliam. Josh Anderson, Jake Maloney and Madison Down round out your top 10. 11th through 20th is going to be Robbie Gibbs. Had a reasonable day at the office. Marcelo Rivera gets back to 12th in the end after the alternate strategy play. Got some free air and made use of it. Wayne Burke home in 13th. Bo Albert, Ian Ford, Rick Kuznetsov, Chris Coxhead, Jacob O'Reilly, Jordan Ross and Dylan O'Shea going to round out your 20. Throw it over the page outside of your top 20. 21st was Bowler from Adam Briggs, Andrew Dyson, Tao Sorono, Forza Nilnami, Thomas Freeman, Job Stewart. A lot of roughing up for Stewart late on in the race. Bailey Ford, Sean McNamara, Zach Rattray White home in 30th. Very, very rough day at the office for Zach Rattray White, involved in that incident very early on in the race, and front end ripped off the race car. Spent the rest of the race just trying to recover. Finally, up to 40th place is going to be Tyson Broad from Luke Mitchinson. Last two cars on the lead lap. And we get into your lap down cars. Michael Whiting, Andre Heimgartner, they were in the wars unfortunately today. Damien Johnson, Blake Warboys, after that spin from Dengate, got them out of sequence, trapped them a lap down under that last safety car. Tom Freer, 2 laps down with damage in that incident into the wall. Jake Burton, 7 laps down. Kurt Stenberg, home in 29 laps down. I believe they will finish the race and score points. Anton Di Pasquale in the 088 machine with James Scott. No points, unfortunately, for them today. I don't believe they made minimum race distance. 41st through 44th, the final 4 cars on the grid, was Lee Ellis from Brady Baldwin, Hayden Veld and Michael Taliancic, retirements from the start end of the race. Ladies and gents, that was the results from the Logitech Pro Invitational Sandown 500. We're going to get an opportunity to chat to the drivers in third place here tonight. Jared Filsell, Brody Kostecki. Good evening, boys. Tough old race. Had to tick off minimum laps for both drivers in the end of the day. That was the one ticket that the one box that needed to be ticked probably a little bit earlier, you think?
Yeah, potato strategy, but we somehow clawed our way back out of it. Yeah, probably just went the wrong way at the start of the race there when everyone swapped, and we probably should have followed suit, but nah, it is what it is. Had to make it interesting.
500 kilometers this place, Brody. I mean, you've done it now a few times. Interesting strategy. We just talked about that, but obviously you guys are very, very happy with the race pace, the amount of work. I mean, all the Lobs guys are always talking about how much work you put into the cars behind the scenes. It's been good to see you out in the series and getting to show the proof behind the pudding as well. In terms of a driver pairing, you guys are on pace and looking good come the Bathurst 1000. Is that the box that you go, okay, look, we'll let us Sandown 500 go, but we're going to win that 1000?
Yeah, I think the cars have been really good. I've been a bit busy this week, so I haven't had too much time to work on the car. But no, it was great to get Lobs with the lockout podium, and the car was awesome in the race, and probably put us on the back foot at the start there, but almost grip rolled off the turn 4 curb into a ERT car, which was a bit unfortunate. But yeah, just we didn't quite have the strategy. We tried to get back up to the front after the drive-through, and yeah, sort of caught us out there at the end with the safety car. But yeah, the car will be good at Bathurst. It's been good every year there, so yeah, happy days.
Mate, in terms of things, eyes on the championship, it's a very, very difficult way to play things. And I'm going to pose two halves of this question, one each to you. For Jared, you've been in this situation before in the sim racing world as well. Managing an enduro alongside a championship campaign is not an easy thing to do. And touch of ground lost to Dylan today, but that target is still the number one on the car at the end of the season, I imagine.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously we try and go out and win as much races as we can, and then it will try and sort itself out come the end. Barring you don't have any bad luck or 0-point finishes, which unfortunately we have, and a few other competitors have as well. So no, we're just aiming to finish the race in front of the competitor that we need to, and if we win the race, that's just a bonus, I guess.
And Brody, the second half of that question that I'll pass to you, I mean, the shoe's been on the other foot, right? You have other people jumping into your car with a championship on the line. You've now got to jump in and do the job now for Jared as well. How do you manage the pressure? Obviously, I think obviously you've got the backing and the grounding and those sorts of things. Is there any adjustments that you deal with a little bit differently in the sim?
Not really, to be honest. I know the job that I've got to do, and yeah, it's just you want to minimise your mistakes, and I unfortunately made one today with the lap 1 incident, but yeah, we knew we had the pace, and it's such a long race to get back up to the front, which we did, but just got caught off with a bit of strategy there at the end, so just need to do a better job of that. But yeah, I know the job I've got to do, and we've been really fast the last 2 rounds, but just haven't been able to execute the races properly. So yeah, Gerald will go off and go do his homework like a good little boy for next round, and we'll be fine.
Finally, boys, I'll leave the floor all to yours. Obviously, it's going to be Lobs Esports on the podium for all 3 steps. Is there any personal thank yous that I think both of you would like to share at this point?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Bush. He did a little bit of setup work this week. Obviously, we were a little bit hamstrung with some guys not being able to do as much practice as they would have ideally liked, but definitely helps with Bush coming in with his quirky ideas, and yeah, it really gets us off on the right path. Obviously, we can get we can lead ourselves down the wrong path sometimes, which is good and bad. But it's good having him on board. And as well as our sponsors, we can't do it without them. Doing okay, obviously with Jack's announcement recently, but that's great. So happy for him. Great to have him on the car as well as Ryco Performance, hybrid racing simulations as well. And thanks for you guys for the broadcast as well.
And Brody, the floor is same to you. Is there anyone personally that you just got an opportunity this week to just say, hey, it's been rough, it's been a year. I'd just really like to say thank you to one person in particular? Or?
Yeah, just Shane for role playing, being the team manager. He's been great and keeps us all in line. So thanks, Shane.
All right, thank you very much to both of you guys. Jared, Phil, Sil, Brody, Kostecki, ladies and gentlemen, taking home P3 tonight in the Sandown 500. Thanks, boys.
Thanks.
We'll take one step further forward, and Mr. Sandman sitting alongside second place from tonight, Gianni Lotsu and Dylan Rudd.
Yeah, boys. Start off with you, Dylan. Congratulations, guys. Second in the Sandown 500. A great result for the team. Obviously, a 1-2-3 sweep. Tell us a bit about your night. It's a great result when you walk away with what you've been able to achieve tonight for the 500.
Yes. So just pretty much stayed out of trouble the whole race and tried to. Strategy played into our hand at the end for the last stop there, which put us in the effective race lead once everyone had stopped. And yeah, I didn't quite have the pace out of the pits there, so I just let Griffin by to follow him through, and yeah, I didn't really have the pace to get back past anyway, so just conceded for P2.
Towards the end of the race, did you think, when did you think you were a real red hot go as far as obviously a decent podium, but possibly a chance at a win?
Yeah, coming close to the last stops, we kind of knew everyone's situation, and yeah, knew it would be close with Griffin for the effective race lead there just before a couple laps before we boxed. So yeah.
And a great drive by your teammate Gianni. We'll speak with you now. Obviously, it takes two to tango for these endurance races, and you did a terrific job, mate. And you must be pretty stoked with tonight's result.
Yeah, thank you so much, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, it definitely takes two to make the dream work in these events. I think both of the drivers need to be up to a certain standard to obviously make the whole package work together, and obviously to put the car in a good position in certain part of the races to obviously, yeah, make, I guess, end of races happen like Dylan was obviously make to do. So, yeah, I think for me, it was very much just about, keeping the nose clean, and just trying to really put the car in the best position I kind of could. And obviously, this is my second race back in the supercar for a while, obviously in the enduro period. So yeah, pretty happy with the result, and obviously, well done to the whole team, and obviously for Dylan for moving the car up and getting us another podium for this endurance season.
How does it feel, Gianni, as a co-driver, where you've got Dylan's race in your hands, and you play obviously a crucial part of that team? Do you get nervous when it's time to do your stint? Do you just want to get it over and done with and hand it back to Dylan as quick as you can?
Yeah, definitely. There is a little bit of nerves, I think, especially coming into the races. But I think we all do a lot of pre-preparation for all of these events, and we really try to do a lot of work to obviously make our stints as good as they kind of can be when we do get to these race events. So I think we all put in the sufficient work that we obviously need to do to kind of reduce that stress when we do get to the race situations. But I think as well, they're kind of just a bit of a roll of the dice. All of these races, you never can really predict what's going to ever happen. So it's just very much a case of just trying to keep the nose clean, trying to eke as much pace as you kind of can out of it, and like you exactly said, just trying to keep the car clean to hand it over to Dylan so he can finish the rest of the job for me.
And Dylan, one last thing to you. It's an impressive effort by the team. I think the entire Lobs team is really raising the bar as far as how teams will go about racing in this supercar series, and to be as strong as unit as you guys are, sweeping out the top three, and basically all your cars are fast. It must be exciting to come to a racetrack knowing that pretty much anyone in that team has got a chance at winning on the night.
It's obviously good in testing your benchmark is Jared and Brody, the probably two of the quickest guys in the supercar right now. So you can always gauge what your race night's going to be like, if gauging off what their pace is like in testing. And it's obviously really good to work with those guys. So.
Well, before we let you go and celebrate with the team, we'll start with you, Dylan. Anyone you want to thank, and then we'll hand it over to Gianni.
All the guys at Lobs Esports, Shane and Brad for spotting tonight, calling strategy. Brody probably puts in a lot of work in the setups during the week, and they're always really good and killer to drive. Gianni for doing 2 mega stints tonight, put the car in a good spot, and our sponsors doing okay. Ryco Performance and HRS, and you guys as well for commentary.
And Gianni?
Yeah, obviously, along with what Dylan said, big thank you to all the Lobs Esports guys. Obviously, I think I mentioned before, we wouldn't be able to do what we do without all the support of each other. And I think, yeah, being involved for the past, I guess, month or so in this endurance period really sort of, yeah, noticed how much work these guys put in. And I guess it obviously really shows out on track on nights like this. So big thank you to them. Big thank you to, yeah, like Dylan said, obviously, Brad and Shane for helping with the spotting tonight. Obviously, big thank you to you guys for putting on the whole event. Obviously as well, doing okay. Obviously coming on board for the team for this season. Obviously, yeah, they've been a really big support. And on top of that, obviously Ryko Performance and HRS Simulations. And yeah, looking forward to the next one. It was a really good result again.
Well, go and enjoy this one, boys. Well done tonight, and get ready for the big one, the Bathurst 1000. And fingers crossed we're talking to you at the end of the night there, and you get yourself a win at the mountain. But until then, all the best for your preparation leading up to that, and go and enjoy this one, hey?
Thank you,
Awesome,
guys.
thanks,
Cheers.
guys.
There you have it. Scotty, we'll hand it over to you with our race winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the Logitech Pro Invitational Sandown 500 winners for 2024. Griffin Gardner, we spoke a few weeks ago back at Road America. You said, I was just happy. I just wanted to be on board with the new team. Really, really good start out. And then that night fell away. I'm kind of glad we didn't interview you tonight because I think it might have gone the same. Mate, how are you feeling?
Yeah, obviously happy to finally get off the start. But yeah, no, it's a great result. Obviously, get my first win in the Pro Series, and especially with this team, it's obviously it's been a really good move, and tonight went really well for us. So yeah, no, really happy.
In terms of strategy, I mean, you were there and thereabouts the entire race. You would never really outright the quickest car, but you were always just there, or always just lurking between, you know, threatening to be a part of that top three battle at any stage in time. Was there any moment that you sort of went, I think we're actually in a really good strategical spot here, and I think we're actually on par to potentially challenge for this race win?
I think it was probably midway through the second last stint we realised that with Brody having to do a driver change with Jared, and where Woggy Luke was on the fuel situation, we kind of realised we're actually probably in the net lead, me and Dylan. So yeah, we realised then, but the whole night, like, we just obviously you need a bit of luck to win these races, but we just kept our nose clean, and Dylan did a great job. So massive credit to him as well.
Dylan, we'll step across to you, mate. I mean, it's been a little bit of a wild ride, sort of the last couple of months. Talked to you a few times throughout the Formula Forward series. You said you were just sort of looking forward to this ride, getting yourself on board and working your way forward. It's not easy to jump in a supercar, and a weight be placed upon you to go out there and really look after somebody's championship hopes and prospects for the next year. How do you think that you've dealt with the endurance drive thus far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked. I put in the effort for once and it finally paid off, so happy with that. I mean, never driven the car before for the last 3 years, so had to put a fair bit in to try and perform okay, but I mean, look, done it in the end, did pretty good in the race for myself, so I'm stoked with that.
Mate, in terms of things, it's tough. You know, you're forced into these positions, you're forced into this strategy. What was your mindset going like throughout that sort of last 45, 50 laps or so? Because Griffin, like you said, at some point, somebody's got to realise, hang on, we're in the lead of this thing. What was the communication level between you guys in the chat?
Yeah, I mean, like Griff said, we sort of just worked out halfway through the second last stint that we were in a pretty good spot. So it was a bit more heads down, lock in, and try and just pull to the group in front as much as we could while not using tyre, which was something that I had to get used to, driving GTs and stuff my whole life. So got used to it in the end, used pretty well no tyre, and yeah, worked out. So, but
Griffin, I mean, for you now, I mean, your last sort of 12 months has just been huge. The championship you managed to put together last year and everything, it's all really starting to come together. What's the prospects now for the tail end of this year? Because this will move you a little bit further forward in terms of championship standings, potentially into that top 5. I'd say the championship shout is probably out of the picture, but is this now go, okay, want to Sandown 500, I want to win a Bathurst 1000. Is it you go, I want to win one more race before the end of the year, and then we'll go, okay, 2025, that's going to be my year. I'm going to win it all.
Yeah, well, the season started pretty bad with 2 disconnections, one from a position of a race win and the second from the grid. So my season started pretty poorly, but since joining Lobs, I've just had a pretty swinging form. Obviously got the pole at Road America, then Podium at Monza, so we've had a pretty good run. And And my goal for this year is just to win races or get close. I'm not in the championship battle. Obviously things look good right now, but too far back. So for me, it's just getting results and also focusing on my driving. Just getting ready for next year, and then hopefully next year will be in the fight, because I think I've learned in the last couple of months that my pace isn't actually that bad. So we'll just keep trying to push forward, and I look toward next year.
I'd like to give you an opportunity. I've spoken, and I've mentioned this actually on the broadcast a couple of times. I had a discussion with Tom Freer. I wanted to catch sort of his sort of thoughts on a whole bunch of different drivers. He actually picked you out and mentioned you in particular. There was a little bit of a stigma over the last couple of years with your driving. You got known a little bit for an aggressive driver, and that's not a bad thing, but at the same time, sometimes you come to blows. How do you think as a driver you've progressed over those last sort of 24 months? Is that critical to your journey into the future? You go from being young, hotshot, wild card, just a little bit argy-bargy. You've really cleaned that up and made just such a class. He said class act was his words. How would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, it's obviously very kind words from Tom. Used to race with him at Pursuit, so always good to hear from him. But yeah, when I started on the sim, a bit younger, a bit more aggressive, a bit loose. But the last few years, even I think probably since I did a bit of racing in Europe a few years ago, I kind of changed a fair bit, and honestly don't think I've got a penalty at all in like probably 2 years in anything really. I've stayed out of the stewards room, and turns out when you do that, you generally get good results. So last year the championship in Scops, just keeping my head down and getting consistent results, and my mindset in all these races is just total race time. Knowing where you are, where your pace is at, and executing the races to maximise your result, and I think that's the way everyone should go about it. But yeah, that's really worked for me the last probably year or two.
Mate, finally, look, I'm going to give the floor to you, because like you said, there's the big championship last year. Now it's a Sandown 500 victory. What does 2025 hold for Griffin Gardner? Ladies and gentlemen, your Sandown 500 winner, Griffin Gardner. Who would you like to thank?
Firstly, just a big thanks to Shane and the whole team for first bringing me on and being really welcoming. The team's been working great. We've had great results. We're just really working together really well. So big credit to Shane and everyone at Lobs. And also a big thanks to Dylan. I had Damon obviously at Interlagos, and Damon did a fantastic job. And Dylan was the same. Obviously limited time in the supercar, but just did an amazing job, super consistent and really fast, which is what I know Dylan to be. So big credit to him, and also a big thanks to our sponsors, obviously Jack and the team at Doing OK for coming on board, Ryco Performance, and Brett and the team at HRS as well. Big thanks to them.
And finally, Dylan Burst, Sandown 500 winner. Stick it in the book. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, big thanks to Griff, obviously, for wanting to get me in after Damo couldn't do it anymore. So stoked with that. Big thanks to Lobs for letting me come in as well. That's awesome. Thanks to you guys, broadcast, series organisers, making it happen. And yeah, Griff said the sponsors. I'm not too sure on it because I don't drive for them. But yeah, big thanks to everyone pretty much.
And finally, to the pair of you, is there any big yoo-hoos, big celebrations? If you want to let a whole emotion out at this point in time, but now's your chance. Get it out.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I got work in getting up work in 7 hours, so I'll be going to bed pretty shortly. But yeah, hopefully celebrate a bit this weekend maybe.
Congratulations, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, 2024 Sandown 500 winners, driving for Lobs Esports. The drivers are the number 93, Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burst. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks, guys.
Well, 2 rounds into the Logitech True Force Endurance Cup and 9 rounds complete out of 12. That means it's time for the one everyone wants to win, the Bathurst 1000. Qualifications and the top 10 shootout on your Saturday, race day, Sunday, 22nd of September. We've gone through the Sandown 500. We've done the testing. We've done the miles. This is the big one. This is the one everyone wants to win. And last year, it went down to the final lap, Sandman.
Yeah, Bathurst never disappoints. It's one race that I look forward to each and every year. Doesn't matter if it's in the virtual world or the real world. Can't wait to head back to the mountain. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
1,000 kilometers of concrete walls right there, willing to jump out at any time. 1,000 kilometers of a mistake can put you out of the race. Where will you be on the 21st and 22nd of September. I'll be right here bringing you all the coverage for the next round of the Logitech Pro Invitational. On behalf of my co-commentator, Sandman, on behalf of everyone that's tuned in here tonight, on behalf of the stewards, on behalf of the series, on behalf of the broadcast team and the sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, this has been all your coverage from the Logitech Pro Invitational Sandown 500. That's on screen as your race winner for 2024. We'll see you all guys all again soon to go racing with the next Bathurst 1000.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.